Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together playing with the makeup. So, some beauty on the outside, and then we're going to memorize a Bible verse together. So, some beauty on the inside. And what are we going to be doing today? Well, first off, my name is Wendy, and today we're going to be having an everyday glam adventure using a couple of Urban Decay palettes. Now, one of these palettes is one of my super favorites, and this is called Moondust. So we're going to be adding some You Got It sparkle shimmer onto our lid. We're going to be playing with some cherry color, and we're just going to have a fun time enjoying the colors that God has given us and being women of God. So remember that you can ask your question online while we are live, and I will do my best to get that question asked and answered, whether that is something about the Bible verse or something about the makeup look that we're doing today. So what is our easy makeup theme for today, you ask? I'm so glad you asked. So our theme today is over 40. Try this cherry and Moondust makeup look for a fresh glow. So we're going to jump right in. So go ahead, subscribe, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, grab your makeup palette, and then get back here and let's get going. A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. All right. Well, our foundation verse, if I can get my mouse to show up, there we go. Our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of our verses for season 3 are going to be, well, okay, we're just going to have technical difficulties through and through today. That's okay. We're going to persevere. God's got this. Okay, so all of our verses from season 3 are going to be coming from Color Me Jane. So we are, can you believe it, more than halfway through. So I did a little something for you, and I need to actually change the link on here. So for those of you who are traveling along on this journey a little bit after the rest of us, I created an email series that's going to guide you from the beginning to the end and follow along with all the music and the songs and the graphics and everything. So if you'll head over to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com, and you know what? The link is going to be in the show notes. So there's a special page that it's like something books, Color Me James or something like that. Anyways, the link will be in the show notes, and that'll get you to that email series. One email comes out every week. So if you haven't already picked up your copy, whether it be spiral, paperback, or the ebook, make sure that you do that. And then that will guide you and get you through. And from around the world, good afternoon to you as well. It's so good to have you with us, Anthea. So let's look what we got going on here. Okay, so we're going to take a look. Last week, we were on a little bit of a break, and we were finishing our review of, finishing up chapter 2 and then working on our review of chapter 2. So the last verse that we were working on, the final verses of chapter 2, verse 25 and 26, this, I think, has become one of my favorite songs. So let's just give a listen to this. We'll just get to the meat of the verse, and then we'll press on to our next thing.
Joshua sent out 2 men real low, sneaking into Jericho, just to know. Found shelter with Rahab, a risky spot, but she heard what the Lord had already brought. She hit him up top, her heart aligned, belief in her soul, actions combined.
All right, I'll let you listen to the rest of that on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever. But I'm telling you that, and I was speaking to my mom the other day, and she was like, "Yeah, I got to tell you, the other day, I walked into your dad's office, and he had that song playing. So even my parents like it." I just enjoy that time with my mom as we work through creating those songs together and then getting those published. So today our verse is going to be coming from chapter 3. Let me see if I can get that turned down just a touch. There we go. So chapter 3 is where we are going to be at. And we are going to be, like I said, we're on the downside. There is only 5 chapters in the book of James, and the last one's a little bit small. So, like I said, we are more than halfway through. We are in week 23, and there are actually next week is going to be halfway through because that's 24. There's 48 weeks in it. So maybe we'll do something special next week for our halfway through mark. Okay, so anyways, chapter 3, starting chapter 3 today. So chapter 3. Verses 1 and 2. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouths. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of life. And that's James 3, 1 and 2. So what we're going to be looking at in James chapter 3. So we've come through chapter 1, and that was kind of an introduction to life and its obstacles. And then we've worked into, and really like control of yourself and giving it to God. And then chapter 2, we talked about the power of the tongue and control and self-control as far as it relates to your relationship with Christ and the Holy Spirit. And so now we're going into chapter 3, and chapter 3, 4 is kind of in, they called the commentary I had read, the commentaries that I had read talked about it being like, you remember in poetry you were used to talk about like A, B, A, B, kind of how it flows. Well, this is like an A, B, A. So we're going to start out in chapter 3 talking about the pitfalls, the downfalls of the tongue. And then in the middle of that, in the B part, we're going to talk about, let me see if I can get this straight here because I don't want to tell you incorrectly. I'm not even sure if I saved it yet. I didn't. Okay, so anyways, he's gonna in the B, he's gonna talk about the middle of that sequence. Let me think what the description of that was. Well, we'll get there when we get there. And then A, he's gonna go over it and rehash it again, just like in chapter 2, where he kept in each one of our cluster of verses, he kept saying the same thing. Control your tongue. Be aware of what you're saying. Watch your speech. And then it was about works. It was about you can't separate faith and works. They go together. You can't be all works. You can't be all faith. It has to be a marriage of the two. And in the end, he summarized those last 2 sections of verses we did by separating works and faith and comparing that to a corpse. So death. So serious stuff. So now we're going to go back to speech, and we're going to talk about, in this particular section, we're going to talk about the behaviors and expectations of being a leader, a teacher, and how you are held to a higher standard if that's what you want. So maybe that's not really what you want. So again, the power of the tongue is going to come into play here. So I look forward to this week. I can't wait till you hear the song for this week. I think it's definitely it's kind of split into 2 parts. So to help you memorize the verse, you're going to pay attention to the chorus because that's the verse directly, and then the bridge, which is the summary of that verse directly. So that last line, if you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of life. And so you'll see that little section right there in the bridge with kind of a cool echo to that. So I hope you enjoy that. That'll come out, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or Saturday. So have fun with that. The lyric video to that one's not done yet. So just be ready for that. So let's see. We are going to talk about the products. That's actually not the image of what we're going to be using today. Let me just go ahead and show that to you. I didn't realize I hadn't changed that out. So we're going to be playing today with the Naked Cherry palette. But no matter what it is that we're using, it's all going to be on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop. All the new products are going to be the ones right there on that landing page. Even when you go to the homepage of the website, all the new ones, which are in today's episode, well, as of right now, today's episode, they're going to be on that homepage. So again, we're going to be using that Naked Cherry palette. That is from Urban Decay. And then the other one that we're going to use is that Moondust palette. And the link that I found to this is actually not the Urban Decay palette, but it's exactly like this. And all of the shade names are the exact same shade names as this. So evidently this palette, I don't know, maybe they made it for Urban Decay. I don't know, but it all looks exactly the same and the wearability is going to be the same. So enjoy that. Okay, so let's jump in. We've got that verse scrolling across the bottom of our screen. Let's get into our everyday glam playing with Cherry and Moondust. So, we're going to start out, we're going to prep right, just like if you're going to paint your house, you are going to prep it because prep matters. You do a poor job on the prep work and the whole thing is not going to last very well. So we're going to start out with our Professional Primer. This is from Benefit Cosmetics. We're just going to get a little bit of that here. And, so when I got in here this morning to begin the podcast, I had a Windows update. So for those of you who are Windows users, be ready for that little nightmare. Either you already just had it or you're getting ready to have it. So I hope you have everything saved on your computer, as I did not. It was no big deal though, but I was rendering a video for the podcast and I lost that part. So anyways, be ready for that. So we're just going to put that primer everywhere that we need to focus on either oil control, or maybe you have separation of foundation, a little unevenness of skin tones. Maybe you got some wrinkles going on. This will help with that. Then we're going to move on to our Bye Bye Under Eye. This is the shade 11 Light Nude. Yeah, I know, right? Aren't those cute? I don't usually have nails on, but my work bestie, Rachel, she does her nails all the time. They're always so beautiful, and her hands just look so pretty. So I felt like I needed to join the revolution. So there you go. Okay, so Bye Bye Under Eye. Yeah, it's funny the things that you guys notice. Okay, so Bye Bye Under Eye. We're going to put just a little ribbon of that anywhere that you have got hyperpigmentation. Maybe you got some discoloration of skin. Maybe you have a little bit of redness like I got here. So I'm going to make sure to get that over on my chin. I got darkness right there in the corner. So we're just going to get that like big picture everywhere and let that settle. It is going to warm up to our body temperature while we talk, and I wipe that excess off my fingers. Once it is warmed up to our body temperature, only takes a couple seconds, this is just going to blend out so smooth and beautifully. So we're going to use that pointy tip of our Beauty Blender. And this one is the actual Beauty Blender brand. This one you have to get damp for it to do its job effectively. I think this plays really nice with the foundation we're going to be using today. I love the Juvia's Place. It is definitely a full coverage foundation, that velvety matte that we're going to be wearing. It's a little on the thick side. So for those of us who love full coverage, it's absolutely fantastic for that. But if you like maybe a little lighter weight foundation, one way to get that and still get that coverage is to use a damp Beauty Blender. So I'm just going to use the pointy part of that. We're going to get it all around our eye. We're going to blend out onto the top of the cheek there. And that is going to allow for us to, there you go, get rid of that redness. So now we have just kind of an even tone going on. We're going to use the round end of this now. I'm going to take that cat hair off, though, as that does not belong. This is not bring your pet to work day. Okay, so we're going to put that there. We're going to give just... Wow, that's too much, Wendy. We're going to... Here. See how I got too much there? So if you squeeze into your tube, put that on the top, and then release it, it will suck that off of there. And then put it back in the container so you can use it next time. Okay, so we're just going to tap that. And see, that's what I'm talking about. This one, like literally that little bit is going to go a long way. So we're just going to tap that around until it has spread itself out. We have shared the love of that foundation so we can get a nice even coverage. We're going to blend that up into our hairline here. I'm just going to kind of flick up into there. Right around those brows. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you're coming from. Yeah, since I have foundation on me, I don't know if I'll be able to show you on the screen, but let me shout out your country or state if you're in the US like me. I'm always amazed when I go back and I look at the stats for the program, the different countries that have come and visited. I think it's so fun that we can be like all the way around the world from each other and still enjoy a thing together. Okay, so we're just going to work that right up into that concealer that we put. I'm just tapping it. We're blending out on the chin there. All right. And once you feel you are good and blended, then we're going to grab our setting powder. This is the Laura Mercier Translucent Loose Setting Powder Ultra Blur Tone Up in the shade Rose. We'll tap that out. You can see we just got a nice little reservoir there full of the powder. I'm going to be using my Juvia's Place triangle. You just slide your fingers in that little thing there. We're going to start out with that pointy that's right. Rainy England. Oh, well, I'm sad that it's so gray there today, but I'm very jealous of the rain because we haven't had any for a minute and there's not any in the forecast. So enjoy your rain and I'm sure your plants love you for it. So we're just going to tap that in and we're going to set it right around the eyes. Yeah, in Texas, we're a little bit colder than normal. I think we're going to be like 96 today, but no rain, no chance of rain. We did have a nice rainy spring though, so we're still ahead as far as rain levels go, water levels go. So just using now that big end, and we're just going to press that in. And we're going to go down the center. There we go. Pressing in again. And then finally, we're going to get that forehead. So, or let me get that powder over. There we go. Pressing that in. Oh no, the oaks panicked and dropped their acorns early. Yeah. I'm not sure why. It's not because it's dry here, but I have about, I think there's 5 giant pecan trees in my yard, and then I have a couple of mulberries and some elms and a whole lot of other things. And so our leaves have been dropping early too. Last year they dropped so late. Last year I didn't even pick up leaves until I want to say it was like end of November, and this year I'm already having to pick up leaves. So I have a koi pond, and I may have to pull I tented because I got so many trees, so I may have to pull my tent out early. Let's see, are you getting viewers? Yes, no. I do think that the shorts videos are helping a little bit, but I'm seeing on the, like these videos that we're doing right now, that's where I'm getting a lot more of the viewers from the other countries is on the show videos. So don't know. It's a nice mix of all, it's not my job to figure out how or to know or make you watch a video in a certain way. So if little short bursts are what make you happy, then I have the shorts for you. If what you like is to follow the whole thing and see the big picture, then I've got the long form video. If you're one of those that enjoys a good live concert and you want to be live on here with me, well, then I got the live for you. So I'm just putting things out there so that no matter what your favorite way to do something is, you've got something that will fit you, that will make you happy, and you can enjoy beauty on the outside, beauty on the inside with us in your favorite way. So we are going to grab an It Cosmetics brush. This is a foundation brush, dual-ended. And I'm going to grab my KVD Shade Plus Light Refillable Contour Palette. And we're going to start out by using the flat side of our brush here. We're just going to get into that contour. We're going to go from the top of the ear, kind of in a curved motion, to the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above that hollow of the cheek there. And then right here beside the hairline. I do like the short videos though. I think for me, sometimes I get into, I don't want to just sit there for a long time. I just want to learn a little thing and get out of there. So sometimes I like the short videos myself. But if I'm in the mood to like do a whole look, then I'm going to watch, I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to do a long video, because nothing is worse than, which is why I loved last week's video of the Beetlejuice look. Nothing is worse than you find a look that you like and all you see is like little bits and pieces of how to do it. You don't get the whole like look in there. That's very frustrating to me because I'm watching the video because I want to know how to do the whole thing. So to me, I'm kind of a mix between the two things. I like a little bit of short from time to time if I'm just, doom scrolling. And then I like the longs when I'm actually trying to do something. So I'm kind of a mix between the two. What are you? You like shorts better or do you like longs better? I'm just going to tap in that darker one and put that right there on the outside corner a little bit. Here we go. I am going to grab my Aflano Blush Plus Highlighter palette. We got this right here. We are going to be in, I think we're going to do this one here because of the colors we're using with that cherry. I think this is going to be a little better. So we're going to use this one and then we're going to use this highlighter right here. So I'm going to grab highlighter. We're going to grab this brush, which is a MAC brush as well. So we're just going to give it 2 swipes. These are pretty pigmented, so you don't need a whole lot. So 2 swipes. We're going to go right on the top. I feel like the Aflano palette, the highlighter is more pronounced if you do the highlighter last. Usually, I know I do the highlighter and the bronzer, and then I put the blush in between. But with this particular palette, I think it plays a little better, a little nicer if you do the blush second, and then we're going to do the highlighter on the top. You can just see the highlighter a little better, and the highlighter is just so beautiful. Okay. So we're going to do that. Let me see where, there we go. We're going to grab our highlighter brush from Anastasia, and we're going to get right in here, right on the top of that, and then right beside that brow right there. And let me see what we got there. Laura Mercier powder. Yes. I do like the Laura Mercier. And one thing I like about it is, number one, it's very blurry. I've been accused of using a filter, even though I don't use filters. And it's really just because of that ultra blur. Also, there are several different undertones of that. So they've got the lavender one, the rose one, there's a neutral, there's a honey, there is a warm. So no matter what your undertone is or what you're trying to, multi-use that powder for, there is going to be an option for you. So if you have a store near you that lets you play with the products, I know Ulta is just now getting into international. So maybe you've got, even if it's not that brand, just go play with the different colors and see, do you like better the look that you achieve when you have the the honey. Now, if you know that you have a warm foundation already, then that's just going to be the way to go for you. If you already know that you've got a little bit of yellow gold to your tone, then you're going to want to use that honey one. So just go play, have fun, experiment, see where it takes you. Okay, so let us say our verse together, and then we're going to go on to our lips. I love these two colors we're going to be using today on the lips. Okay, so our verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. It will be around here in just a second. Okay, here we go. We are about halfway across the screen, so let's do this. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friend. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouths. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, sorry, I'm gotten a little fast, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of their life. And that's James 3, 1 and 2. So let's take a look at our lips. Today, we're going to be playing with 3 things on our lips. We are going to be playing with lip liner, Juvia's Place. This is the Luxe Liner in Scorpio. We're going to do an After Dark lipstick from Urban Decay. And then we're going to add a little bit, tiny bit in the center of the MAC Snob. And that's the Maximal Matte there. So let's go ahead and start out with that Scorpio lip liner. We're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. Just give us a nice little heart there. I guess it's the bottom of a heart. There you go. And that's just going to give us a nice point of reference. And now we're going to round that out to the outside corners, just outside that lip line. There we go. Now we're going to give ourselves a point of reference here in the bottom center. Again, just outside that lip line. And now let's round that out to the outside corner. Okay, now we are going to have that darker lipstick, the After Dark, that's going to go on, but I'm going to kind of fade this just a little bit before we get to that. So let's just go ahead and use a little bit lighter pressure just inside of that line we just did. It's just going to soften that line ever so slightly. All right. We're going to grab that. I'm taking just a little bit of a step back, making sure I like the shape I just created. Sides are even, looking good. I'm going to grab that After Dark from Urban Decay. This particular one, I think they're sold out. I could not find it on Amazon, but I will tell you there's a few shades kind of close to it in NYX. I didn't see them in person, so I didn't want to go tagging those because I don't like to do that unless I actually know for sure. But this is a dark, I think I would call it like a rose or a cherry color. So, whatever you've got in hand, you may be even using a different palette, but the same technique we're going to do today. So just find something that the outside color that you're going to be using, whatever that color is, that's the color that you're going to use now. So if you're doing this with chocolates, that dark chocolate that's going to be on the outside, that's what you're going to do right here. Okay, so we're going to lipstick right over that lip liner and only going to go about halfway on the lip. If you don't like the control that you have here, go ahead and use a lip brush to be able to do this, but I'm just going to use the lipstick kind of tilted in just a little bit. So you can see I just got right on the outside edge. Okay, So now we've left the center of that vacant, and that's where we're going to grab our snob here. And let's get that right in the center. There you go. And now you've got a nice kind of a raspberry ombre lip. That's really pretty. Really, really like that. Okay. Woo woo. I know. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay. Now we're going to jump into what we're going to be doing with our shadows today. So we're going to start out in that Naked Cherry palette. And this was one that they did, I don't know, a while back. So here's where we're going to be today. Let me see if I can get this right here. So we're going to start out in this lighter color here, which is called Hotspot. We're going to do that on the upper brow. Then we're going to do the Bang Bang, and that's going to go on about 3/4 of the lid. So you're really going to see that one as the most predominant color. It's a little bit lighter, and that's what we're going to do there. Then we're going to go over to the, Young Love. Young Love is going to go on the very outside. So this is a color that will be the color of the darker on your lip. And then finally, we're going to go into Privacy, and that'll be the deepest, darkest color on the outside. I have a feeling I'm going to want to intensify that just a little bit more. So I'm going to grab my Urban Decay Blackout, which is just a black shadow that I like to use just to add a little glam intensity to the outside of the eye. So let's go ahead and grab our first brush. This is going to be a Morphe M441. And we're going to go into that hot spot right here. And this is just going to go up on the top of that brow bone. And the concealer that we put on before is kind of acting like a primer. We didn't need to really prime the whole lid because we don't need it for the coloring. We just need it for the wearability. Okay, so there is that. Then I'm going to grab this is a MAC something. This is just, traditional shadow application. You could even use the brush that's in here. This one actually came with, if I can get it out. This Naked Cherry palette actually came with a brush. So you could use that small end there if you want to. For this, I just like a little more control with a flat one as opposed to a round one. So we're going to go into this right here, which is the Bang Bang, and go ahead and do that. And that's going to go in here on the inside. And again, this is going to be the most color that you're going to see. We got a little bit of light happening in here today. Like I said, this is going to be an everyday glam. So this is something, you could wear this out on a date or hot date with your hubby or whatever. Or this could be something for, I'm a widow, and so therefore single. And so this could be that date which your friend fixed you up. What do you call it? Oh, a blind date. You could wear this to that. Although you may just not want to go all together. I don't know. Okay. That's good enough on weird conversation. Okay, let's get this on the other side too. There we go. And we're going to go, like I said, about 3/4 of the way across with that. We're going right from where you can feel that bone right there. We're going from all the way up here, 3/4 of the way across. So almost the whole lid is getting this color. Don't worry, it's not going to be boring. We're not going to leave it like that. We're going to have some fun. Okay. Just got a nice light pink color there. Actually, I think I'm going to bring this over just a little bit more. I just want to make sure that we get nice and covered there. This is such a pretty palette. Okay, we're going to set that brush aside. And now I'm going to, let's see, that one's a little too, let's do this one here. Okay, this is a Morphe M321. We're going to use that. And we're going to go into that Young Love here. Actually, we could have used the one that's in the palette as well. We use that for the next color. Okay, so this is going to go just kind of on that tip. You can be a little more generous with it. It can kind of flick to the side because we're going to go right here on this outside. And we're only going to come right there like that. This is a quarter of the way. And we're just going to come over a little tiny, no more than halfway right here. Let's do that same thing over here. We're just going to come right there halfway. There we go. And got any fallout? There you go. And we'll use a smaller brush to bring that around to the under part of the eye in just a second. So don't worry too much about that right now. So actually, I'm going to use that same. Now let's do the brush. Okay, we're going to grab the one that's actually in the palette. I like the smudger that's on here. It's nice and compact and short, and the bristles are nice and firm. So we're going to go into that privacy right here. Just get that on the tip. We're going to go right here on the outside corner. And we're just going to bring that in a little bit. So that's like maybe half of the young love that we just did. And better to have a little bit on your brush and have to keep coming back than put too much. We're just going to go right here under the bottom of that color. Okay, I'm going to go back to that brush. Let's go back to that young love and let's just get that. We're just going to go over that right there and blend that out a little bit. We just want to make sure it's nice and smooth and blended. Let's get the fallout. Okay. So you can see right now what we've got is just a nice little blend. You can see where we're intensifying on that outside corner, but I think I want just a little bit more. So I'm very glad that I grabbed that blackout. I'm going to grab a smaller smudger for this little project. So let's grab this one right here. Just a little tiny because we just want a little bit. So this is going to be the Morphe M508. Looks like that may have blue on it from whatever my last project was. Okay, we're just going to get it right on the tip. And you seriously do not need much of this. And we're going to go right on that lash line on the corner. And we're just going to flick from that corner. There you go. Same thing over here. Just a little bit and then flick up from that corner. I'm just gonna, whatever's left on here, I'm just gonna bring that up just a little bit. There we go. Now let's go ahead and blend that out just a smidge with that privacy. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that brush that came with the palette. We're just going to go in that privacy. And we're just going to go over that blackout. There you go. And then we're going to make sure that blend is good right over here. Okay, so you can see what we've got now is just a little bit of intensity on that outside corner. Then it's blending in right here, just a little tiny bit. We'll soften that out here in just a second. I'm going to go back to the fluffy brush that we started with. And let's go into that color that we originally had. We're just going to soften this upper color here. If you feel like you need to bring it up a little bit, you can kind of tap it in that and tap it in that. So that's the Bang Bang. And then that one, that'll give you a little something to blend. There you go. And we're just going to blend that out right there on that top. Make sure that color is nice and smooth. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the color to the underside, and then we're going to use that Moondust palette. So that smudger that I used, this one right here, which is the 508, we're going to use that to get the color under the eye. So I'm going to start out right here in the Young Love. I'm going to get it right there on that tip. We're going to go right around that corner, halfway. Now we want to kind of mimic what we did on the top. So I'm going to use that same tip, go right in here on that privacy, right here on about the outside quarter. And then you can bring that up around to the top of the lid there. Okay, now we want to add a little something something color. So I'm going to go right in here into the Bang Bang. Right here on the inside, and meet that other color, the Young Love. Go ahead and take that Young Love a little. I want to bring that over just a smidge. There you go. Any fallout? I don't think my eyes are appreciating this. Wow, you can really see how the colors that we've got today have made my blue really pop on my eyes. So, that's fun. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and jump into the Moondust. I'm so excited. So this is the Moondust palette. It has 4 different freakishly magnificent colors. So the one you probably heard the most about is going to be the Space Cowboy. And that's a beautiful, just a nice little shimmer. It's not really color, so you're not going to use it for color. It's just really for shimmer and iridescent, best applied with just your finger. So today we're going to be in this Star Cowgirl. So I'm going to just get that right here on the tip of my finger. You can see that shimmer. So we're going to get it on the tip and we're going to put it on top. There you go. And just get that on top of that. That's going to give you just a nice glam shimmer. Now I want to make sure that I catch this on the inside of my eye. So let me grab, let's do this one here. I really love this one. This one almost acts like a finger. This is a MAC 194, I think. So just nice and flat. So you can just get that right there. We're going to put that right on the inside corner and just give ourselves some shimmer right here. Because it's not really a color, you're not adding, I mean, it's got some color to it, but really it's just almost just a shimmer in itself. If you feel like there's anything that you missed up here, you can go ahead and use that brush to kind of set that in place. Oh yeah. Can you see that shimmer? That's so pretty. Okay. Let's go ahead and add our liner now. We are watering today. I think there's ragweed in the air today. Okay, so I'm going to start out with this Juvia's Place. This one is the Kajal. What is this one called? It's got a new name. This is Egyptian something. Egyptian pencil liner. That's a name. So we're going to, let's give a good sharpen on the tip of that. We're going to flare out this liner on the top. Well, Why is that not sharpening? There we go. We're going to flare out the liner just a little bit on the top to further give us color on the outside edge. So I'm going to start outside and I'm just going to bring it in halfway. And then I'm going to give a second liner on top of that one to make it wider on the outside. There you go. And then we're going to manage all of that together with that Too Faced Better Than Sex waterproof liquid eyeliner. This liner is fantastic. It does great once it's dry. So if you have eyes watering like I do, try to get that tapped before you put this on, just because we want it to set before it gets any wetness on it. Okay, so we're going to give that a little bit of a shake. Beautiful tip on that. Make sure that you store it downward. We're going to line a thin line from the inside corner all the way to the outside corner. And so this is going to help forgive any sins for where you place your lashes. And then in this particular case, it's also going to help, oh man, it's also going to help intensify the color on this outside corner. So I'm going to raise that up on the outside corner. So you can see it's wider on the outside than it is on the inside. Then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So the beauty about this particular eyeliner is that because it has this kind of tip, you can press it down more firmly and get it wider on the outside. So we're just going to give it a little more pressure out here. And that's going to give us a wider line. And actually, I think I'm going to give just a little flick up. There we go. Let me do that on the other side too. There we go. So you can see we've got just a little bit of a flick up there on that outside edge. And now I'm going to line the bottom. I did this last because my eyes are watering so badly. Okay, so we're going to start right here on this lower. In the lash line, we're going to go about halfway. And then today we're actually going to line the water line. There you go. Okay, my eyes are just watering like crazy now. So we're going to let that set for just a little bit. We are going to play with a new brow product. Well, I mean, I've used it before, but it's been a minute. So this is the, nope, not that. Black brows. Okay, this is the Lime Crime Bushy Brow. So for those of you who have fashion colored hair, sometimes it is a little bit of a challenge finding brow products that will have your brows, work with your hair. So fun thing about this, I actually have Anime, which is a lime crime color, on the side here. And so they have done some brow products that are the same color as the colors that they have in their hair color series. So this is the Anime Bushy Brow. So I'm going to be using that today for my brows because, blue brows goes with an everyday glam. Okay, so whatever your brow product is of choice, we're going to go ahead and do that now. This has kind of a teardrop tip. I will say that this is a little kind of crumbly, so it's like a pomade stick kind of thing. I don't know. It could just be that the one I got shipped to me was a little older. I'm not sure, but we're just going to run with it. It's been working okay. So I do like that it's not so wet. I don't really care for a super wet brow product. Oh my goodness, my eyes. Okay, same thing on the other side now. We're just going to give that a nice thickness right here at the front. And then we're going to give it a nice tail over here. And then we'll brush that out. This actually has a brush on board with it. So that's a nice little add as well. If you got blue brows, it's not like you're going to be getting a natural brow. So, don't stress too much about it. Okay, on the other end of it is the brush, so just kind of give it a brush. Don't brush too much with this or you'll take out all the product. So just a little word of warning for you there. We're just trying to get it to not look so... I know the color's called Anime, but we don't look like anime. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take this brush and just go over it because it can make little flecky things and I don't really care for that. So we're going to tap our eyes one more time because they're still watering like crazy. Okay. So we got our nice eye look going on. We've got our liner. We've got our brows done. Let's go ahead and get some mascara on. So I am using the Go Big or Go Home because it's waterproof. It's really, I need that today. And we're going to use the Great Grip Tweezerman Great Grip Onyx. What is it again? Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. Okay, I'm going to tap my eyes one more time. We're going to try to do this without tears happening. Okay, so across your screen is going to be your verse. So go ahead and find your sweet spot. So that is where you're going to pinch it and crimp it, and it is not going to pinch your eyelid. That's your sweet spot. Okay, so go ahead and we're going to say 2 of the sentences and then move to the other eye. Okay, don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friend. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standard. There we go, to the other side. Find your sweet spot. And none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouths. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of life. James 3, 1 and 2. Okay. I'm going to grab my little magnify mirror and let's go ahead and get our mascara on. So again, this is the Go Big or Go Home. Nice fluffy brush on this. Oh yeah, so it looked like my eye watering. Melted my liner before it dried, so we shall have to fix that. I figured that was going to happen. So like I said, that Too Faced liner is fantastic if it dries before wetness happens. If the wetness is happening while it's drying, not so much. So if you are doing makeup for a wedding or something, oh my gosh, what is going on with the lights today? If you are doing a wedding and someone is already, tearing up, crying, or whatever like that, you do not want to use that Too Faced liner. I would probably go with just using a pencil as opposed to a liquid liner, only because you're just inviting opportunity for problems. If you can happen to catch a moment where you or they are not crying, then you could go back and add the liquid liner later. But I just think if you're already tearing up, it's just going to be a downhill, or maybe it's an upward battle. Uphill battle. Okay, and so we're not getting false lashes on the bottom, so let's go ahead and mascara those bottom lashes, same as we always did. So we are going from root to tip here. Sweeping up under those tips so we can make sure we get those nice and covered. I feel like this mascara, which I don't think I've used it since last week, has already dried out quite a bit, which is a little weird because it's been sitting here closed. But it is a nice water resistant formula, so we're just going to press on with it. Now we're going to do the other side. Making sure we cover all of those lashes from root to tip. Here we go. Since it tended to be a little on the drier side, I'm just going to go ahead and do those one more time. All right. Now we are putting false lashes on, so it doesn't matter too much. These lashes that I'm using today are a little on the wispy side, so I'm just going to give an extra coat just to make sure I get as much volume in there as I possibly can. Okay. There we go. I had something tickling on my face there, so just want to make sure that does not take up residence. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and get the lashes on, then we can worry about fixing up that dark spot at the very end. So here we go. We have got, this is the Line and Lash from Allure, and this one is the Faux Mink Wispy. I don't care for the adhesive that was in here, but I do love the shape of these lashes. So we're going to be using this one today in keeping up with it's kind of an everyday glam look. They give you a little bit of volume. You got a flare, so the lash is smaller in here, wider on the outside. This gives you like your lash, but better sort of look. I think that's actually the name of a lash from, yes, maybe? Okay. So we're going to take the lash. If you needed to, if these are brand new lashes, you're going to trim from the outside edge. If they're also new or you haven't worn them very many times, grab each edge here. You're just going to kind of roll it like this. That's going to soften that band a little bit so it will wear a little bit easy and be a little bit softer for you. Let me actually see what's going on here. Looks like I've got some, every once in a while, when you do your lashes, especially when it's an adhesive lash as opposed to like a, man, these nails are driving me crazy. I cannot, there you go. There's a little bit of adhesive on here. So if you'll just take your finger and your nail, and you can just get that adhesive off of there. There you go. There's also an adhesive wash if you're one of those people. You can go ahead and wash the lashes with that adhesive wash. It's just like an extra step. Honestly, I would rather just replace the lashes than to be giving my lashes a bath. It's hard enough to give my dog a bath. I'm not going to give my lash a bath. And heaven help you if you try to give your cat a bath. So, okay, there we go. Let's just go ahead and check that last little corner. Okay, and let me get the chat going again because I can hear some of you dinging in. There we go. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Even if what you're going to do is go have dinner with girlfriends or, just your best friend or family or whatever. This is just a nice kind of all-purpose look that's just like a little bit elevated. So, that's super fun that way. And you can change this up with any kind of colors that you want to use. You don't even have to use the cherry palette that I used. The more that you stay kind of in the family of your skin tone, the more like natural it will look. The more you drift away from your natural skin colors, i.e. like, why did I just say i.e.? It's like I'm sending a text, right? Like if you went with a blue or a purple or something like that, then the more fun and going off into like a regular glam you're going to be doing. And the color that we used today from that Moondust palette, you could actually use that on top of any color because that Cowgirl is just almost a clear shimmer. It can be applied on top of any color, browns, purples, blues, doesn't matter. Okay, I think I finally got this problem fixed with this lash. Okay, there we go. So now we got our lashes all cleaned up. Playing with the new glue. I have enjoyed this new adhesive. It's not new, but new to me. This is Kiss Strip Lash Adhesive, and this is aloe, and it's clear. No latex in this one. So if you have experienced any kind of allergies to lashes and or adhesive, it's probably because it had latex in it. This does not, so you can just, alleviate one kind of problem that you may be having. So this one has a brush on it as opposed to the one that I had been using. So you can see the brush there. We're just going to put that on the inside edge of the band, and then we're going to turn that band sideways, and we're going to get it right on the back side, right where that lash band is going to be going up against your skin. And we're going to make sure we get special attention to the outside corners, because where are you most likely to get lift on your lashes? That's absolutely right. It is on that outside corner. So again, dip that in, get that on that top of that band, dip it in again, and get it on that back side of that lash band. Now, if you're working with a set of lashes that has the clear filament on there, even though you may not have like a backside to the band, you can still do that same thing, and it will work the same way and help those lashes stay. I have found that the ones that have the clear filament, two things. One thing is when you're looking forward, you can see like the little dots where the lashes are in between, and I don't particularly care for that myself. And the other thing is, I think you will find that the clear filament bands, or the Invisibands as they're called, have a tendency to be a little more stiff. So if you have found like you getting poking on either end, it's probably because you've got that Invisiband, that clear band. If you have found that maybe it feels like it just doesn't feel like it sets right, it could be because you're using an Invisiband. A lot of times stiffer bands will make it feel like that way, like you can actually feel the band all day long. That's not fun. So we're gonna go over here now. We're gonna grab that lash right there in that center. You can see our adhesive has started to get a little bit on the clear side, and that means that it is about ready to get set. So we're gonna grab that and we're gonna set that right there, right where our lash meets our eyelid. And then we're going to get the inside down right there on that eyeliner line, and then walk that outside edge right up against where our lash is meeting our eyelid. And then I'm going to just press those two together. Sometimes you may have to come back and convince it a little. I'm going to use the tip of that to work my lashes in there. Here we go. It looks like I got a lash not playing nicely over here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to grab the one on the other side, right there in that center. Set that down right on that liner line where our lid is meeting our lash, or where the lashes are meeting the lid. And then on the outside edge. And I'm just going to make sure that they're all in the same space. We're just going to press those two together. Take that tip, make sure your lashes are worked into that. Okay. And then I'm just going to kind of press here. Make sure we are all happy. I still watering like a crazy person. There we go. Okay. So now we've got just a nice everyday glam look, minus all the eye watering that we got going on. Now we've done this. We want this to stay all day. We do not want this to go anywhere. You do not want to be in the middle of your coffee date, dinner date, date, movie watching, whatever, and have anything go awry. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. This is a Ready, Set, Sealed setting spray. Give it a little bit of a shake. Get that set. Okay. And barring anything crazy happening, you are going to be good for the rest of the day. Okay, well, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to hang out with you through thick and thin, through tears and not. So I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on A Little Bit of Makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com and on social media. And then let me get my slide over here. We're going to take a look again at the verse for this week that we're going to be working on, which is going to be James chapter 3, verse 1 and 2. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouths. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of their life. And that's James 3, 1 and 2. So we're going to be working on that today. And again, all these verses are coming from Color Me James. And this week we've actually got, I think it's a crossword puzzle this week. So great picture for that. So available in spiral, paperback, and also the ebook. And then on YouTube, I've got the Beauty and Grace Insider, the Cherished Queen level on there. Comes with the ebook for free. So if this is something that you're interested in, you want to do that, go ahead and get over to YouTube, and then you'll get that ebook for free. And then let me see. I think I've got a little picture. Well, if I can. Let's go here. There we go. Okay, so the picture that you're going to be doing this week on the coloring book, this right here. And then the crossword puzzle that we're going to be doing this week is right here. Crossword puzzles aren't really my favorite. I know some people are like super about crossword puzzles. My favorite is the word searches, but you know, you got to keep everybody happy. So let me send you out with a blessing this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies that has hung out here with me, Father. No matter what country they're coming from, no matter what neck of the world, I am so thankful for them. And I pray a special blessing on them this week as they head out. Help us this week, Father, as we step into the very last week of the first half of Color Me James, that you would help us to really work and be diligent on memorizing the verses, not just the verse themselves, but also the content of it. What is it that we can learn from this, Father? Open our eyes, open our hearts, and show us what it is that you would have us to learn and to know from this. I am just so thankful for you, and I pray that God blesses you as you head out this week, and that whatever it is you have going on in your life. I every Wednesday, well, I mean every day pretty much, but definitely on Wednesday, I pray specifically for the ladies that I see that are like constantly here. So if you're new or maybe you're here all the time, I would love to pray for you specifically. So if you would, you can shoot me an email. You can do the contact form on the website. You could send me a private message, whatever works for you. I would love to be able to pray for you in a specific way as we head out this week. Whether it's something about, it could even be a makeup thing. Maybe you just want to be more adventurous, or maybe you need to set more time aside for scripture and you just don't know how to do it, or whatever the case is. Maybe you've got health problems. So send me a message. Let me know what that is so that I can specifically pray for you throughout this week. All right. Well, it has been a delight hanging out with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week and on social media. Enjoy your crossword puzzle and your coloring page. I sure do love you. Mwah! You have a great rest of your week this week.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Voice stays at me, can't wait.
Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where it is better late than never. So we're testing out some new lighting this week. That's had just a little bit of technical difficulties between that and Instagram. So good morning and welcome. My name is Wendy, and I look forward to hanging out here with you this morning for about the next 45 minutes together. We are going to work on some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. So we're going to take a look at a Juvia's Place palette, an oldie but a goodie, and we're going to do a fall look. We're going to play with some fall colors, and of course we're going to play with some glitters and some MAC lipstick because, MAC is just the best. All right, so that is all going to take place again while we're working on beauty on the inside, beauty on the outside, getting into our Bible verses that we have for this week. So what is our easy makeup theme for today? So our easy makeup theme is how to rock a fresh fall eye look with Juvia's Wahala over 40. All right, so go ahead and grab your lashes, grab your brushes, grab your eyeshadow palette. If you don't have this one, no worries. Use what you got. And then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Voice stays at me, can't wait.
All right, so again, we're going to be playing with the Wahala palette. And our theme Bible verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. Great words of wisdom. And we're studying our way through the book of James. We've just begun chapter 3, so we're on our second little section of that. And that is all coming from the book Color Me James. You can actually go to colormejamesbook.com, and that will get you to the different formats that are available. You can see there's paperback from Amazon. I've got a spiral bound, which is my favorite because it lays flat. And then we've got the ebook as well. And so all of those formats, plus the email series that will guide you through that from beginning to end, all available on colormejamesbook.com. All right. And our Bible verse that we were working on last week. Oh, let me get the song up for you. Because that was a good one. If you didn't get a chance to hear that, Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you listen to your music, make sure that you do that. It's called Watch Your Mouth, and it's by Selah Soul. So let me give a listen to that for you. Man, I like this one.
Some chase the pulpit, craving the mic, but words can cut deep or bring forth life. If your heart ain't right, better hush that tone. A holy tongue can't ride alone. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth.
All right, so there's also the bridge of that towards the end of the song is going to finish out that verse, and the last part of that verse is, if you can find someone whose speech is perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of life. So make sure you check out that song. Let me get this going here. There we go. Okay, maybe. All right. And I know for those of you that have been hanging with me a minute, you know I've been struggling through some technical difficulties. It's been an extraordinary, interesting nightmare. So here we go. All right. So the verse that we're going to be working on, we are going to continue on in the book of James. And you know, my mom and I were talking the other day. It is amazing how, as we're going through the book of James, let me assure you that things around me are taking place to have me to work through all the stuff that we're learning from the book of James, all these life applications. Because yesterday I made a not so nice phone call somewhere, and then later, and I thought about it all day, and I wasn't like super hateful or anything, but it just wasn't as nice as it could have been. And so I go through the whole day and I'm kind of thinking about it, you know, different ways I wish I would have handled it and all that kind of thing. And I get to working on the verse for this week, and I literally had to laugh out loud because the verse was like, you didn't do that right. Now what you gonna do about it? So our verse for this week: a bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account. Here's the part that hurt. A word out of your mouth that may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. So, ow, 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 ow. Gosh, I hope you enjoy this verse this week as much as I have. Anyways, all of this in James, completely practical living. Yes, I am proof and evidence of that. So learn from me and don't do the wrong thing first. Okay, so that is our verse that we're going to be working on this week. All of our products that we're going to be used today are on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of jesus.com/shop. Well, actually, you'll find a lot of them on the homepage because I'll have just added them. So those are all going to be there, though. They'll be in the show notes so that anything that I used, if you want to know what it was or the colors in the palette, in case you want to see if you got anything like that, that is all going to be on the website there. So make sure you check that out. Again, this is a picture of what the Wahala palette looks like. Just a nice, diverse collection of colors. And I felt definitely lends itself to that fall look that we're doing today. Okay, let me get us... There we go. Our verse is scrolling across the bottom of our screen. Let us go ahead and get started today. It is going to be fun. I cannot wait to do that, the fall cut crease that we're going to do today and play with some of those glitters. So let us jump right in. I'm going to begin with the professional primer. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Let me actually get the chat going up there. Oh, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Okay, yes. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I could have handled the phone call way worse. That is true, but I still could have done it nicer. So that's on me. So, anyways, there was a lot of frustrating things. We don't need to get into all that, but it could have been handled with a little more diplomacy and positive speech than I did. So I will have to go back and issue an apology for the frustration that led to a not nice phone call. So learn from me, do the right thing first, and you gotta be doing all that. So professional primer. This is the matte primer. We are going to be using that today. And let's just get a little bit of that out. There we go. About that right there. That will do the whole face. Gonna get that between our fingers. Any place that you experience foundation separation. Maybe you got just like an oily patch that goes down your T-zone here, right across here, right through here. This will help even that out. I'm going to get those little crow's feety thing right there around the lips. That's going to help that last better. There you go. Just get that everywhere. And you want to make sure, I don't usually say this, but okay, I started to say something a second ago and then didn't. So let me back up. First off, welcome. And if you are on here with me, please go ahead and give me a shout out where you're coming from. Any question that you may have while we are live here, ask that question, whether it be something about the Bible verse, be something about something else we've done in the Bible, in the book of James. Maybe it's something that we have a question about the makeup that I'm using or something like that. Ask that now. Okay, can we... Well, of course, I was just here to, okay, let me put this up there. So I was just today on the news, they were talking about how they are adding the new words to the Webster Dictionary. And so, you know what, if they can add, what was it? WFH, which isn't even a word, that is an acronym, then I think we can add positivity as a, as a okay, so we're going to grab our yes, I know it's the Mondayest Thursday ever. Okay, we're gonna add our dampened beauty blender. I'm gonna use the pointy tip of that to start out with. I'm gonna grab my It Cosmetics Bye Bye Under Eye, and I've been asked this before, is there any magic to the how you put your concealer on? The magic is to put the concealer on. So we're going to do a little different today. I'm going to take that Bye Bye Under Eye, which is just about empty, and I'm actually going to put it, on the tip, there we go, of my beauty blender right there. And we're going to dab that, and we're going to put our concealer on from the tip of our beauty blender. It doesn't really matter how you get it on there. It just matters that you get it on there. Now we are going to put it on there and leave it for a second. Let it warm up a little bit so that it will blend out nice and smoothly. And I'm looking in here and I really do think that the if you've been here before, I really do think I like the lighting for today just a little bit better. I added 2 little side lights to kind of flood in the thing. So tell me what you think. Too light, too bright, hurting your eyeballs, looks great. What you got going on? Oh my goodness, I just got concealer on my pants. Well, when I get to work, I will have concealed pants. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Jesus is in control. Okay, so now that that's warmed up, we're gonna get right in the corner there. I feel like that background music sounds a little different than normal. Maybe they added a Halloween twist to it. Not sure what's going on. Okay. So I am covering up. I got darkness happening here. I got darkness happening in the corner of my eye. I got a little redness here, a little redness on here. So wherever you have any darkness, any discoloration, maybe you got a little, acne cover up that you're doing or something like that, that is where you're going to put your concealer. A little hyperpigmentation from acne scars back from when you were a teenager, whatever. This is going to help level out the colors so that when you put your foundation on, it can do its job a little bit better. Now, today we are going to be playing with some fun fall colors. So we are going to have, okay, nice. Okay, good feedback. Thank you so much. We are going to be doing, playing with some dark colors and then, the glitter and all the things. So we're going to put a little Juvia's Place I Prep I Prime on the eyelid. And then we're going to use it also for the cut crease. So I'm just going to take a little bit of that for right now. And we're just going to get that right here in the center and just blend that out. That will help the colors from the Walhalla palette be able to do their vivid job a little bit better. It will extend the wear of that. And then if you are in Texas and you got that ragweed going on like we do, it will also help you from, what do you call that? Allergy tearing off your shadow. So anyways, do all of that and that will help you out. You can also use, yes, great question. Yes, you can use your concealer as well. You don't have to necessarily have an eye primer. I just tend to like the eye primer because it's got a little, I don't know. I don't want to say the word drier, but I feel like it's more balanced for the eyelid for putting those shadows on. So we've got that done. Let's go ahead and grab our foundation. Today I'm going to be using the Juvia's Place I Am Magic, and this is their Velvety Matte Foundation. So back to the Beauty Blender. We're going to pop open this bad boy. We're going to get just a little bit on the bottom of that. That's going to do everything. So we're going to start out by just tapping it, no matter what foundation you're using. Just tap it kind of where you want it to start with. And then you're just going to work it out and blend it out. So, wow, that looks a little scary right now. All right, so just blend that out. Okay, they should make it, seriously, right? An allergy primer. There you go. There's $1 million thought for you. So I guess you could look for a primer that says waterproof. That would probably be helpful. But what if your primer had, I'm just thinking out loud here, what if for those of us allergy sufferers or those who live in states like Texas, what if the primer had Benadryl in it? You could get tired and take a nap while you're putting your makeup on. Okay, I don't know where that came from. Okay. We're just tapping that around. We're getting it all around the edge of the lips so that we get our lipstick on. For those of us who are over 40, when you get your lipstick on, it's going to keep the lipstick in nice, neat, and clean because you've given it a nice foundation to not bleed out on. Okay. We have blended that into our concealer. Worked around the nose. Got that Cupid bow. Okay. Now let's set it. Now, this week I'm using a different setting powder. This is the MAC Studio Fix. And this one, kind of things I like about it and things I don't like about it. So this one has a puff already. You don't have to buy an extra thing. It has a nice little closed top already. There's a little notch on it. And you just pull that little notch and then that little thing opens. You can see it's got like a cloth screen on it. And that's so that you don't have to worry about those little holes clogging or whatever. You take the puff and you just press it in and then it ends up magically on the puff. So that's kind of nice and convenient. Let's see. Yeah, right. So you can just do that. That's nice and convenient. The thing I don't like is it doesn't really get a whole lot of powder on there. So you have to keep pressing into it. I mean, it's a small inconvenience, but... And the good thing is, this is a nice... It's a round puff, though, so maybe they need to make a triangular... Oh, there you go, Mac. There's an idea for you. Make a triangular-shaped container, and then you can put your triangle puff inside the triangle-shaped container. Nobody's doing that. Okay. All right, and we're just gonna press that in. So I'm doing this and then pressing that in. You'll feel when it doesn't feel like it's, I don't wanna say wet, but damp anymore. And then you'll know once you've touched everything that you are set and ready to go. So this is very lightweight. I do like that about it. It's white, but it's translucent. So it doesn't matter what the skin color is, although I think they've done a dark in this now, but I've literally used this on all different shades of skin and it has just worked beautifully. it somehow like dissolves ish into, and then you can't see it anymore. So there we go. We have got that done. Let us go ahead and now that we're all completely one color and we are devoid of any sort of color to our face other than, for me, white. We're going to add color back in where we want it. So now we're on to our contouring. So I'm going to grab my KVD palette. This is the Shapeless Light Refillable Contour Palette. And for today, I'm going to only be using the low because I have a different palette that I'm going to use for the highlight and for the blush. So I'm going to grab my dual-ended, it's actually a foundation brush from It Cosmetics. We're going to use this end here. I'm just going to tap that in here. These are pretty good pigmented, so you don't need to like scrape it or anything. And then, yes, that'll be linked as well. I actually realized I had not already got for that, so maybe this afternoon before the link for that is on here. So we're going to go from the top of the ear in a curved motion to the corner of the eye there. We're going to stay above the hollow of the cheek, right along that hairline. Same thing on the other side, above the hollow of the cheek in a curved motion going to about the corner of the eye there. I'm going to use a flat side of that, just one little tap right up along the edge of that hairline. Just giving a little bit of shape and color up here, warming that up. Now we're going to switch to the skinny side. Right under the jaw. From the ear to the corner of the mouth. We're going to give just a little bit of contour there. That is going to give the illusion that I have more jaw than I actually have. You got it. You got it. And then we're going to tap just in there a little. We're going to go right beside the nose. Under that tip. Just going to chisel out that. Give me the narrower nose that I wish I was born with, but I'm super happy with my nose though. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Not being ungrateful, God. Okay. Grab my blush brush. This is a MAC brush. And today, because we're using fall colors, I'm going to step it down just a little bit and go into this one. I want a little bit of the pink because my complexion is not really like a fall complexion. So I'm going to use just a little bit of that pink to try and bring it up and balance it out so I'm not like bogged down by the fall colors. So we're just going to give a couple of swipes here right on the top of that contour and then right in the middle on the temple. And I'm just going to give one swipe right up there into that contouring we did. We're just going to catch a little bit on the tip of the nose and a little bit on the chin. Just going to round out that color. Now we want to finish it off with some highlighter. So I'm going to grab my Anastasia highlighter brush. I'm going to go into the highlighter right here. Now, if you have brown hair or a complexion that would lend itself to a little bit more of golden tones, use this one here in the middle. I think this would suit you better. It will kind of wash me out and look a little gross. So for me, that's not going to work. For you, I would use this today, but I'm going to be using this today. All right, so we're going to get that highlighter right on the top of that cheekbone, right beside the eye socket. Then we're going to go straight down the center of the face, making sure we hit the tip of that nose there. Right here in that cubis bone. There we go. And now we are all contoured up. So, woo-woo. All right, let's jump in with some lipstick now. Let's see. Let's actually say our verse together before we get into that. I see it scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We're almost all the way back around to it. So let us, oh yeah, that lighting is nice. And you see I got the lights in the background going too, finally. Okay, here we go. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or anything or destroy it. And that's James 3:3-5. I don't know what that was. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Luxe Liner in Wine. We're gonna start with that, and then we're gonna use a little MAC lipstick to finish that out. So we're gonna have just a little bit of that tip going out there. Here, I'm gonna set the lipstick down before I drop it. Let's start in that Cupid's bow. There you go. And then let's round that out to the outside edge. Yeah, I feel like they definitely tweaked my background song. And then we're going to go in the bottom in the center, and we're going to be just outside the lip line, just like we were on that top. And then round it out to the outside corner. All right, we want a little bit of an ombre today. So I'm going to take that same lip pencil. I'm going to use lighter pressure, and just to the inside of that, just kind of sketch it to soften that edge. You don't have to be fancy about it. We're going to go over it with lipstick. Okay, take a step back. Make sure you like the shape that you just created. It's even on both sides. Okay. Then we're going to take our... You know, I set it down and I still dropped it. Hang on. Before Wesley gets it, I was going to get it because he was licking it already. Okay, so this is a MAC. This is the Viva VG2 Viva Planet Maximum MAC lipstick. Just a nice neutral with a little tiny bit of a hint of pink in it. If you have brown hair, more leaning to olive or yellow tone skin, then you could most certainly use a nude that doesn't have that little bit of pinky to it. You could even use one that's leans a little to the gold side. So this is just what I'll be using today, so I don't get drowned out in the autumn colors. Here we go. Starting out right there in the center where we didn't put any of that lip liner. Gonna get that first, and now let's go to the outside and cover over the edge of that lip liner. There you go. And now you just have a very light ombre. Okay. kind of feels like an 80s workout video. Yeah, just kind of a little bit. Okay, I don't know what they did. That's not how it sounded last week. There you go. Okay, so let us go ahead and have some fun now with our Wahala palette. So I'm going to grab the Wahala. I don't know why, but I always want to go, Wahala. Okay, so we're going to grab that. And here's what we're going to be hanging out today in this palette. So we're going to start out in this color right here, which is Pride. Then we're going to go a little bit into the Fire. We're going to play a little bit in the Unsilenced. We're going to take a step in the Sis. Let's see what else we got in there. I think we've got a little bit of BU going to be in there. And then we're going to top it with some Yanga. And then also some Pepper, what's that called? Pepper Bodhi. So we're just going to kind of be all over the place with this palette today. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's start out with just a nice fluffy brush. This right here is a Morphe. We got M433. We're just going to go into that Pride color right there. That's just going to be right up here on the top of our brow bone. kind of a non-color color just to give us something to blend into. Because it does have that little bit of lavender, we're going to use that to kind of keep us from diving too deep into these fall colors. I mean, I want them, but I don't want to suffocate in them. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to grab, this is a Morphe M321. This is a nice, kind of a blender, but they're long bristles, so it's fluffy. I'm going to go into fire right here. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. So we're going to go into fire, and then we're going to do a little BU on the top of that. So start out with the fire right on that eye socket bone where you can feel that bone. You're just going to put that right there. And then we're going to come in. And this, when we put the eye primer back on there to do the cut crease, we'll cover up the bottom of that, so you don't need to be worried about being too terribly neat at this point. Oh, Wesley's got a toy. Wesley got a toy. And right again, find that eye bone, and you're going to be right on that. And then we're going to come in. Don't worry about blending out anything just yet. We'll get to that with some of the additional colors that we're going to be putting on. So I'm going to use the same brush that I've got, and I'm going to go into this BU right on the tip of that. And I'm going to put that just to the underneath side of what we just did on that fire. Just on the bottom. If you want, you can tap into that fire and do a little blend out on the top there. There we go. So now that we look a little, woo! We're gonna dip, actually let's use, I'm gonna set that brush down and let's grab this is a Morphe M431, a little looser, more tapered. This is probably still going to be in the smudger category. But we're going to right here, and we're going to go into the unsilenced right here, right there like that. This is what we're going to blend out the top of that with, right where that fire stops. You're going to use that unsilenced right on that edge. And just soften that edge. So you can't really tell that what you just put on there was a nice bright orange because you're using that to blend. Here you go. And then we want just a little bit more. So I'm going to do, this is actually, well, let's do this one. This is a Morphe M152. I like this one because it's kind of like it almost looks like a finger, but we're going to use this for just a little smidge of this over Savi right here, just on one side. There you go. Just a little bit right on the top of where you put that nice orange unsilenced. So again, just a couple swipes right on the top of that. There you go. And you can see that's just nice and blended out. So we want to catch a little color in the outside corner. So let's grab, there it is. This right here is a MAC something something. It's another smudger. It is a little bit rounded on the top, but it's more dense. So this one, you can see it has just a little bit of bounce back when you tap it. And we're going to go into Sis right here. We're going to get it just on the tip. We're going to go in the outside corner with that. And we're just going to give some depth right here in that outside corner. I'm going to work that right up over here just a little bit. About halfway. And then right on that outside. And again, about halfway here. Okay, I'm going to grab the brush that I used with the red. I'm just going to go over the edge of that on the outside, make sure that that's blended out nice. Any fallout that you may have, just go ahead and give that a swipe. There you go. Okay, let me set that one down. And, let's go ahead and do the cut crease, and then we'll come back and do the under eye part. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime. I'm going to put that on the back of my hand, just a little bit. There you go. Like literally, just a little thing. Okay. Then we're going to use, let's do this one right here. This is going to be a Morphe M410. I'm just going to get a little bit of that on the tip of that brush. And we're going to come in here and give ourselves a nice line over to that outside. And then let's pull that down and clean that out so we can get a nice cut crease going on here. We're going to go about 3/4 of the way across. There you go. And then we're going to do that same thing on the other side. There we go. I'm going to give it a little bit of an angle to the outside corner. Making sure my sides go out about the same distance as each other. All right, let me wipe that off. I'm going to set that brush down just in case I need to come back to it. I'm also going to wipe off the back of my hand, so I do not end up with it anywhere else I was not intending. I'm going to grab this brush right here. This is a MAC 104, might be 194. This is just, I think this one kind of acts like your finger. It's just a nice flat brush. So we're going to start out by going into the over-sabi right here. Just get it on one side, and we're just going to put that where we just put that color. And this is just going to act as a foundation for what we're getting ready to do. We're not actually going to see this color in the end. Same thing on the other side. Okay, now for some fun. Same brush. I'm going to go into this pepper bodie, and we may end up having to do this with our finger. We'll see. We're just going to put that pepper bodie right there. I'm not going all the way to the edge, though. I'm going to go almost all the way to the edge. I'm going to leave a little line open right there. Why do you ask? Well, you'll see in a second. Get that glitter all the way up to that cut crease line. There you go. Same thing on the other side. Just working it right up to that line. And actually, I'm going to get it, the top part I'm going to take all the way over. So let me do that over here. Okay, so you can see we got a nice glittery sparkle lower going on. I'm going to take that brush and I'm going to wipe it off on my tissue. Why do you ask? Because we're going to add just a little tiny bit of this Yanga, which is another one of the glitters in here. And we're just going to put it right there. We're just going to let that act as an accent color. And then we're just going to kind of blend it in by just tapping gently. Okay. Any fallout you got? Okay, now let's go ahead and do the under eye part. So I'm going to grab a smaller smudger because, oops, not that. Woo! I'm going to grab a smaller smudger. This is a Morphe M213. We just need a little bit because we're just working under the eye, but we're going to do almost the same color combo we did on the top on the underneath. So we're going to start here in the fire, just on the tip of that, right under the eye. And you're going to go 3/4 of the way across. I'm going to come out just a little bit with that. And I'm going to have it join that side over there. All right, so then I'm going to take it. I'm going to go a little bit into BU. We're just going to go the outer third. Okay, maybe half. And now we're going to take that and go into cis. Bring in at cis right here on that last little outer corner. Just about 1/4 of the way, just a little more than a brush width. And then take that and bring that up around that corner too. Okay, any fallout, because these are some nice bold colors. There we go. I'm going to grab a different one though, because I want to use actually, let's use this one. I like this one. This one is a Precision Eyeliner 326 from It Cosmetics. We're going to use that one because we're going to go into, let's go into the Oversabi right here. Oh, Wesley's talking. Right there on that inside. Just going to dip it in that fire a little bit so I can get a nice blend between those two colors right here. Okay, there we go. So here's what you got. You can see when I'm looking forward, that red is peeking over the fold of my eye. So that way I'm getting the impact from that red, but just that nice fall look going on there. So let's go ahead and add our eyeliner. We're going to finish out our look here. This is the Juvia's Place. This is the Egyptian pencil eyeliner in Kajal. We're going to do the outside corner. We're going to go all the way just past that green. Right about there. That's going to just give a little intensity to the outside corner. And then we're going to come in here, right in that lash line on the lower lash line. We're going to go about halfway across. Now for today, we're going to do two things we don't usually do just because we can. And because I feel like this is a fall look, it kind of lends itself to that. So the two things that we're going to do is we're going to do both water lines, the top and the bottom. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the bottom water line. We're going to go all the way across. Just on that water line. Not making it super heavy, but just bringing some intensity to it. And then make sure where you added that pencil that these two colors come together. There we go. Now we're going to do the top water line. It's the same thing. You're just doing it on the top. There we go. That's one side. Ooh, make sure you don't muss your glitter up. I was trying to get it. There we go. I always get a little lift, but it does get a little messy when there's glitter involved. We can always fix the glitter if we need to. Okay, so that's going to add a little more power to that top and bottom. And I see a little glitter fall right there. Whoop, whoop. Let's get us some liquid liner so we can get our lashes going. I am using the Too Faced Better Than Sex. This is the Easy Glide Waterproof Eyeliner, and this is in the black. We're going to go from the far outside to the far inside with just a nice thin line. And that is just going to give us a nice little insurance and runway for our lashes we're getting ready to put on. Same thing on the other side. I think I'm going to give just a little flick up right there on the outside. There we go. And I think I messed up my glitter just a smidge while I was doing all that with the liner. So I'm going to grab the brush that I had. I'm just going to tap it in here. And I'm just going to fix that little glitter spot. There we go. And what is that I see right there? Oh, just a fuzz or something. Okay. I'm just going to use my little bullet and clean up under the eye. There we go. Oh, good question. This is a Velvet Luxe. This is a Precision Complexion number 310 from IT Cosmetics. I believe this has already been, they've discontinued that one, but they made another one. Technically, it's a foundation brush. If you look on my site, I've actually got it on there. I think I put bullet in the description somewhere. So if you go there and if you go to the website, go to the shop and search the word bullet, I think you'll find it that way. Okay, so now that we got all that, wow, that came out really nice. I'm enjoying that. Let us get our brows done. So I'm using the Lime Crime. This is the bushy, is it brushy? Yeah, bushy brow. And this is in the shade Anime. I always uncap the wrong end first. Are you that way too? Okay, let me get over here. Okay, so no, I'm not saying, oh my gosh, no, I'm not saying it's okay for you to start a fire today unless your fire today is on your eyelids, and then yes, it's okay. All right, so bushy brow, here we go. whatever your brow product is, you're going to do that now. My hair, while it is fading just a little bit, I do have that blue, the anime on the sides. So we're going to do that. There we go. If you need any assistance with your brows, make sure to get to the Benefit Brow Bar at Ulta. They will show you what products, whether it is a Benefit product or not, they will show you what products to use. They will do a lamination, a brow tinting, waxing, threading, whatever. They are all about brows there. So they can most definitely help you out. I'm just going to get that there and then we'll come back and brush that out. Okay, other side now. I know you can really see how clear my brows are when you see where the brow actually is. Okay, here we go. Same thing on the other side. And we're just gonna come out, give that little bit of a tail. And then flick it up so we can add a little bit of thickness to the brow because I don't have none. There we go. I'm so jealous of you who actually have good brows. Like you have hairs and all of that. That was not my gifting. But you know what? I'll take my lips. I like my lips. Okay. All right. Now the other side has a brush on it. So we're just going to brush that out. Making sure those hairs go the direction I want them to go. There we go. And I see this brow product has a tendency, you don't have a whole lot of choices when you have fashion colored hair. This brow product has a tendency to leave a little a tail or trail or something up there. So I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to come back with the original brush that I used right here. And I'm just going to check the underside, make sure the underside is nice and good. There we go. Okay, let's give ourselves a little bit of mascara so that we can go ahead and put the lashes on. I'm so excited. I think this came out super pretty. It looks like a sunset on your eyelids. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my what is this? Tweezerman Great Grips Onyx Great Lash something curler. Your curler. Grab your curler. We're gonna set that there. We're gonna make sure that when we crimp down on it, we're not pinching our eyelid. If you feel any pinch at all, release it, pull it out just a tidge, and try it again. This should not be a painful experience. Okay. Sorry, little glitter. Okay, here we go. And we're going to use our Bible verse as our timer. So find your sweet spot where your eye's not getting pinched. And then we're going to look up and let's just jump in on a verse. Here we go. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. And we're looking at James 3:3-5 this week. So now let's kind of do it backwards and say the first part. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls a whole horse. A small creature on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. Okay, now really set. Let's do the other side. Find your sweet spot. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's wait till the verse kind of rolls around because we're... Okay, and crimp and let's get going. Here we go. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. And that is James 3:3-5. Okay, so I am using, this is the IT Cosmetics. This is the Superhero in Waterproof. I have really enjoyed this one. I like that it's waterproof and it doesn't break your lashes. So we're just going to give a nice single coat so that our lashes will blend in with false lashes, and so that we get a little extra volume. There we go. And let's do that same thing on the other side. There you go, using the tip of that to get those outside corners nicely. There we go. I'm just going to do that again. There we go. And then let's go ahead and give... Aww! That is like the sweetest thing. I'm so excited. That is one of my hopes. We want to be adventurous, a little crazy, but not too crazy. Just a little tiny bit of crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our bottom lashes now. And we're going to go from root to tip here. You don't get false lashes here, although I did see a kind of a funny TikTok video about that. But we're going to put just do your regular mascara here on the bottom lashes. We did add quite a bit of color down here, so you don't need to get like too cray-cray with that. Is that still a word? I don't know. Okay, I just said it, so it is. Maybe we should add that to the dictionary. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Sweeping under the tips there so that you get color all the way to the end of those lashes. You know, one thing I have noticed as I have gotten older, my lashes have gone in shorter. I can't be the only one that's had this happen to. When I was younger, I remember my top lashes were so long, they were going past my eye socket bone. Now they don't do that. That must just be a thing as you get older. You get hair where you don't want it and your lashes get shorter. What's up with that? Thank you, Eve. Okay, so we're going to be using the Eyelure Lash and Line. Don't care for the adhesive. Love the lash. So we're going to take these. They've already been used, so I don't have too much to do to these. But when you first take these out of the package, you're going to grab it. Well, every time you take them out, you're going to grab it from the outside edge and remove them this way. Dry fit, just set that lash on your lash and see how long they are. Just about everybody's going to have to trim a little bit off. And you're going to trim from the outside edge of the lash. Better to have a lash that's a little too short than a lash that is too long. Why do you ask? Great question. A lash that's too long is going to poke you on the inside and on the outside, and all day long you're going to feel this little annoying pokey feeling, and you're going to think to yourself, wow, lashes are uncomfortable, and then you're never going to wear lashes again. So make sure that you trim that. In fact, I even saw it was over in, oh gosh, what was the brand? Was it Blink? No. House of Lashes, I think maybe. Anyway, something over, if you're in an Ulta, it's on the prestige side. It's the extended wear lashes. They have a 3/4 set. And so I love that because nobody's going to have to trim those. And if you have a smaller eyes, it may go from one side clear to the other side. But the great thing about those is that you get the volume, you're going to get the length. It's going to give you impact on the out because you know how much I love a flare. It's going to give you impact on the outside edges, but you're not going to get any, it removes the risk of your having any pokiness happening on the inside of those lashes. Okay, so I'm going to grab the lash right there. And I'm going to grab my Kiss. What is this? Strip Lash Adhesive with Aloe. Does not have latex for those of you that might have any issues with lash adhesive. It could be that the lash adhesive you're using has latex in it. So just about every lash adhesive that is black has latex in it. Not all, but just about all. So I'm just going to get that right here. I'm making sure to pay special attention to the outside edges of the lash because I do not want any lifting taking place. So then I'm going to grab the other lash. I'm going to grab it right in the center as well. And do you see what I see? I see a little something. There we go. Just make sure that you don't have any like things poking up or stragglers or anything like that. So we're going to put some adhesive right here on the top. This particular pair of lashes, usually you get about, that's a great question. Usually this pair of lashes is about, I'd say 12 to 14 uses. All depends on how you take care of it when you take it off. Or if you slept in them, because that's not a good idea. So yeah, they're about, most temporary lashes are going to be about 14 days. There are a few that are like the athletics or the ones that are pre-adhesive. I think it's Allure or Kiss that does those. Those are only going to be like maybe 3 to 5 uses. They're a little on the lesser expensive side. There's also the Nothing But lashes. Those have a little less use in them as well. So find a lash that you like and get the multi-packs, because that's going to be definitely going to be the cheaper way to do it than single ones like the one I'm using today. All right, when your lash is ready to go, give it about 30 seconds or so. You're going to see that the adhesive, which was white, see how it's starting to lose its whiteness and there's a little clear to it. That's when you know your lash is ready to go. So this is a flare, smaller on the inside, longer on the outside. So it's super easy to tell which lash is which lash, because they're definitely going to form to the shape of your eye. So we're going to take this one, go right there in the center. Put it right where your lash meets the skin of your eyelid. And we're going to walk the inside edge right there. Get that outside edge right on there. Man, I thought somebody was ringing a doorbell because all of a sudden there's chiming in the music. I don't know what they did. Anyways, enjoy this new weird music. I just... Okay, there we go. I'm going to use the tip of that to work my lashes into those lashes so that it all looks like one beautiful thing. There we go. And now you can see the difference between lashed and not lashed. I'm going to grab the other one right there in that center. Set that down right where the lash is meeting your skin. There you go. The inside corner. I think I have some adhesive had got on here. Let me get that. There we go. And now we're going to make sure that everybody's in the same space together. There we go. Using that tip to work my lashes into the lash. Oh, Wesley's got a little thing. Yeah, right? Okay, I'm just going to press those in, make sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, and they're going to stay there all day long. I think the ragweed has finally got to my eye. It's starting to water just a little bit, but that's okay because we almost done. Okay. And you know, nah, let's leave that. So I love the balance in this. We've got that slight little pinky tanny thing going on here. Everything draws you up to the colors in your eyes. You got some fall things going on. You got a little sparkle, a little glimmer. Okay. Nice. All right, so now that we've got all that done, we want to make sure that what we have done stays put. We don't have to do nothing to it for the rest of the day. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. I just shook it up so it looks foamy. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed. Give that a little shake, a little cap. And And that, oh gosh, it's so lovely of a smell. That is going to let your makeup stay all day long. You are going to be between the primer that you put on, the primer you got on your lids, the colors that you've got. You are going to be good to go for that night out or for, being at work or whatever. So great versatile look for today. Definitely is going to lend itself into the fall, or if these are your colors, I could definitely see brunettes and redheads looking absolutely devastatingly gorgeous in this. I would love to see a black woman with this and see how those glitter shades really pop off of her skin and lid color. I think that would be absolutely spectacular. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a joy hanging out with you. I look forward to chatting with you throughout the week and on social media as well. We are going to take a look at just the chapter 3 verses that we have done so far. If I can get there we go. All right, so here we go. So this is actually the last verse from chapter 2. So we're going to say that one together, go over last week's and then this week's as well. So the same with Rahab, the Jericho harlot. Wasn't her action in hiding God's spies and helping them escape? That seamless unity of believing and, is it action or believing and doing? Believing and doing what counted with God. The very moment you separate body and spirit, you end up with a corpse. Separate faith and works, you get the same thing, a corpse. Let me get up here so we can switch that. There we go. And then the verse that we worked on last week, which is, oh gosh. Hold on, I'm going to have a trouble because we're fresh with this and I don't have the song. Okay, so don't be in a rush to be a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest of standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth. If you could find someone whose speech was perfect, perfectly true, you'd have a person who in perfect control of life. Okay, that one's still a little bit rough, but we're new to it, so it'll get better. Okay, so then we got the verse for this week. Oh, let me actually switch the slide for you. How about that? Might be helpful. Okay, a bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. And that's James 3:3-5. All right. So again, let's see. That is going backwards. How about if I go forwards? There we go. So Beauty and Grace Insider, that lives on YouTube. That has 3 different membership levels. The third one, the Cherish Queen, that is the one that gets you the ebook for free. So make sure that you go and check that out. That's youtube.com/littlemakeup/lot-of-Jesus/join. All right. And then let me send you out with a blessing this week. Oh, you know what? I skipped this line. Okay, so all of the verses are coming from Color Me James. And this is just a picture of the inside. So you can see this one has a crossword puzzle, and then there's a coloring page, and you got the book itself. This takes you through all 5 chapters of the book of James. Ebook, paperback, or spiral bound. Now we get over to the Beauty and Grace Insider. So make sure you check out that Cherish Queen. And then let me send you out in a blessing this week. So, until we meet again, my friends, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for the women that you've had come hang out here with me today. I am just delighted to get to see each of them. I love seeing their pictures when they show me what they've done, and I know that that is a joy, a byproduct of what you've given me. I pray that you would send them out with a blessing this week, Father. For those who are hurting, that you would send healing. For those who are having relationship struggles, that you would add some resolve there, that you would help them to come to a place of unity and agreement. And I just man, there's just so many things going on in this world. The horrible tragedies that we have seen happening in the United States. And then, on the other side of the world, we've got a war still going on, Father. I know that the earth is groaning, Father. We are coming near the end. And while the rapture didn't happen on Tuesday, I look forward to one day being able to see you face to face. I just pray that you would, again, bless us this week as we enjoy our time continuing on in the book of James. Give us understanding beyond our measure and open our eyes and our ears so that we may receive what it is that you would have us to know. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, one of my favorite things is actually this week. This week, we have a word search, and that is my favorite. That is my favorite. Our coloring page, I got a heart on here so I don't forget my face. Let me see if I can get, there you go. This is our coloring page for this week. And so you will notice that this is, the full color version of this is our graphic for our scripture verse this week. So is that intentional? Yes, of course it is. So you can see what it looks like, but I can't wait to see how you color it. So give a color to the coloring page and then shoot a picture, tag me in a post or whatever so I can see how it came out. And I would love to see your look for today. What palette did you use? What colors did you use? Did you switch it up a little bit? And how did it turn out? So again, this has been a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. My name is Wendy. It's been a delight to hang out with you here with you. I love you, and I hope that you have a wonderful, fantastic week this week. Mwah!
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Well, we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together with a full face makeup tutorial. There's going to be some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. As we do that tutorial, we're also going to be learning a Bible verse. And so what is it that we are going to be doing today? I am very excited about our look today because it has one of my favorite colors, which is purple. I don't actually have a favorite color because there are so many delightful colors. I just have a bunch of favorite colors. So, what is our theme for today? Our easy makeup theme for today is going to be how to create a fresh over 40 look with purple and blue eyeshadow. So let's go ahead and grab our lashes, grab our palettes, because we are going to be jumping into some Juvia's Place today. And then go ahead and get on back. Oh, your lashes. Don't let me forget that. And then go ahead and get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Oh, sorry. I love the theme song. Okay. So our foundation verse for this podcast is going to be Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then I mentioned that we were going to be learning a Bible verse while we're in here today. And that is all going to be coming from Color Me James. This is our book for season 3. It is going to take us from James chapter 1 all the way through the end of chapter 5. We're just going to be memorizing and singing our way through. So go ahead and get your copy of that. It's available in an ebook, also in, which is a PDF copy. And then we've got the paperback version from Amazon. And then we've got the spiral bound version, which you can get from my website. Any way you choose it, great way to work your way through the book of James. And so it's got puzzles, it's got journaling, it's got Bible study. It's just got lots of things in there. So I know this week, we're actually going to be doing, I believe it's a matching list. Those are a little more difficult, I think, but that's what we got in store for us this week. So our verse that we were working on last week is coming from James chapter 3. We're in verse 3 to 5. Let me get that. I think I put the song in there for you. I did. Okay, you ready?
trail with the morning sun. She holds the reins, her ride's begun. A gentle pull, the bit obeys. That wild horse walks the narrow way. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest wind. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. She's capped.
Okay, and I'll let you listen to the rest of that on Apple Music or Spotify or wherever you catch your music online. Also on Sailor Soul's YouTube channel, it's all on there too. So that was James chapter 3, verse 3 to 5. And then we're going to press on today. And let's take a look at, well, if I can get it going here. There we go. And then let's go ahead and take a look at our next verse in this chapter that we're working on. So we're going to be in 3, 5 to 6. So we're picking up the tail end of verse 5. And that's going to continue that thought. We're pressing onward with talking about metaphors, comparisons between what an uncontrolled tongue can do for the good or for the bad. So our verse for this week is going to be, it only takes a spark. Remember to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. And again, another Bible verse that's got me flagged by Google. You can't say hell, evidently. So you'll see I've got it H3LL just so I can get it in there, but so that I don't get flagged. So, you know, fun times, good times, woo-woo. Yeah, and yes, the answer to that is I am still in Facebook jail. Yes. So that's a fun and interesting thing. Today, we're going to be playing with some Juvia's Place. I'm actually probably going to be dipping into about 3 different palettes, but the palette I'll be using the most is going to be the Afro Galactic. So you can see that one here. We've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 colors going to be coming from that. Like I said, we're playing with kind of blue, a little bit of, purple, a little bit of pink, little touch of blue. Anyways, it's going to be fun. So let us go ahead and jump into it. Oh, I don't think I finished up that train of thought, which was that all the makeup that I'll be using today is going to be available for you to just click on the link and get there on my website, in the show notes, the description, wherever you are, you should be able to find it. So tried to make that super easy for you so that, if you don't have something that's similar to the color that we'll be using, then you can get there and find that. So I've got the chat turned on. And so good morning. So go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. Nice group this morning. Good to see everybody. So we are going to jump in. We are going to be using an eye primer today because when you start getting intense in colors like that, we're going to need to kind of flesh that out a little bit to make sure they really, show their true selves. And then we're going to do a little fun something with our lipstick just to give a little playful spirit to it. So let me stop teasing you and let's just get in there going. Okay, so I have got my Benefit Professional Primer, and this is the Professional Matte Primer. I don't know, I know I found a link to it once upon a time on Amazon, but this might just be something that's like exclusive to Ulta because that's the easiest place I found it. But this is where we're going. So just give it a little bit of a shake. We're going to uncap it. We're going to give us just a nice little glop of that. There we go, between the fingers. And that is going to go anywhere on your face. that you might have fine lines and wrinkles. Hello, Anthea. Morning, Rachel. Some of the other names, I don't recognize the screen names, and so I don't know your first name. So fine lines and wrinkles. We're going to make sure we get that around our lips. We are working with a dark purple lipstick today. Or I don't know if dark's the word. It's not really bright either. Anyways, purple lipstick today. So we want to make sure that we get around those lips really good because we want it staying in place. We do not want that purple creeping out and making us look like it's more of a Halloween look than a makeup application for your daily wear. So we got that going. We're going to, like I said, we're going to use the Juvia's Place I Prep I Prime. Let's get that on our lids for today. Just giving that a little bit of a mix. We don't have a cut crease day, not today, but we just want those colors to stay nice and vibrant. So we're just going to give a little bit of that on our lids. There you go. Yeah, I was cracking up. Yeah, so I did start a little bit late this morning. I was cracking up. If like literally as I was going to hit play, my podcast microphone fell off of its stand. So if I had hit play like 1 second previous, y'all would have been all part of that little fun thing that happened. So anyways, I got her all nestled back and she's good now. So we are all primed and looking a little crazy this morning. Yes, I love purple too. So let's go ahead. I've got my beauty blender already dampened. It is ready to go. I'm going to grab that Bye Bye Under Eye. And let's go ahead and get a little bit of that. We're just going to get a little ribbon if I can. There we go. Ooh, it started to come out. There you go. So with being in the Facebook jail, I can see that comments are coming in, but I can't actually look at them or respond to them. So I know a lot of you kind of hang out there. So let me know in the chats and comments, how was your week? Anything fun happened? Did you do any fun makeup looks? Did you try the one from last week? Because I really liked the one from last week. And then also, what else we got? Oh, any question that you may have, whether it be something about the Bible verse or something about, you know, what I'm doing with the makeup right now, ask that on the platform that you're watching this on. And it should come through to me over here, and I'll do my best to get that asked and answered while we are live today. So we're just going to blend that out. Any place you've got any kind of darkness, redness, discoloration, we're just going to use that to give us a nice level playing field so that our foundation can do its job a little more efficiently. So I got some redness here. I'm just going to tap that out. I got redness on my nose. I'm going to tap that out. Little darkness here, little darkness there, here, there, and everywhere. Here, what is that? Here, chick there, chick everywhere, chick, chick. I don't know. Oh, it's Old MacDonald Had a Farm. I was like, what song is that? Okay, I don't know. I guess I need more coffee. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our foundation. So this is going to be the Juvia's Place, and this is the I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation. Yes, so great question. So that's kind of big for the screen, so I won't put that up there. But yes, so in the event of what happened on Facebook, which is very tragic, and I just cannot tell you how upsetting that is to me because I have family members that have passed away. And yeah, right, free Wendy from Facebook jail. Literally, I had a friend send me a picture, and somebody relative had posted this entire arsenal of guns and ammo and all this kind of thing. And I'm like, look, I've been in jail for 2.5 months for posting Bible verses, and you're letting people with guns and ammunition not going to jail for anything. I don't know. It just seems wrong. Okay, I'll stop whining. Let's change the subject. That's something more positive. Something more positive. So the good news is I still have YouTube. I still have Instagram, even though it is the sister company of Meta. I don't understand that, but whatever. So, so sad for you guys on Facebook because I do my best to make that a place where we can all respect each other and enjoy each other's company and post content that matters, that is relevant, and that I feel Facebook users would like. So I do my part. They're just not doing theirs. And I haven't heard a thing, so I don't know anything about it. So let's press on. We're going to use our I Am Magic. We're just going to get a little glump of that right there. And then we're going to kind of put it where we want it. And yes, so, and Thea, that is true. So for the month of October, I started a walking challenge. It is through, gosh, what's the name of that? Map My Walk. And so I'm walking a mile every day, and I have invited friends and family and whoever wants to do that walk with me. So the only exception to that mile a day thing is if the oh yes, and Twitter, TikTok, yeah, all the things. So if you are a person that likes to truly respect the relax on Sunday, don't do any work, then you could do 2 miles on Saturday and not do the walking on Sunday. I'm kind of a creature of habit sort of person. So personally, I don't consider that to be work. So I'll be doing it on Sunday as well. Yesterday, I got out for that first day with my dogs, and Phoebe's a senior. And so she didn't make it very far. We had to, I don't think we even went a quarter of a mile and had to turn around and come back and let her in. But she had a great time. She used to be my walking buddy. She was my marathon trainer, well, half marathon trainer dog, but now she's almost 13 and she just can't quite do that. But her tail was wagging. She was having a good time, and true to form like she does, she PB'd on everything. So I don't know how a dog could have so much, but there we go. Let's see, what do we got? Let's see. Yes, Twitter's kind of hard when it comes to makeup thing, because you only get 150 characters, so it's kind of hard to put stuff in there, but I do my best to try to stay on Twitter as well. Yeah, that Twitter account has been around for quite some time. Okay, so once we've got our foundation all nice and blended out, because we were like talking and just keep on blending, and so I've got the Mac Studio Fix Pro Set Blur, and we are going to use that. This comes with a puff already in it, so we're just going to take that out. You grab this little nubby tab here, and then whoo, your powder. It has like a little screen, so you're just going to set that there, and then that gets it on the puff for you. So we're just going to set that everywhere you just put that foundation. You're going to set that. So you're just pressing it in. Not a whole lot of like side to side action. You're mostly, setting. And this does, I was checking last week after we had this conversation, and this does have, while this one is translucent, it does have variations of color. There's not like a lot of shades because it is a translucent, but if you have more pigment to your skin than I do, then that would definitely be an option for you. I would encourage you, go to like an Ulta and try them out and see which one is best for you. The other thing about using some of the other shades is it can also help you to get remedy an undertone if you don't like it, or enhance the undertone if you do like it. So your call. I know I had several women at Ulta that would come in and they would be one kind of undertone, and they would, they'd want to be peach when they're actually olive. Well, I'm not a proponent of that. I cannot control what look it is that you want. And so my responsibility there was to help you to get the look that you want. Okay. So we are just about set here. I'm just going to close that down, put that back in there. We shouldn't need that anymore unless something happens with fallout to the eyeshadow, which is not a normal thing. So we have an even playing surface now. Let us go ahead. I'm going to grab my contouring brushes. Well, maybe. There we go. I'm going to start out with this one. This is a dual-ended foundation brush, but we're going to use this end here for the dark contour. So I'm going to grab my KVD Everlasting Shade Plus Light Refillable Contour Palette, and we're going to start with the flat side of that. I'm in this middle one this week, so we're just going to get it on one side of that. Gonna go from the top of the ear in a curved motion to the corner of the eye. We're staying above the hollow of the cheek there. And then right beside that hairline. There we go. Same thing on the other side. We're going to stay with that flat side. We're just going to go right up next to that hairline. I'm going to just put a little bit, and then I'm going to kind of buff it out in circular motion, so it just kind of softens it, but it gives us a little bit of shape to our face. Now we're going to switch to the skinny side of that. We're going to go here, from the ear to the corner of the mouth, under that jawline. That's going to give us the illusion that we have a little more jaw than we actually do. Give a little more shape to that face and kind of pull it in, especially if you have right here a sagging chin, or you have maybe a double or triple chin or something like that. It's not gonna, magic pill. It's not gonna make it go away, but it will give the illusion that it is less than it actually is. Oh, and I think I forgot to tell you that your Bible verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. So now we're gonna take that same skinny side. We're gonna go to the inside of the nose, right alongside that nose, right here, and then under that tip there. This is going to narrow in our nose, and we will add some highlight to the top of that here in just a second. I'm going to grab my Aflano palette, which I'm still using and liking pretty well. This is the Aflano, I think it's called Blush and Highlighter palette. But we're going to be in these here today. Now, we got a lot of weight happening with the purple, but we're still going to be living here because of the pink that we're going to be using for the blend out. So I'm going to grab my MAC. This is my blush brush. I have no idea what number it is, like maybe 113. So we're just going to go here in that pink. I'm just going to go like twice because these are pretty pigmented. Right on the top of that, right up the middle. Same. One tap right up here on top of that. And then whatever's left on your brush, just give a little tip of your nose right on your chin. We don't want to add like a whole lot of color, just a little bit of color. Okay, I'm going to set that brush aside. Here we go. I'm going to grab my Anastasia. This is a highlighter brush. I'm going to go in this light one here. I think between the three of these, you could use this one and this one, but I think this one might be off just a little bit for the colors that we're using today. So we're just going to brush that in there, right on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye, top of the cheek, right beside the eye. We're going to go down the center of the face, hit that tip of that nose. Right here, making sure we're hitting that Cupid's bow. There we go. Okay. We're going to do like kind of step one to the lips, and then we're going to come back and do a little something at the end because we need the lips to dry fully before we add a little something to it. So before we press into our lips, we're going to say our Bible verse together. It is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. And of course, as any good waitress would do, I waited until the timing of that was like right in the middle of the verse. So it is about coming around to you now, and we will say that verse together. While you're doing that, go ahead and grab your KVD. I believe this is Dark Wisteria. And then we've got the NYX Amethyst Suede Matte Lip Pencil. Here we go. Okay. It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. But our speech, by our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. H-double hockey stick. James 3, 5-6. Okay, so now let's get our lips ready so that we can do that last step there. So again, I'm using, this is the NYX Suede Amethyst Lip Pencil. We're just going to give a nice lip because the lip liner and the lip are about the same color. You just need like a single line and then we'll do the lip color. Here we go. So right here in the Cupid's bow, Just a nice little V going on there, and then we're going to round that out just outside the lip line to that outside corner. Give yourself a nice clean line there, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. There you go. Now we got a nice shape to fill in with our lipstick. Now we're going to go to the bottom, gives ourselves like a little starting point there. Again, just outside the lip line. Now we're going to round that out to the outside corner. Take a step back, make sure you like the shape, both sides are even. All right, now we're gonna grab that KVD Everlasting Liquid Lipstick. This I think is actually the Roxy, but it's very similar to the Dark Wisteria, which is the one that I gave you the link for. Very, very similar colors. So we're going to take that. Once you put this on, you're going to leave your lips just a little bit separated till that dries down. Then you're good for the rest of the day. This is an all-day lipstick. As you can tell, because yesterday, when I was testing out how we were going to do our lip for today, it's still there. I have washed my hands numerous times. I have taken a shower. I have slept on it, and it's still there. So, yes, sign me up for that lipstick. Okay, so we're just going to take that. Let's do the Cupid's bow area first. I'm going to go ahead and go back into the container. Let's do the other side. Really following that lip liner line that we made. We're going to go in one more time. Okay. Now, what? Sorry, I've got a message. Let me see. Well, I'm gonna need. Oh. Okay. So we're just gonna leave that like that for just a minute. We're gonna come back to the lips and add the finishing touch at the very end to it. So we're gonna leave our lips just a little bit separated while we talk. What happens? What happens? Great question. So if you close your mouth and leave your lips together, when you open them back up, it's like paint on a wall. It will peel off a little bit and separate, and it's going to the top or it's going to the bottom, but you're going to end up with a space that's not there. So leave them just separated a little bit till it completely dries down all the way. Okay, so now let us play. So I'm going to start out with, let me just show you some of the colors we're going to be using. We'll start out with that, and then it'll save me time later on. Okay, so Afro-Galactic. I mentioned we're going to be using this one. So whatever palette it is you've got, Afro-Galactic. We're going to be living a little bit in Discovery. We're going to use a little bit of Light. We're going to use a little bit of Mars. We're going to use a little bit of Orbit, and then some Alien. Now, just because I want to make sure we got some nice purple punch in here, I may or may not use a little bit from the Warrior 3 palette. And the only color in this one I'm looking at is probably this luscious purple. I like that it's a little more of a true kind of crown purple color. So we may use that to just intensify that color a little bit. but we are definitely going to be using the Wahala 2. Now the Wahala 2, we're going to be using the Fake, which is just a nice shimmery purple, give us a little iridescent going on there. And then we're going to be using Dope, but we're going to start out with the Shakara right here. So Shakara, Dope, and Fake will be the ones that we'll be using from this palette. So I'm literally just going to have a whole bunch of things opened up here and try to not drop anything on the floor. So we're going to start out with our Morphe M433, just a nice fluffy brush. We're going to go into that Warrior 2 to the Shakara right here. We're just going to get a little bit of that, and that's just going to go up here on the brow bone so we have something to blend into. There you go. Just right there up on the, just on the very, very top of that. It's kind of a non-color color. So if you have more pigment to your skin than I do, you may choose to use maybe a little shimmery tan or beige or something that's maybe a little bit lighter than your normal fleshy color, but in that vein. Now I will say that the Shakara, because it's got a lot of shimmer, it's a little bit clear, so you might try this one too. It may elevate it too much, so see what works for you. With this one, the good thing is it's way up there on the top. And if you need to darken it up a little bit as we add the colors on, you should be able to do that. No problem. It shouldn't be an issue. Okay. So now we're going to, I think we're just going to grab a regular eyeshadow brush. So I'm going to grab this one from MAC. I have no idea. Just a regular shadow brush. You could even use one of those sponge things if that's what you want to do. We're going to go into the Afro Galactic right here, and we're going to go into Alien. And so you're going to do Alien. I'm going to do just a little nice swipe on both sides of the brush here. That's going to go on the inside. And we're going to do about a third of the lid down here. We're going to go from the inside corner up to that brow bone. I said it again, not brow bone, socket bone. The socket bone right there. And we're going to go just a little bit more than halfway. So I'm going to go with, let's call it 2/3. We're just going to put that there. We'll come back and touch it up, so don't worry about it getting soft or anything like that. Okay. Just a nice light color right up to there. Like I said, it's not a cut crease per se, but it's like a modified. Okay, there we go. Let's set that down. Now I want to give a nice dark swoop to the outside corner. And I think, let's go ahead and do that. I think we're going to actually start out with the color I told you I thought we may not use. We're actually going to use. Okay, so Warrior 3 palette. We're going to go right in here in this one. And I want kind of a nice crisp line. So I'm actually going to use, I think we'll do this one here. Nah. I want to be able to blend it out and have it look nice and crisp. So I'm going to do a liner brush. This is a MAC 263. We're just going to use an angled liner just because I want a nice clean line to start out with. And then we can soften it a little bit. So we're going to get it just on the face of that brush, just right on those tips. And just tap it out so you don't end up with any fallout from that. We're going to go right here on that bone, and we're just going to follow that out to the outside edge. So right here on that bone, and we're just going to follow it out. That's just going to give us a nice clean line. And then we're going to come back here just to right there. So kind of a weird thing right now. We're going to do that same thing on the other side. And don't worry, it's not going to stay like this. And then bring it back in over here. Now that just gives us a nice edge. Now, for you hooded-eyed girls, as you're looking forward, you want to be able to see that purple line that you just did peeking up above the fold of your eye. So you should see that purple right there like that. That's going to give our color, force it upward a little bit and really open up that eye and kind of cause you to not notice the sagging skin you have right there. Okay. So now that we got that, we're going to blend that out just a little bit because while that is a nice clean line, it's a little bit strange looking. So I'm going to grab this. Let's do this one. This is a Morphe M124. And we're going to use the tip of it. It's a little compact, a little bit firm. We're going to use the tip of that in that same color and go just above where you did that line. So we're just going to add a little color in a wider space, but that's going to let that line stay nice and clean. And we're coming out just a little bit over here. And then we're going to come in just a little bit. I want to keep everything really on that outside corner. But we are going to fill it in just a little. Okay. Any fallout? You see any fallout yet? Go ahead and grab your fluffy brush. And before it decides to set up house, just swish it away. Okay, we're going to set that aside for just a minute, and we're going to grab our Afro Galactic palette. I've got that same brush in my hand still. Afro Galactic. We're going to go in this right here, which is Mars, just a little bit. This time we're going to use the side of that brush. Same brush. We got that purple going on. And we're going to put it right here. Going to give a little in. Make sure you swipe it in the right color. Right here, just like that. It's a little bit richer of a purple. Then we're going to go to the tip and just get a little bit of that right there. Okay, fallout. And we're going to get a smaller brush. Let's take this right here. This is a smudger, an M508 from Morphe. We're going to go into Mars right here, and just on the tip of that, we're going to grab a little bit of that, and let's go right here. Get it right there on the outside and just flick it up a little bit. Okay, now I need to soften this line I got going on up here. A little bit harsh, you think? Okay, so let's grab... I'm actually going to use... This is an angled shadow brush. It'll work, though. It's a MAC. Who knows what it is. We're going to go into... I think it was it light? Hang on, might have been over here. This is what happens when you use multiple palettes. It gets you a little confused. It wasn't spirals. It wasn't fake. It wasn't too much. It must have been... Okay, I'm going to go with Discovery. Here we go. This right here, a little bit lighter of a purple, has a little bit tiny bit of a pink to it. You're just going to tap that. We don't want too much on there. We just want a little hint of it. And right where the purple is meeting the white, we're going to turn that brush sideways. And we're just going to put that right on the top. And you're just going to blend that ever so slightly, right where those two colors are. Now, if you feel like maybe you took too much off, you can come back in. Just put a little bit back in there. Still need a little softness on the top. Grab your fluffy brush you had with that white on there. Smudge from the white side of it. There you go. And now that is blended out just a little bit. So you can see what we got going on now. So we're going to add just a little tiny bit of fun with that orbit right there. Now I want to be very controlled about this. So I'm going to grab another one of those little tiny smudgers. This one is the 213. It's a little softer, but we're going to take that one. We're going to go in orbit, and I'm just going to like literally swipe it once because I don't want too much blue in here. And right here on the inside of this, I'm just going to put some of that blue right there. Okay, it's not coming off as much. There we go. There we go. We're just going to add a little hint of that right here. And then just go over the edge a little bit so that it's kind of softened and blended out just a smidge. Now I want to take the tip of this right here and just go in there a little bit. And I'm going to add just a little bit right there. Ah! It happens. Now you know this is real. It's live. We're going to add another little bit just right over here. Okay, I feel like I want just a little extra, like right there. I'm just going to take that, which is light. I just want to go over this just a smidgy right there. I wanted it just a little more pinky than what it was. There we go. Taking that white and just blending that out a little bit. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, so this is what we've got going on right now. Now I want that alien, which is this lighter color. I feel like it needs to be just a little tiny bit lighter on the inside. So I'm going to grab a, let's see, how many brushes can I use on one eye look? Here we go. This is a Morphe M321, little fluffy, very kind of like using your finger a little bit. It's just a nice fluffy. We're just going to add a little bit of light to the inside corner. So I'm going to go in that Shakara, the one we had up on the top there, just a little bit of it right on that tip. And we're just going to go right here. I just want to make it a little bit whiter. There we go. Right here on the inside. Okay, now fall out. All right, so now you can see what we've got going on as far as the colors go. So let's go ahead and play a little bit with the under part of the eye. So under the eye, now I do have a bit here. So I'm going to grab my, my MAC and let's just Brighten that up just a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, so under the eye, we're going to use a little bit of purple, a lot of bit of blue, and then we'll do our eyeliner. So let's go ahead and grab, this was the M508. We're going to add the purple first, the dark on the outside, and then we'll come in and really add that, that blue and that purple. So that's going to be in the Afro Galactic palette. We're going to be here in, what is that one? Mars. And then we're going to touch it just a little bit with stars. Ooh, Mars and stars. Ooh. Okay. So tip of that right here on the outside. You're only going to go about a third of the way in. And that's going to connect to what you did on the top. There you go. Now we're going to take the stars. We're just going to give a little tap of that. We're just going to go right here on that outside corner and then go up and around with that. So outside corner right here and then around to that upper edge right there. We just want to make sure that those are nice and colored together and that they are unified as we come around that corner of your eye. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and dust that brush off and we're going to use it again. Let's go ahead and go in. I'm going to do the orbit right here. Right on the tip of that. Orbit's going to go on the inside. Meet that purple. And then we're going to dust just a little. I'm actually going to use the side of the brush. I just want a little bit of that coming over here, like right under that purple. There we go. Okay. Wow, it's coming out so pretty. Okay, now let's do a little bit. Let me see if there's anything I have missed here. You know what? Let's just go ahead and take... I don't have any brushes left. We're going to use this right here, which is the Shakara. I'm going to clean off... What is this one? This is going to be the M213. We're just going to dust that off on that tissue. I just want it on one little inside tip. And we're going to go right here. There. Look how that just made that pop. Nice. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, now that we got that, let's get some liner going on here. I am going to be using the Egyptian pencil eyeliner in Kajal. Need a nice tip on that. Let me just go ahead and give that a little bit of a sharpen. Okay. We're going to go from the outside corner all the way to where that blue stops. Right there. Same thing on the other side, outside corner. All the way to where the blue stops. A little more than halfway. On the lash line, we're going to do it on the lower lid, right in that lash line, and you're going to go about 2/3 of the way across there. So we're going to go from that outside corner, right in that lash line. Now this is going to lend itself nicely for also lining the waterline. We're going to do the top and the bottom waterline. So we're just going to go here. We want to make sure that the liner that we put in the lashes meets that waterline liner. We don't need a gap there. There you go. And then we're going to do the top waterline as well. So we're just going to come right up here, right under that. And hit that top water line too. There we go. Now I want to make sure that we got a nice, perfect, clean line where we're going to put our lashes. So we're going to mix up and we're going to grab this one. This is the Too Faced Better Than Sex Easy Glide Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner in the color black. Store this one tip down so it's always going to be nice and ready for you. We're going to go from the outside corner. Just a nice thin line right on that lash line. That's going to give you a nice runway for putting your false eyelashes. And then if you should happen to get a little too high, too low, too whatever with your lashes, it's going to give you a little insurance, forgiveness, sin covering. Okay, we're just going all the way from the left side to the right side. There we go. Nice. I am going to take my bullet, and as I got closer, I was seeing there's a little bit of, so with this particular thing, you're just going to press that bullet into it, and you can see it gets it on it. So we're going to come underneath here, and we're going to clean up. And brighten that area under the eye. There you go. Oh, that's coming out really pretty. We'll put our highlighter back on in just a second. Okay, so now we need to do our brows because you have to or you look weird. So here we go. I'm going to take I got like, it's fading. I think they're doing the water here. And so I got like a premature fading happening, but I do got the blue on the side there. So let's go ahead and grab whatever your brow product is. Mine is the Lime Crime Bushy Brow. And this is the shade, what is it called? It's Anime. That's the name. So I'm going to take that Anime. It's like a pomade pencil. And whatever your brow product is, you can go ahead and do that now. So I'm just going to use short strokes and follow that brow around. And give a nice tip on the end. And I'm going to come back in and fill up just a little bit above it. I've got very thin brows, so we're going to make them appear thicker than they are. And then let's do the same thing on the other side and then we'll brush them out. So right here, we're going to flick it up. We're going to follow it around with short strokes. Give it a little tail. We're going to come back in and fill over the top just a little bit to make them thicker. Let me bring it in just a little bit. My brows are also very wide set, so I'm gonna bring it in just a little bit. There we go. Okay, now on the other end of this is a brush. So we're just going to take that and just sort of brush through, make sure all the hairs are going the right direction. We don't have any clumps of product. And I do see where I've got a little flicking, so I'm just going to use this to kind of dust off. There we go. Okay. And it looks like I have a little tiny, there we go. A little extra up there. So let's go ahead and mascara our brows now. Brows. We are not going to mascara our brows today. Let's grab our mascara. I'm using the Superhero It Cosmetics. This is the waterproof. And then we're going to use the Tweezer Man Great Grip Onyx Eyelash Curler. Hey, I actually got it right today. Okay. And then our lashes will be good to go. So, okay. Let's see. Ooh, ooh. Grabbing the eyelash curler first. We're going to find our sweet spot for pinching those lashes into a curl. So, you want to make sure that this is crimping the lashes, but it's not pinching your eyelid. So if you feel any pain at all, please release it and pull it out just a smidge and try it again. So here we go. We're just going to get a little bit of a curl. So say our verse. Here we go. It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. Same thing on the other side. Find your sweet spot. Get it set. There we go. It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. Okay, that was a good curl. We're going to have a good curl today, ladies. Okay, I'm going to grab that mascara. We're just doing a light coat on the top because we're going to put lashes on, but we want our lashes to blend in. So make sure you're sweeping back on the tips. Just giving yourself a little extra volume. That was actually a really good curl with that verse. I need to remember that. Call it the eyelash verse. Okay. I'm going to get some on the other side. Make sure you're getting in on those little ones on the inside corners as well. Sweeping back on the tips again. Using the tip of that brush to really get the outside corner lashes. Okay. Now I'm going to need my little mirror so I can do the bottom ones. Now we're not getting false lashes on the bottom, so make sure you give those an appropriate coat of mascara. We're going to go all the way from root to tip here. We gave that nice waterline liner, so we want to make sure that, you know, we don't have any gap in coverage there. Everything should be going black to black. Getting those outside little tiny fine hairs. There we go. Let's go ahead and do the other side. My goodness, I have such a hard time with this one. I'm going to try to not turn the light off on you this time. Oh, that's stimulating. What is that? Okay. My dad would call that a goobie. Just a hunk of mascara or ketchup that is where it doesn't belong. Okay, so let's try that again. There we go. I think it came from when I did the top lashes. Not sure. Okay, and again, we're sweeping back on those tips. And I think this tube of mascara is just about at the end of his little life. You know that it's time to replace your mascara when you start getting what I just described. That little kind of, well, like I said, I described it as a goobie. The little clumpy thing. we were just having this conversation at work the other day. So you're supposed to replace your mascara every month. And so usually I do mine, I don't know, every month and a half, somewhere in there. If you're wearing it on a daily basis, your tube of mascara is probably going to start to dry out like this one right here is. It's just a thing that happens with it. So, okay, yay. Yeah, the blue is super, super pretty, isn't it? It's just a nice little hint of it in there, but I like the little accent and putting it on the inside there. It just is a nice balance. So, what kind of lash we doing today? Today we're going to step back and do a little Egypt light. This is Juvia's Place. This one is not a flare like I usually do, but I love the unevenness of the lash. You've got the longs and the shorts. I don't know. I just like the way that it makes your eye look. And I also think when you do intense colors like this, I think it really lends itself to kind of distracting from the intensity of colors that you have, but yet encouraging you to look in deeper at the colors that are there. So it's just kind of a nice little blend of thoughts. Okay, so I'm going to grab, oh, wrong thing, not that one. I'm going to grab my little tools here. I'm going to take that lash off of there just like that. These have already been trimmed, but if you are grabbing a new set of lashes, then you're going to want to make sure that you trim from the outside edge. You're going to use a tool like this one to kind of hold it in place for you, and then you're just dry fit it. You just kind of hold it there. Almost everybody has to trim a little something off, unless you just have wonderfully beautiful bigger eyes, in which case I'm very jealous of you. Okay, so let me see. Sometimes it takes me a second to realize what is the inside when it's not a flare and it's not super obvious where the inside of the lash is. Sometimes it takes a second. So let me see what I got happening here. There's something weird stuck to this one. So, okay. And today we're going to be using a Kiss Lash adhesive. I am still in love with this strip lash adhesive right here. It's got the aloe on it, so it's good for your lashes. It stays nice. It gives that little, I'm going to call it a rubbery texture, which makes it super easy to take them off without your lashes like ripping or anything like that. So I'm going to take this strip lash right here. We're going to take the adhesive. We're going to put it on the front of that band. And then we're going to turn it like this, and we're going to get it just right there on the back side of that band. Making sure that we pay special attention to the adhesive on the corners, as we do not want lifting as we go throughout our day. So I'm going to grab the other one. We're going to do that same thing right on the top of that band. And then we're going to turn it and get it on the back side of that band. Okay. Then we'll recap that. That's going to take a couple of seconds to just kind of dry down a little bit. You'll know that it is when it is ready, because when you first put it on, it's very, very shiny. And then when it's ready to go, it's going to kind of get a little bit clear in some spots, and you'll see it kind of loses its shininess just a little bit. So we'll talk for just a second. Let that do its magic here. And I'm going to go with, which one is this one? I'm going to think this one is this one. Okay, I have no idea. So we're going to put it right in the middle. You're going to set it down on that eyeliner line you did. And then we're going to walk it to the outside edge. And then we're going to walk it to the inside edge. And we're putting it on the eyeliner, the liquid eyeliner line that you did. We want them to be together in one spot. So we're going to take this and we're just going to kind of pinch them together. Make sure they are occupying the same space. You should not see a gap between your false lash and your lashes. If there is, just kind of come behind it like this, and just above that band, just sort of crimp it. Just pinch it down a little bit, and that will help it to go back where it's supposed to. It'll bring it down just a little bit. So There we go. You can see what it looks like now if you have the lash on or if you don't have the lash. I think the lash definitely breaks it up and really draws you into the eye. Let me see here. There we go. So now let's go ahead and get the second one on. Again, right there in the middle. Then we're going to do the outside corner. And then the inside corner. I want to make sure that everybody is in the same space. So I'm just going to go above that lash line there. Just kind of press them together. There we go. Going to use the tip of that, make sure that my lashes are all worked in there. And I feel like there's some kind of spacey thing happening over here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, when you get your lashes on, one thing that you should be able to see, when you look down, you should be able to see your lash is right on that eyeliner line so that they look like they are like one thing seamlessly together. If not, you can go back in with your eyeliner after the fact and touch that up, but it's just easier if you get it right from the get-go, and then you don't have to come back and do things. Now, wow, I'm in love with this. It's so pretty. Okay, so now I promised you we were going to come back and do something to our lips. So now we've got all this wonderful blending and shadow and color and blue and all these things happening up here, but I need a little something down here. So I'm going to come into the Afro-Galactic palette, and we're just going to use the tip of our finger, and we're going to go into, let's do this one. We're going to go into Discovery right here. It may not be pink enough, but we're going to try it. So tip of your finger, Discovery right here. No, it's not pink enough. We're going to go into Light. There you go. And I'm just going to tap that out a little bit. You can see it just gave us a little bit of ombre pink. And because this is the Everlasting liquid lipstick, it's already dried down. So a shadow is a great way to get a little dimension and color into the lip. So you can see what we got here now. And then here's what we got. Okay, nice. I am super excited. So now that we got this all done, let's do a little, I promised we were going to come back and put a little highlighter back on because we were, I was a little aggressive with my wiping with my bullet. So I'm going to grab that highlighter. I'm going to go right here, just right on the top here. And then I did have that little mishap with that blue right there. So we're just going to go right there and get that off. Okay. Yeah, never a dull moment. Okay, now we don't want this to move all day. We want this to stay. So I'm going to grab that Juvia's Place, Ready, Set, Sealed. Give that a little bit of the shake. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. So, there we go. Nice to have you with us. And I'm glad that you like those lips. Super fun. I love an exciting lip. So we're going to shake that. Going to give it a spray. There we go. And now we are good to go for the rest of the day. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to hang out with you. I've enjoyed chatting with you. You're a little bit quiet today, but it's been great. So I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on a little bit of makeup and wholelotofjesus.com or on social media, every place, but really Facebook. Don't try to go to Facebook because I won't be able to see you there. Okay, so let's give a little bit of a review. I've lost my mouse. We're going to give a little bit of a review for the verses that we have been working on. So we're going to go over to chapter 3, verse 1. And so I have not done a super good job of the verses, so I'm going to do a little cheating here. So just being honest with you. So I love the song to this, so I need to do more listening so I can get more memorizing happening. Okay, so I've got to sneeze. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so here we go. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friend. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it nearly wrong. No, we get it wrong nearly all the time. Oh, no. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouths. That's it. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of their life. And then last week we did a bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. There we go. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly everything or destroy it. And then we got our verse for this week. It only takes a spark to set off a forest fire. A careless, wrong-placed word out of the mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world. You know what? I'm not flicking the pages. How about if we do that? There we go. And here we are. Sorry. Okay, so it only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrong-placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke, and go up in smoke with it, smoke right from the pit of hell. Okay, so that is our review for this week. And again, just a reminder that all of these scriptures are coming from Color Me James, which is a book available on my website, on Amazon. Gosh, I don't even know all the places, but you can get it in an ebook. Easiest way, well, we'll talk about that in just a minute. I gotta wait for you to get it for free. It's an ebook, it's in paperback, it's in spiral. That is going to walk you through the beginning of James all the way through the end of James. And how can you get that book for free? I'm so glad you asked. So on YouTube, if you go to YouTube and you're on the channel at Little Makeup Lot of Jesus, if you'll do /join at the end of that, that will take you to the YouTube membership. On the YouTube membership, that is a way for you to support the mission and to get your ebook for free. So if you do the Cherish Queen membership level, follow the directions so you can get connected to the mailing list, the email list on that, because that's how it's going to get delivered to you. But Cherish Queen level gets you the ebook for free. And then every month it's just going to automatically come from your account, and it's going to help support the mission here. And I greatly appreciate that. We all greatly appreciate that. So that is the Beauty and Grace Insider that we have. There's 3 different membership levels, so be sure to check those out. Okay, so let me send you out in a blessing this week. It's been a joy to be here with you. So the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, what a delight it has been to hang out this morning with each one of these beautiful women. I just pray that you would give them strength today, encouragement, help them to remember to take time today celebrating that they are a woman of God, a child of the Most High King. And I pray that you would help us to enjoy our womanhood, Father, whether that be with makeup, a lot of makeup, a little makeup, no makeup at all. I just pray that you would help us to remember that beauty on the outside is kind of cool, but beauty on the inside is what really matters. And I pray that you would help us this week to enjoy our Color Me James week that we've got, that we would be diligent about our efforts in study, that we would remember to write those verses out, to color the page, to do all the things, Father. And I believe this week we also have the privilege of getting to do one of those memorable moments where you reach out and you thank and love on someone. So I just pray that you would send us out this week in grace and peace and mercy and joy. In all these things I pray in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Well, again, it has been a delight to hang out with you. Let me show you what you got in store for you this week. I told you this week is going to be a matching list. So we've got that. And then you've got your coloring page for this week. Does that look familiar? Yes, because you're going to see her on your memory verse graphics that come out so that you can store that on your phone, use those as flashcards, have that be your phone wallpaper. I just love every time I flip open my phone, I get an opportunity to read through that verse. So it's like built-in practice for you. So that is all in store for you. And again, I just cannot wait to see you this week. Thanks for being here today. Love you. God bless you. Mwah.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Well, we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together in a full face makeup tutorial. We are going to go from top to bottom. So I am talking, we're going to go from primer all the way through our false lashes and setting spray. So my name is Wendy, and today we are going to be celebrating those who have survived and remembering those who have left us as a result of breast cancer, as October is Breast Cancer Awareness. This particular tragedy has, or illness, or whatever you would like to refer to it as, breast cancer, has affected my family, as I remember my great-grandfather who we lost as complications and then additional cancer as it metastasized throughout his body. So for those of you who have had this touch you and your family's lives, my condolences are with you. My celebrations are with you, depending on how it has impacted you. And I just pray that as we do this pink look today, that we can remember as we're working along those who have gone before us, and pray for the development of a cure for this terrible disease that has taken so many people far too young. All right. So remember that while you are on here live with me, you can ask any question on the chat, and it should come through to me and I should see it. And I will do my best to get that question asked and answered while we are live. So we are still working our way through the book of James. So that can be a question about the book of James. It can be a question about the verse that we're working on. It can be a question about whatever technique it is we're doing, whatever that may be. I will do my best to get that question asked and answered while we are live. So what is our easy makeup theme for today? Today, our easy makeup theme is how to wear pink power for breast cancer awareness and grace. And I love that little pink bow emoji that we got on there. So go ahead and grab your liners, your palette. We're using Warrior 3 today, your false lashes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
All right, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. Yeah, I know, I'm full of sound effects. Okay, so 119 verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And that's Psalm 119 verse 11. And all of the verses that we're going to be working on are coming from the book of James through our Color Me James book. So that's available in 3 different formats. You've got an ebook, which is a PDF, so you can color it and write in it and journal in it on your tablet or smartphone. And then we've got the paperback version, which is coming from Amazon, and then the spiral, which is going to come from my website. So make sure you also subscribe to that email list so you'll get all the information for each week as you go along on your journey. You can get that at colormejamesbook.com, and that will also take you to the playlist for all the music for the songs that we are doing as we work through that. Speaking of that, this was our verse from last week, so let's give a listen to that song, Forest Fire from Sailor Soul.
It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. I let my tongue run wild one day, spoke too fast.
Okay, and I will let you listen to the rest of that. Let me tell you, every time I hear verse 2, it brings a tear to my eye. So I hope you will give a listen to that. That is called Forest Fire, James 3, 5 to 6, and that is from Sailor Soul. Wherever you listen to your streaming music, you'll be able to find it there. I believe that Spotify links are up. Apple's being a little slow this week, so I don't think that one's out just yet. All right, so what are we going to be doing this week? Well, we are continuing on in our journey in the book of James. We are continuing on in our thought process about the power of the tongue. We have now spent 2 full chapters talking about the power of the tongue, and kind of wrapped up with that is also attitude and motive and pride and all the things. Let it speak to you as God would have it speak to you. So we are pressing on. We're going to be in James chapter 3, verse 7 to 10. While that sounds like a lot, 3 verses, when you look at it, it's really not. It's just about the same length as 2 verses we had last week. Okay, so here we go. This is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we bless God, our Father, and with the same tongues, we curse the very men and women that He made in His image. Curses and blessings out of the same mouth. And that song will come out later, probably, well, it might be Sunday before it actually launches. So we'll see how it goes. I'll get it out as quick as I can. Okay, so today, while we are working on our makeup look that is in homage and remembrance and celebration of breast cancer awareness for the month of October, we are going to be playing with the Warrior 3 palette from Juvia's Place. So it's just going to be super fun look. I really like it. I hope you'll enjoy it too. And we're going to use just a touch of some ColourPop shimmer in there too. All those links, every product that I use is going to be on the website in the show notes. Whatever platform you're on, it should show up there. If not, make sure to head over to the YouTube channel, Little Makeup, Lot of Jesus, or at Little Makeup, Lot of Jesus, at YouTube, and that will get you the listing of all the products. I actually got them out early this week, so it's already up there for you. So enjoy that. All right, so let us... the verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Another convicting verse this week. And like I said, the song, while verse 1 and verse 2 in the song are not scripture, they're testimony, but the chorus is the scripture quoted directly. So all of these songs are designed to help you memorize the scripture, to kind of get your mind moving in a little different space. I was just sharing with my mom last night as we were talking through some of the songs. She's my helper and my dad. So, as we were kind of talking through some of these things, we were talking about how sometimes the songs, the song itself is a testimony from me, from my life. Sometimes it is like in chapter 1, especially, there was a couple places where it is about how I should be, how I wish I was, not necessarily how I am. And then sometimes it's just like a little more expounding on what the verse is about to maybe get you to kind of think of it in a little bit different light. So we were talking last night because my father is a pastor, and I was saying, I don't preach from the pulpit, but I kind of feel like the music, to a certain extent, is like my little mini sermons. I get to tell stories. I get to share things that have happened to me. I get to share, how God worked me through some things in, hopes that this will also motivate and encourage you and help you on a deeper journey with Christ. And if you don't already know Christ as your personal savior, just possibly, it might lead you to a place that you would be willing to recognize that. And so I could just go on and on, but we need our makeup. So let us begin to merge these two things together by grabbing our professional primer. And good morning. I don't have the chat turned on yet. I'm so sorry. Okay, good morning. We've got Ms. Rachel has already given us a shout out. So whatever platform you're on, give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. I look forward to, hearing about your morning and seeing your questions. So, okay, so we got the professional primer. We're just going to give that a little bit of a shake. And then let's just get a little bit there. There we go. And wherever you have fine lines and wrinkles, maybe your foundation separates. It looks kind of like less like oil and water when you're making a cake, and more like cheese curdling. Today's going to be kind of mixed with the baking class. Okay, so you're just going to put that in that place. That will keep everything nice and smooth. We're going to make sure we get that around our lips so that our lipstick and lip liner, because we're going to be using a gloss today. I know I don't really like gloss, but I felt like it really needed it. So we're going to be doing that today too. And our colors, while they are pink, they're still very vibrant, and you can tone this down however you like. Use whatever colors you would like. But we're going to put a primer on because I want to make sure that these colors can do their job more easily and for the whole day. So we're just going to take that. We're going to get a little bit on the tip of our middle finger here. That might be a little bit much. And let's just get that on our eyelids. This is going to just prep them, get them ready to wear that eyeshadow all nice. It's going to help the colors to be more vivid. You don't need to be too exact about where you're putting it. It just needs to go on your lids. It's all going to get covered up in a minute. So no need to be super, fanatical about that. Okay, so now we look like a crazy person, and it is time to put some, well, no, actually, we're getting ready to look even crazier. Okay, so we're going to grab our beauty blender. It is already dampened, and I'm grabbing the Bye Bye Under Eye from It Cosmetics. I am the shade 11, light nude, I think it is. Today, I have my contacts on. Oh, look, it did it almost perfect. Yay. Today, I have my contacts in, so now I can see far away and I can't see close up. It's one thing or the other thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that wherever we have any darkness, redness. Maybe you've got some hyperpigmentation. We're just going to put that there. We're going to let it sit for a second. I know it's a little bit blended out already, but we're going to let that sit for just a second because this really does blend better if you let it warm up to your body temperature just a smidge. Not all concealers are that way, but this one is for sure. And I stepped away for, a week and a half and started using a different concealer, which I shall not mention. And let me tell you, there just is not anything like the It Cosmetics Bye Bye Under Eye. So let me just share what I was using. I was using the Lancome concealer. I don't remember what the name of it is. And I like it okay, but it's definitely not the coverage that you get from this one. This one I would call a full coverage concealer, which is what I like about it. So I don't think I would use this one for contouring per se. It's a little thick for that, but super great for actually covering. So if you have a tattoo you're trying to cover, or maybe you have, a birthmark or some kind of scarring, I think this would be a beautiful place to start. And you can go to your nearest Ulta, I don't know about Sephora, and just test it out and try it there. If you are covering a tattoo, I would highly encourage, especially if it's a black one, that you use a red color corrector first. That's going to kind of cancel out the harshness of those dark lines, and then use a concealer. How are we getting off on a tattoo tangent? I don't know. Okay, there you go. We used to have a lot of people come in and ask for, they're getting ready to go to a wedding and their mom doesn't know they have a tattoo or something like that. So that is your best bet for doing that. There was also a body makeup from, what's the name of that? Looks kind of generic packaging. I'll think of it in a minute. Their body makeup is very thick. It reminds me a lot of the consistency of the Bye Bye Under Eye, but it is a body makeup. Okay, man, why can I not think of the name? Juvia's Place Foundation. I am using the what is it, Velvety Magic Foundation or something like that. Velvety Matte Foundation. And I'm the shade 710 Maricao. And we're just going to get a little bit of that on the bigger end of this. So like that right about there. And we're just going to kind of tap it in a few places. This is, for as thick as the concealer is from it, this is the same kind of thing with foundations. I really like this with a damp beauty blender. I feel like it helps it to blend out a little bit better. I do have combination skin. So if you have dry skin, you might like it just as is, because it does offer, I don't know that it's hydrating, but it has a hydrating feel to it. So if you had a dry skin, you can probably just apply it directly and you'll be fine. My combo skin, it's a little much, but I love, 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 love the coverage of it. So you do what you got to do to make it work for your skin type. Also, the matte primer that we use from Benefit really help kind of keep that velvetiness under control. So we're just going to tap that out. We're going to blend it out, kind of dabbing as we go along. Going to make sure we get around those lips so that our liner and lipstick stays where it's supposed to, does what it can easier. There we go. Y'all are being kind of quiet today, so freaking me out. Going to make sure we get around those nostrils. There we go. And then we're going to set that. Now we got it all a nice even color. We're going to make sure that this stays where it's supposed to. So I'm going to grab my MAC. This is the Studio Fix Pro Set and Blur. And this one is just the original translucent. So if you have more pigment to your skin than I do, make sure you check out the other shades that they have available. It just kind of melts in and then sets it beautifully. So you see it's got a little filter on it. You just take that puff and press it into it, and then it ends up on it. There we go. And every place we put that foundation, we're just going to go over it and set it. There we go. And I'm just pressing it in. Yes, it does come with the puff. That is correct. So you get this little guy with it. Now, if you like a triangle puff, there's no reason why you couldn't use somebody else's puff in it. You're just literally going to take it and just keep pressing it in. The brand of the puff is irrelevant to it. I have not tried this particular one. Great question. I have not tried this particular one with a beauty blender. And the screen doesn't really, I don't think, lend itself too much to using a brush. So, try it and see if you're a brush setter. My only thing about using a brush with a setting powder is it has a tendency to fluff out more in the air than what you get on your skin. So, test it and see what happens. use your method and see how it works. I don't feel like there's any wrong answer. There's just different answers. And besides that, whatever the trend is today is going to be different tomorrow. So do what you want to do within reason. Okay, so we're going to do our contouring now. I'm going to grab this brush, which is a dual-ended foundation brush from It Cosmetics. We're going to use this one right here for the low, coming from our KBD Shade Plus Light Refillable Contour Palette. And I unfortunately did not get one picked up with Amazon Prime Days the last couple of days, but I hope that you were able to take advantage of that. I am going to be, I just really want this one today. So I'm going to go around the edge and get as much as I can because I really like that color for today. So we're going to go from the top of the ear in a curved motion heading toward the corner of that eye. We are staying above the hollow of the cheek, and then we're going right up against that hairline. All right, we're going to do this. Oh, I almost went the wrong color. We're going to, how about if I don't do two different colors schemes on my face today? Here we go. I'm going to get that other side, do that same thing. Well, let me try a little more. There we go. And then we're going to do the flat side, get a little bit on there, scraping around the edge if you need. And we're going to go right up against that hairline. We're just going to kind of curve it around, let that blend out a little bit. They're going to use a side of that. We're going to go from the ear under that jawline right to the corner of the mouth. We are emphasizing the like shelf where your jaw ends, and that is going to give the illusion that you have more jawline than you do. So if you have a beautiful square jaw, I'm jealous for number one. But number two, go you. You probably don't need to do this. But for those of you who may have a little extra chin right there like I do, it will minimize that. So, yes, sadly, I saw something and it was on the Prime sale, but I don't know if it was both days or just one day. And now, sadly, that supposedly ended yesterday. So, I did see it was a full palette, not just the refills that was on sale. And I had it in my cart. I didn't pull it up today to see if it was still on sale or not. But yeah, I would have liked that. Okay, so we've got that going on. Now we're going to grab our blush brush, and we are going to, this one is a MAC brush. I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Blushed Rouge, well, Rouge Blush, same thing, volume 4. And this has two different colors. I'm going to be in this one today, given all the pink that we're going to be happening on our eyelids. So I'm going to take kind of the side of that, and I'm just going to go twice right on the top of that, kind of overlapping it a little bit, and then up the side of the temple. Same thing, twice. I think I just did that 3 times. And then up that side of that temple. And then we're going to do it twice again. We're going to go right up here on the forehead. And then whatever's left on it, just hit that tip of the nose and the chin. And I feel like I might need just a tiny, tiny more. There we go. Okay. You can always add more. Once you add too much more, you can't undo that. You're like, now you're stuck because you got it on there. Then we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. What is that one? It's the highlighter volume 3. There we go. There we go. This one's just a nice kind of neutral champagne-y kind of color. You can tell I like it. I'm going to use my Anastasia highlighter brush. I'm just going to go around the edge of that, right on the top of that cheekbone and right beside the eye socket there. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of shimmer, a little bit of highlighting. Then we're going to do that same thing. We're going to go up the center, making sure we hit the ball of that nose. I'm just going to fade that out a little. Right here, we're going to make sure we hit that Cupid's bow. That's going to make your lips have a little more plump to them. There we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, and now our contouring is complete. Now we are going to use a gloss today, but I'm going to save the gloss till the very end. So for right now, we're just going to do the lipstick and then the liner, and then we'll come back to the gloss at the very, very end. Okay, so I am using the NYX. This is the professional retractable liner in hot pink. I like this because you don't have to sharpen it. You don't have any waste of product. And so just keeps that kind of nice. So we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. We're going to outline just a little bit outside of our lips today. Just give yourself that nice V in that Cupid's bow, and then we're going to round that out to the outside corner. And this hot pink is about the same color as the lipstick that we're going to be using today. Aw, so sadly, I have just been informed that the contouring palette from KVD is not on sale anymore. Okay, sad day, sad day. Thank you, Rachel, for checking on that for us. Okay, we're going to start in the bottom right in the center. And then we're going to work that out, round that out to the outside corner. And this is why we made sure that our foundation comes all the way up onto those lips a little bit, because now your lip liner is nice and pleasantly nestled onto that foundation. So it looks like it's seamless. You don't have like a stop and start or anything like that. So with that, with this, I've lost my lid now. With this particular liner, we don't need to do any blending or feathering because, like I said, it's almost the same color as a lipstick. So let's go ahead. Oh, I'm going to need another candy yum yum. Okay, so now we are going to just fill our lips like normal with that candy yum yum. It's going to start out in the Cupid's bow. There we go. And then on the bottom as well, going all the way up to the edge of where that liner is. Okay, now we have a beautiful, what do you want to call it? I don't know. October. There has got to be a way to blend October and breast cancer research. Alas, I am not creative enough for that this morning. Okay, so there we go. Now we got a beautiful candy yum yum lip, and our eyes are now ready to receive the deliciousness that we have for it today in our look designed to commemorate, remember, and celebrate breast cancer research. And we'll do another one the next couple weeks as well. Just remembering as we put on our colors what it is that we are thinking about during the month of October. And for those of you on this, make sure that you have checked the girls. That should be done every month. You should be having a mammogram done every year, depending on your age. These are the things that are going to protect you from having breast cancer negatively impact you. Okay. Hold on. This just in. Okay. The KVD refillable contour palette can be found on Ulta's website for $52.50 right now. Okay, so make sure you check that. And Anthea, I'm so glad that you're here with us today. It's okay. We just barely got started. So nice to have you with us. Yes, that is pink. It'll tone down just a little bit, but when you see the pink with the eyes, it'll kind of balance out. So we'll be good. Okay, so just because I need a non-color color up here, I'm just gonna grab this is a Juvia's, it's just the nude. So you could just use your foundation powder if you want. You could even use the highlighter. We just need some sort of neutrally color up there. So grab what you got. I'm just gonna swirl this around right here. We're gonna go up here. See, it's like a non-color color. We just need something to blend into that's a little fleshy. This one has like a tad bit of shimmer to it. You could use a matte. You don't need to necessarily have a shimmer. It's just whatever you got. Because this color is not going to matter in the end. It's just giving us something to blend into. All right, so I promised you we were going to be playing with the Warrior 3 palette. So this is what we got. Warrior 3. What are we going to be playing in today? So we are going to be playing in Fant. I told you we're going to have some pink in there. We're going to be getting a little bit into, what is that called? Candace right here. And then just because we can, right on the inside, we're just going to add a little bit of accent of this one right here, which is Nazinga. So we got the pink, we got the purple, we got the yellow. That is where we are going to be hanging out today. So I am going to grab, let's do just a general, nope, not that one, just a, regular old shadow brush for right now. And we're going to go into this one right here, which is the Fonty or Fonty sounds fancier. Like it's not Fanta, it's Fanta. So this is going to be Fonty for today. And we're gonna get, I don't know what's happening. Okay, we're just gonna grab that. I'm gonna get shadow on both sides. This is a minimal fallout, so you should be good. We are going to go right on that socket bone right here, and it can be a wide stripe of color. You're gonna pretty it out here in just a minute. There you go. And we're just gonna get on that outside third. It doesn't need to be pretty just yet. Actually, let's go all the way to the half. Let's go to the half. There you go. And we're going to come up and around. Some of this won't show in the end. You'll see. There we go. And let's do that same thing on the other side, right on that socket bone, blending up into that color that we have. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When I was a kid, I thought boys had the best sound effects. And so I always tried to make sound effects and voices and crazy stuff like that. I loved getting to read books to my kids because it was an excuse to come up with some crazy accent. It's never one that's recognizable, really, because sometimes it morphs. Well, you might start out a little British, and next thing you know, you've got some Scottish going on in there. So you just never know. You just never know what's going to happen. So I can't consistently do it. All right. So we're just going to, now that we got this like crazy line going on up here. Nah, actually, we'll just leave it like that. We'll fix it here in a minute. So we've got this. We've got it going halfway. You don't need to be like anything about the line happening right there because we'll fix it in just a minute. So I'm going to grab a blender. This is the Morphe. What number is that one? M321. This is just kind of a little bit, it's a little bit fluffy, but it is a blender. And we're going to go into this one right here. We're just going to use the tip of that brush. We're going to go right here on that outside edge. And we're just going to get it a little bit right here. And then we're going to come up in here just a little bit. We're not going to go any more than halfway, though. We want to keep it right here on that outside edge. Okay. And don't worry about blending it just yet. Just get the color down. Okay, so tip again. Same thing on that other side right here on the outside edge. And then we're going to go no more than halfway right here. There we go. And I want a little more intensity out here. So I'm just going to do that a little bit more right just on that outside corner so we can deepen that purple. And we'll get that a little bit more when we do the underside as well. But let's just do that right there. Okay, I'm just going to tuck that brush in. I'm going to grab another just regular old general purpose eyeshadow brush. I'm going to go into the fun one. This one right here. What is that? Nazinga. There we go. And this little cavity that we left right here, we're just going to get that right in there. And we're going to nestle that right up to that pink line that we did over here. You don't need to worry about blending it just yet. We'll get to that in just a second. We're just filling in that spot that we left. And then I'm just going to go over it again so we can get a nice yellow foundation. And we're just doing a touch of it. So I know yellow, a lot of times people are afraid of yellow. We're just got a little touch of it. So don't be scared of it. There you go. It's just an accent color on this. Okay. So now that we got all that, we are going to grab this little fluffy guy here. This is a Morphe M456. And now let the fun begin with the blending. So I don't want too much pink on this. We're going to do just a little bit. Oh, I see we got a troll. I'm not sure what platform you're on. Oh, I see you there. So let me block you. There we go. Thank you so much, whoever you were. So we're going to tap that. I think that was on Deezer. So we're just going to tap right there in that pink. And right to the top where that pink met that fleshy color that you had, you're just going to go right over that line between those two. And we're just going to blend those together. So just kind of go back and forth a little bit. You can kind of use a jiggity motion, and that will help soften that line out there. Now we're going to take that same thing. We're going to do that same technique right here. We're going to go more towards the yellow side with this to do the blend here. There we go. There we go. And we're just feathering out that line where that pink and that yellow meet so that we get a nice soft edge there. Now I'm actually going to take the smudger that we're going to use under the eye, which is a Morphe M 508, 506. I don't know. I have contacts in so I can see far away, but not close. So we're going to grab that there. We're going to use this in a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and do this real quick. I'm going to take just the tip of it, just the edge of it right there. And I just want to make sure that I got a nice clean line on the underside of this. And then we're going to make it a little bit smaller coming out. There you go. Nice clean line. And then we're going to bring that tail out a little bit finer right there. And because we can, let's go ahead and emphasize that outside corner just a smidge. There we go. Now you notice with that darker purple, I got a little bit of fallout. So just brush that away. We're going to go back to the fluffy brush, and we're going to go back into that pink, and let's soften the top edge of that purple. So again, right where that purple meets that pink, you're just going to feather it back and forth just a little bit. If you find that you have maybe feathered a little too much and now your pink has sort of disappeared, you can either get another brush or just tap this one for a second into that purple and blend that purple out just a little bit. And that'll let that feather back out. Here you go. All right. So now we've got a nice pink, purple, and yellow kind of color thing going on. Let's work on the underside of the eye. So I am going to grab that same brush that we were using, that smudger, which is the M508. And we're going to go in that purple one, which was a color we just had. So that's great because it's already on a brush. We're going to go under the eye all the way from one side to the other. Just give a nice little swipe of color there. All right. Now, this is about pink, not really about purple. So I'm going to take and dust that off, or grab another one if you have it. I'm going to use the side of that brush. I'm going to grab that pink, and underneath that purple, I'm just going to go right across from one side to the other. And we're just going to blend that out using that pink. And I'm just going to soften the edge of that there, blend that out just a little bit. Let's get any fallout. Boop, boop. Okay. Now I told you we were going to use a dash of Color Pop because we're going to add a little pop. So this is the Color Pop. This is the Super Shock. And this is Tankini. Please do not Google that. If you have not seen a tankini before, don't Google that. Okay, so here we go. We're going to use just the tip of our, actually now I think it's actually been in women's. So the first time I saw it was from an Australian internet marketer, and I was like, what is happening? I can't watch that image out of my face. So don't Google, just don't Google tankini. I've seen them. They came out in swimsuits. I actually had one a couple years ago. It's like a tank top and a bikini bottom tankini. But they made a version of that for men. Not good. So just don't do that. Okay, here we go. So this one, enough of that conversation. We're going to grab the tip of our finger and we're going to put that right over the top of that yellow color, whose name I have already forgotten. Here we go. Just right here. Can you see that? Can you see that nice little shimmer going on? Oh, that's so fun. Yes, yes, the answer is yes. You could use a brush for that if you want. Church girl swimwear. Exactly. We were not allowed to wear two-piece bathing suits. No way, no how. So that was like kind of a way you could get away with it. So I don't know. I thought they were sort of fun. I never liked my midriff showing anyways, just because I don't know. I didn't think you needed to. So that just wasn't me. I did have a bikini. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't tell that story. I did have a bikini that I wore when I was in high school band. We were on a trip. I snuck it into my suitcase. My mom didn't know anything about it because I wasn't allowed to wear them. And we had this one little thing that we did in this like super freezing. It was a natural, what do they call that? Not a well, a natural spring. It was freezing cold. Like seriously, the water was like 50 degrees. And so it was not a brilliant idea. But my husband tells, or late husband tells the story that that was the moment when he knew that I was going to be his wife, was when I came out and I had that bathing suit on. So for some of you, that will be a super scary story. For some of that's a super sweet story. But 36 years later, we were still together as a result of a bikini. Okay, so I'm gonna grab another smudger. I do want a little bit of this on the inside of my eye. That doesn't work so well with the finger. So I'm just gonna take that, get a little bit of that right there on the tip of that. And we're just gonna go right here in the inside corner. I know, right? Okay. And let me just get a little more there. We're just kind of coming right around that corner with it. There we go. Now I do see I had a little something, something. So let's do that. Okay. Now we need to add a little bit of liner. So let's go ahead and grab that Egyptian liner from Juvia's Place in Kajal. We're going to go right here on that outside edge. We're only going to go as far as you let your purple go. So just right here to the outside edge, just to that where that purple stops. And then we're going to line on the water line only. So we want to go just from the lashes to the inside. So just from the lashes to the inside. And I do not like to poke myself in the eye, so I do hold my eye down just a little bit. Make sure you do that really gently because we don't want to like tug and pull on the eye. If you find that you have any kind of a gap in color there, you can go ahead and take that purple. Well, actually, we had pink on there last. Let me tap that in the purple. And just make sure that you fill that in so that you don't have a gap in color. Okay. And then I'm going to take this and I'm also going to do the water line up on the top. Oh, that's a little harder to do when you have contacts in. Okay. And we're going to go all the way from one side to the other side with that. Then I need a little insurance for those false lashes. We want to make sure that we cannot see where those false lashes start and stop. So I'm going to grab the Too Faced Better Than Sex Water Easy Glide Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner thing. Less words, less words. Okay. Store that upside down so your tip is always juicy. We're going to go from the outside corner here and just a nice thin, thin, thin line all the way to the other side. And this will just give you a little insurance for where that lash band ends up. And it will also connect from the under liner that we did. I see I got a little thingy right there. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we just got a nice little thin line of that there. And that is going to give us a runway for those false lashes. And then also it will sorry, had to get my little oh that was meant to be bikini. Okay. So now let's go ahead and get our brows on so that we can then get our lashes on. So I got the bushy brow from Lime Crime. This is essentially, I have a 50-50 shot at opening the correct end. And for whatever reason, 95% of the time I open the wrong end. Okay, so I've got a little blue happening here. So this is the Lime Crime. This is the Anime. Whatever your brow product is, you're going to grab that right now. And we're just going to fill in those brows. We're going to use little short flicks. Woo. That flick was a little too flicky. I think I need to put it out. There we go. And we're just going to bring that tail around, give us a nice little flick there on the end. My brows are super thin, so I'm going to flick up and then expand a little bit to the top so I get a little more brow than I actually have. There we go. Then we're going to do that same thing. I know, isn't it? Like, look at the difference between the two sides. It's crazy, right? Okay, so let's do that same thing on the other side. And this is where the hard part comes in because you got to get them the same. And we're just going to take that tail and give it a flick on the end. And then we're going to add to the upper part. Now, for those of you that have great brow hair quantities already, you can probably use one of those brow mascaras. I love that. I do use that sometimes with the pink one. There's a nice one from Benefit that I really like when my hair is a certain color, but it's not that color right now. All right. Got your shape, got your thickness. Now I'm going to cap that, and now I'm going to open the brush on this end. And let's just brush that out a little bit so it's not quite so staunch. So your hairs are going the direction you want them to go. If you have a pretty good amount of hair, you're probably going to want to use a brow setter. I like the one from Benefit. I just don't really have enough hair for it to do anything. There we go. Softens it up just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and take that first brush that we used right here on the top. I'm just going to go underneath it, make sure I don't have any of that. Sometimes that pomade likes to flick off a little bit. And let's see. I'm going to grab my bullet because it looks like on the inside of my eye. I'm just going to tap that bullet in there right here. I just need a little something. There we go. I used this morning when I was getting ready, I used a under eye patch, and I think where the under eye patch ended up, it was keeping my foundation from cooperating nicely on the inside corner. So we're gonna fix that. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the mascara, and then we'll do the gloss on the lips that I promised. Wait till you see that. I'm super excited about that. Okay, so we have not said our verse yet together. So I'm so sorry. That's on me. So it should be scrolling around here in just a second. And we're going to say that verse together. Again, James chapter 3, continuing on in that adventure. We are more than halfway there already. So here is the verse scrolling around. Okay, this is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we bless God, our Father. With the same tongues, we curse the very men and women that are made in his image. Curses and blessings out of the same mouth. James 3, 7-10. And again, your graphics and all your memorizing flashcards and the music will come out, kind of trickle out between now and Tuesday. And then I think one of my favorite things is the fill in the blank cards, because that really tests how much you've got it memorized. So there's two different versions, so you have to fill in the blanks two different ways, and I just love that part of it. So okay, and then also in the Color Me James, there is a page that's like some kind of puzzle thing for you to do, and hopefully you try to do it without looking at the verse, and then if you need to, you can use the assistance from looking at the verse, but that just kind of reinforces being able to memorize it. So I'm gonna grab my Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Lash Curler, and we are going to find that sweet spot for that lash curling. So sweet spot, what does that mean? It means when you crimp that bad boy down, it is not pinching your eyelid. If you feel a pinch, let it go, pull it out just a little bit, and then try it again. So while we're doing this, we are going to use our verse as our timer. So find your sweet spot, and then we'll say it together. Oh, good, it's coming around right now. So, and here we go. This is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongue, we bless God, our Father. With the same tongue, we curse the very men and women he made in his image. Okay, that's long enough. So we're going to undo that. We're going to go to the other side. There we go. And let's do that with the verse again. Okay. This is scary. With the tongue, hold on. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. Okay, I'm having a hard time for reading this way. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, so let me see if I can remember how it goes. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame the tongue. It's never been done. Out of your mouth, you bless God. But then you also curse the very men and women that are made in his image. Okay, that's very paraphrased, but that gets our lashes curled for getting mascara on. I am using the It Cosmetics. This is a superhero mascara, and this is the waterproof. And we're just going to uncap that. We're just going to give one coat because we are wearing false lashes. So we don't need like a tremendous amount of coverage, but we do need our lashes to be black so that they blend in with the false lashes. And this mascara looks like it's having some kind of problem today. I don't know what's happening. There we go. And then we're just going to do that same thing on the other side. Just a nice light coat. Making sure we're sweeping back on those tips so that everything is covered. We're using the edge of that to get that outside corner. Okay. And that'll do your top lashes. So then we're going to do the bottom lashes. Those do not get false lashes. So we're going to do those just like you normally would. So we're going to go from root to tip here. We're going to go from that waterline eyeliner that we did. Sweep back under the tips on this as well so we get nice coverage. And then we're going to do that same thing on the other side. Again, going from root to tip, from that eyeliner all the way to the very end tip of those lashes. I think I said this last week, but I believe this mascara is on its way out. It's not covering quite as good as it should be. Little on the clumpier side, but it'll work for today. So today, what are we doing? I have got a brand new pair of Nubian lashes from Juvia's Place, and this is Zaria. So let's open up the Zaria. We're going to do this from top to bottom of a lash application. So Zaria is a nice, this is a flare lash. So it's shorter on the inside, wider on the outside. I believe this is in their medium volume collection, but this one's just kind of a nice, pleasant, it's like your lashes, but so I really like these. I love the lash band, super comfortable. So we're going to grab our velour lash tool. We're going to grab the lash on the very outside edge. First time you take that lashes off of a tray, sometimes they're a little bit like that. They stick just a little bit. So just be patient as you take them off. You don't want to rip them or stretch the band unnecessarily. So again, just grab the lashes right close to that band base. And we're just going to walk that around and take this out. I did have one the other day. I don't remember whose it was, that the glue that was holding that bad boy in was so tight. It actually ripped the lash. So these lashes, like I said, brand new pair, haven't worn them before. So what we're going to do is we are going to set them on, dry fit to see how much we're going to need to cut off. So just set it down. I want the inside corner to be just a little bit in from the edge. And so when you walk this around, you can tell right here, it's poking me on the outside of my eye. So I know that I'm going to need to take some off. So I'm going to hold that lash there like that. I'm going to grab my velour lash scissors, and on the outside edge, so on the wide edge of that, I am just going to snip off about, that's hard to see to do it like that. Here we go. I'm going to snip off about, I can't do it like that. Okay, here we go. Right there. And we're just going to cut that off right there. You can if you cut off too much or not enough, you can always come back and trim just a little bit more off. How do you know if you need to trim more off? If you're getting poking on the inside and or poking on the outside, your lashes are probably too long. If you find that you maybe cut a little shorter than you would like, just push the lashes to the outside and then it will operate as kind of a 3/4 lash. There are some lash places that actually do a 3/4 lash. So you'll be perfectly fine that way. So I'm just going to take that. Okay, I don't know if I can show you this. I'm just going to take that lash. We're going to do that same trim on this one that we did on the other one. And then we're going to grab our lash adhesive. This is the Kiss Strip Lash Adhesive. I'm just going to give it a little bit of shake. This one has aloe in it. So that's awesome. It is a clear. So it's going to go on kind of a whitey kind of color. It'll be shiny. And once that has set, you'll notice it loses its shininess. And then also that white starts to turn clear. So no matter what your skin tone is, this clear adhesive, it will not show. So I really like that. Lots of people have different, I mean, there's like a bazillion brands of that. In fact, Juvia's Place has their own lash adhesive as well. I really like it for the first like week or two. But for whatever reason, in my experience here in Texas weather, it just dries out too fast. So you don't get a very long life out of the container of adhesive. So just my experience. Find the one that works for you. If you have any issues with the lash adhesive, let's say you put the lashes on and you experience like itching or eye watering or something like that, which is what I had happen to me in the beginning. And then I found out that the black adhesive that I was using actually has latex in it. Who knew? I do not have a latex allergy as it pertains to like my body having surgery or going to the doctor or something like that. But if you go stick in latex in my lash adhesive, well, then my eyes are going to become a watering nightmare. So if you have experienced that, you may find that the adhesive that you've been using maybe has the same thing. So since these are new, I'm going to grab the ends of this and I'm just going to do that right there. We're going to soften that band up just a little bit. I do have pretty good round eyes in shape. So we're going to make sure that it has the best chance for actually sticking to my eye. I'm going to set that right there in the middle, right on that eyeliner line that we made. And we're just going to walk that around. I'm going to make sure that my lashes and it are in the same space together. Sorry, my elbow does that all the time. When you first put them on, it'll feel kind of like a cool sensation. And that's when you know you've got, they've made contact with each other. And then we're going to grab the other one. We're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to grab the two ends of it. And I'm just going to roll it between my fingers there. And then I'm going to grab it right there in the center. And we're going to put it in the middle. And then we're going to walk it around. Again, going to make sure that my lashes and those lashes are in the same space. So just above that lash band, we're just kind of pressing together the two so that they're occupying the same space, give you a little bit more of a natural lash look. Okay, I just want to make sure that the corner of that is actually on the eyeliner line. Mine has a tendency to kind of lift up just a little bit. There we go. Nice. So now we've got our pink eye look. We've got our lashes, our brand new pair of Zaria lashes on. Let's do the lip gloss I promised. Okay, so this is the Profusion Cosmetics, and this one is the shade Sting. This is in a 3-pack. There's a purple, a darker pink, and a light pink. This is the lighter pink. In the show notes and also on my website, you'll see there's a link to it. And this is the one from there. So it has a nice shimmer in it. So let's get that on. There you go. I know it's kind of weird. We're using a matte lipstick and then we're adding the gloss. Whatever. Okay, let me get just a little more on the bottom. Oh, yes. Can you see that? Love that. Oh, the lid going on made a funny squeaky sound. Okay, so now we do not want to mess with this all day long. We want this to stay and we want this to last. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place setting spray. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed. We're going to shake it and we are going to spray that down. Oh, right. Oh my gosh, I love the smell of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's review the verses that we have been working on together. If I can find my mouse, there we go. Okay, so we are going to start out in James 1, and we're just going to work our, what time is it? 9:12? Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, so I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. Counted as a sheer gift, friends, when tests and trials come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you may become mature, well-developed, not deficient in any way. When you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and you won't be condescended to. Oh, where did the words go? And you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. People who word their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. Wow, that was a major fill-in-the-blank test now, wasn't it? When down and outers get a break, cheer. When the arrogant and rich are cut down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers and the petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. Anyone who sets himself up, anyone who meets a testing challenge head on is mighty fortunate. For such persons, loyalty and love with God, there is life and more life. Don't let anyone under pressure give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give into sin comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby sin. Sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. One of my favorite songs. Okay, so my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes from the Father, comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as a crown of all his creatures. Post this at all the intersections. Are you hearing the songs in your head? Me too. Okay, post this at all the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. So throw out all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener God landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. Okay, don't fool yourself into thinking that you are anything, into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Oh yeah, that's a name. I think that's the name of that song. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later forget who they are or what they look like. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person finds delight and affirmation in the action. Anyone who sets himself up for a test, anyone who sets himself up as religious by talking a good game is self-deceived. The kind of religion is hot air and only hot air. Real religion, the kind that passes muster before God, the Father, is this: reach out to the loveless in their plight and guard against corruption from the fallen, from the godless world. There we go. Halfway there. My dear friends, don't let anyone's opinion don't let public opinion influence how you live out your glorious Christ originated faith. If a man enters a church wearing an expensive suit and a street person enters wearing rags, comes in right after him, and you say to the man in the suit, have a seat here, this is the best seat in the house, and either ignore the street person or say, better sit here in the back row. Haven't you segregated God's children and proved that you are judges who can't be trusted? There we go. Listen, dear friends, isn't it quite obvious by now that God operates quite differently? He chose the world's down and outers as the kingdom's first citizens with full rights and privileges. This kingdom is promised to anyone who loves God. And here you are abusing these same citizens. Isn't it the high and mighty who exploit you? High and mighty who exploit you? Who use the courts to rob you blind? Aren't they the ones who scorned the new name used in your Christian used in your baptisms? Okay, that one was a little bit rough, but we're getting a little closer. Okay, 5-7. James 2:8-11. Here we go. You do well when you complete the royal rule. Love others as you love yourself. But if you play up to these so-called important people, you go against the rule and stand convicted by it. You can't pick and choose in these two things in God's law, ignoring one or two things in God's law and then ignoring all the others. The same God who said don't commit adultery also said don't commit murder. If you don't commit adultery, but you go ahead and murder, do you think your non-adultery is going to cancel out your murder? No. You are a murderer, period. Okay, talk and act like a person expecting to be judged by the rule that sets us free. For if you refuse to act kindly, you can hardly expect to be treated kindly. Kind mercy wins over harsh judgment every time. Okay, 2:14-17. Here we go. Dear friends, he says dear friends a lot. Do you see that? Dear friends, do you think that you'll get anywhere in this life if you learn all the right words and never do anything? Does merely talking about faith indicate that a person really has it? For instance, if you come upon an old friend dressed in rags and you say, good morning, friend, be clothed in Christ, be filled with the Holy Spirit, and you walk off without even providing a cloak or a cup of soup, where does that get you? Isn't it obvious that God talk without God acts is outrageous nonsense? And that's one of my favorite songs. I love outrageous nonsense. Okay, I can already hear one of you agreeing by saying, sounds good. You take care of the faith department and I'll handle the works department. Not so fast. You can no more show me your works apart from your faith than I can show you my faith apart from my works. Works and faith and works fit together hand in glove. All right. Do I hear? Oh, I really like this song. Do I hear you professing to believe in the one and only God, but then observe you complacently sitting back and acting as if you have done something wonderful? That's just great. Demons do that. But what good does it do them? Use your heads, which is the name of the song. Do you suppose that for a minute, if you cut faith and works in two, and not, let's see, do you suppose for a minute that you can cut faith and works in two and not end up with a corpse on your hands? Yeah, that word corpse got me Google banned. Okay, here we go. And continuing on, because we're almost done with chapter 2 now. Isn't your ancestor Abraham made right by God by works when he placed his son Isaac on the sacrificial altar? And isn't it obvious that faith and works are yoked partners, that faith expresses itself in works, that the works are works of faith? The full meaning of believe, the full meaning of believe in the scripture sentence, Abraham believed God and was set right with God, includes his action. It's that act, or it's that weave of believing and acting that got Abraham named God's friend. Is it not evident that a person made right with God, made person is not right by God. Hold on. Now I'm all tripped up. That is, we're going to do a cheat. Verse 2. What do we fruitful different already agree with saying sounds good. Hold on, I'm looking here. This was way over there. Isn't it evidence that a person made right with God? Not by a barren faith, but by faith fruitful in works. I was so close. Okay, let's press on. Okay, James 2:25-26. This is a last. We're rounding out the end of chapter 2. Same with Rahab. This is my dad's favorite song, Rahab. If you have not heard that yet, you got to go hear that. So Rahab, the same with Rahab, the Jericho harlot. Wasn't her action in hiding God's spies and helping them escape what counted with God? The very moment that you separate body and spirit, you end up with a corpse. Separate faith and works and you get the same thing, a corpse. Okay. And here we go. Now we start chapter 3. This one, not gonna lie, it's gonna be a little rough. I'm not as good as this one. Here we go. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us are perfectly qualified. We get it nearly wrong every time that we open our mouth. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person in perfect control of life. All right. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse, and a small rudder and a huge ship in the control. In the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish anything or destroy it. And then our verse from last week, it only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke, and go down and go up with it. Go up with it. Let's see. Smoke with, hold on. We can go whole world. Okay, let me look at it. Throw up mud and reputation, send the whole world up in smoke, and go up in smoke with it. Okay, smoke right from the pit of hell. That's where I got tripped up, that other smoke. Too many smokes. And then where we are today, James 3, 7 to 10. I don't know this one yet, so let me grab this. 7 to 10. Here we go. This is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we bless God our Father. With the same tongues, we curse the very men and women that he made in his image. Curses and blessings out of the same mouth. Woo! That was a lot. How did you do? I got some rough spots, but progressing. So again, this is coming from the book Color Me James. There are all kinds of puzzles and things for you to do here, available in 3 different formats. You got an ebook, which is a PDF. You've got the paperback, which comes from Amazon, and the spiral, which comes from my website. I have the Beauty and Grace Insider. If you would like a free copy of Color Me James, you can go to YouTube, Little Makeup, Lot of Jesus /join, and that will get you the Cherished Queen level, get you a free copy of that ebook. So just make sure you follow the prompts through, use that email sign up, because that's how that ebook is going to get delivered to you by email. So let me show you what you're going to be doing this week. Oh, well, actually, let me go here and then we'll go back to there. Okay, this week we're going to be doing a word scramble, and then we have our coloring page. And if that looks familiar, because it's the same image that is on your graphics. One of the things that I loved doing was making sure that different nationalities, different colors of skin were all represented in the book, because I wanted everybody to be able to see themselves in the pages. And so that was kind of one of my goals there. So let's go down to our blessing, and then we'll pray us out. Okay, so the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and give you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of the women who have come and hung out here with me. It has been such a delight to get their feedback and their comments, and just to get to fellowship together and celebrate being women and play with colors. Just an amazing time. I pray that you would bless them this week, that you would send them out, that you would help us to be diligent in our studies of the book of James this week, that we would continue to work on memorizing those verses, using all the different things that we have to be able to do that. I just pray that you would help these words to wash over us, and that we would not just hear them and let them fall out of our ear, but that we would take them and think about them, and that we would apply them to our daily life. Father, I just thank you so much for each of these women. Again, send them out in a blessing this week. Grace and peace. Heavenly Father, thank you for sending Jesus to die on the cross for us, so that we can pray all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, Again, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I am so excited to see you throughout the week. However you did the look, whatever palette you used, leave me a comment with a picture of it. I would love to see it and know what palette you used and how it turned out for you and how it looked on you and your complexion and your skin and your age in life. And let's just celebrate together being women of God. So have a great rest of your week. I'll see you on social media and a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Mwah! I love you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Voices at 8, can't wait.
Good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where anything can happen on a Thursday morning. Okay, so you gotta laugh about it or you'll go a little crazy. So my name is Wendy, and we are going to be doing a full face makeup tutorial and working on a Bible verse. We are continuing on in our book of James. So this whole month of October, we are remembering those who have survived or those who are fighting breast cancer. And for me, that is remembering my great-grandfather who got breast cancer before it was even a thing that they thought about men being able to have it. And then ultimately it went to other parts of his body and he lost his life from that. So that is my story. And then I have other friends that have been touched by that as well. But he's the main person that I remember, my pop. So let's see. So we're going to be playing with pink today in, commemoration of that and in celebration of the find for a cure for breast cancer. And so just want to remind you while we are on here live that you can ask any question, whether it be something about the makeup that I'm doing or about a product that I'm using or something about the Bible verse. Maybe it's one that we've done in the past or the one that we're working on for this week. So whatever the case may be. Let's get on with it. What is our easy makeup theme today, Wendy? I will tell you. Our easy makeup theme today is how can I rock a youthful pink look that radiates inner joy? So we want the inside beauty to come out onto the outside beauty today, and that is what we are going to be doing. So grab your palettes, grab your lashes, grab your brushes, and then get on back here and let's get playing with some Power Pink today.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Voices at 8, can't wait.
All right. Yay. Good morning. So, well, for you, not morning, but hello. Glad to have you with us today. So here is what we're going to be doing. We're going to go over a few preliminary things, and then we're going to jump on in. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And again, that's Psalm 119, verse 11. All right. And so I mentioned James chapter 3. So all of the verses that we're going to be doing are going to be coming from the book, Color Me James, available in 3 different formats. You can see there, we've got the ebook, which is the PDF. We have the paperback version, which is coming from Amazon. And then we have the spiral bound version, which you can get from my website. Just go to colormejamesbook.com and that will get you to the right place. So the verse that we worked on last week, I hope you enjoyed that song. In fact, let me get that song queued up for you because it was amazing. It starts out with the verse straight away. So here is the song that goes with our verse from last week.
Watch that tongue now. 'Cause even a tiger can be tamed before the tongue. This is scary, you can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done, the tongue runs wild. your song. Speak with love, don't get it wrong. With our tongues we bless God our Father. Oh, with the same tongues we curse the very men and women He made in His image. Tame the tongue, oh, can you do it? Words got power, don't misuse it. Bless or curse what's in you.
All right, so I'll let you listen to that. The rest of that on your favorite streaming platform. It did finally come out on Apple Music. Sometimes it just takes a minute. Apple runs a little bit slower than some of the other guys. So you can enjoy that on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, wherever you're streaming your music, you can get that there. So enjoy that. Now, that last little line, I hear you asking, that last little line, curses and blessings out of the same mouth. That is actually in the bridge. So you'll have to listen through to the song to hear how that particular line plays out in the song. Okay, so let me get the chat turned back on here. I know, doesn't it? I like that. I like that. Yes, Mary J. Yes, definitely, for sure. Oh my goodness. I've mentioned before that my mom and my dad helped me with this, and my mom said that after my dad heard it, she called it, he was jiving to it in his pastor office at church. So, actually, I think it was this time she said it was in his car. Anyways, however you turn it. So, I just love that that's something I get to share with my parents. So, our verse for this week, we are continuing on in James chapter 3. And so we're going to be going to, it's like the second half of verse 10. And this is the final verse in the part of chapter 3 that is talking about watching your mouth and like restraining and keeping track of, and lots of different metaphors and analogies about this. And my mom, when she heard the verse for this week, she was like, girl, how are you going to get the word brackish in that song? So wait till you hear this one come out. And this one kind of pulls it back just a little bit, throttles that beat and that rhythm back, but I think you're going to like it. Okay, so our verse for this week. Let's say it together. It's on your screen. My friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apples don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not gonna dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? Okay, so that is going to round out our thought there. We're going to work on that verse all this week. We'll be saying it together as we go throughout our makeup tutorial today. So today we're going to be stepping into a new palette. You can see the picture there. So in this palette by You Can Be, we have got all of our contouring and we've got all of our shadow colors. So this is going to be super fun because everything's all in one place. So if you ever need a palette that's going to like do whatever for whatever you're wearing, maybe on a trip or whatever, this whole thing folds. Here, let me show you. This whole thing folds into just a little compact thing. So it is super awesome for travel. Plus, I just love their cosmetics. If you're ever doing like face painting or cosplay or anything like that, You Can Be definitely the brand to go to for those really intense pigmented colors that wear well and don't have a lot of fallout. Okay, so let us jump right in. The verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We are going to start with some Professional primer. Oh, we're just going to give that a little bit of shake this morning. And I don't think I said this, but go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you're coming from. Every week I'm amazed at the different countries that I get to hang out with. And so give me a shout out. Let me know where you're coming from. We're just going to do those together. Any place that you have got fine lines, wrinkles, separation of foundation, you're just going to put that there. And this is going, especially around those lips. This is going to help your foundation to do, well, your makeup in general, do its job more effectively, wear better, give you an all-day look. You're going to love that. Okay, so the colors we're using for today, They're not like super bright, but we do want them to show up the way that they should be. So I'm going to use the Juvia's Place. This is the Eye Prep Eye Prime. This is the shade 1. There's several different colors of this. These are lighter colors we're playing with today. So whatever your skin tone is, this will be a great choice because it's going to really lift that area so that those colors can show through because they are a little bit lighter. Excuse me. Let me just get, okay, that was not planned. Let me give a little extra shake. There we go. Sometimes on these primers, you get just a little bit of separation. You do not want that. Okay, heads up here. Do you see that blob? That is entirely too much primer for your eyelid. So I'm going to have to taper that down just a little bit. There we go. It doesn't take very much. Let me wipe that off on my tissue, which is very interesting because I'm wearing white pants today. Why is it that crazy things happen when you wear white? It's like seriously a magnet for any kind of accident that could possibly happen. Okay, we're just going to tap that primer in. I know it's crazy, right? White, the danger zone. Okay, here we go. So we're just going to tap it doesn't need to be pretty because you're going to cover it up with your makeup in a minute. So just get it on there. We're going to let that dry a little bit. And I know I mentioned a couple times that I have been playing with the Lancome Tinty Doll concealer. So we are actually going to use it today. However, I just dropped it. At least I got it before Wesley did. Okay, so the Lancome Tinty Doll, this is the concealer. This is a full coverage concealer. It's not quite as thick or as full coverage to me as the It Cosmetics Bye Bye Under Eye. But I like trying different things because you never know. I mean, you could end up with a new favorite. So let's go ahead. This one has like a nice little doe foot on it. So that one doe foot should be enough to do everything. So I'm just going to kind of glide it in place there. Get it right up underneath there. Get it in here because I've got some darkness that happens in here. There you go. And this can look like a crazy person, but you know, that's okay. I don't like to blend this out with a damp cosmetic sponge. In my experience so far, this has been better if you just do it with your finger. And unlike you don't have to wait for it to like warm up or anything. You can just start tapping it. I'm using my middle finger so that it is gentle. There's not a lot of tug on that soft area under my eye and around my eye. I'm going to go right up under the eye there. This is very lightweight. Unlike the which is a little bit on the thicker side, which is why you can use a damp cosmetic sponge and it works fine. This is very lightweight. So you're not going to get, or at least my experience hasn't been, any puddling under the eye. Like sometimes you can experience, especially if you have older skin, and you get that either like dry. Now, other thing though, I will say, if you have dry skin, this doesn't really have as much, I don't feel like it has as much moisture as the Bye Bye Under Eye does. So if you have dry skin, you might be better off with the Bye Bye Under Eye just because it's a little more hydrating and smooth to go on. So, you know, experiment, see what happens for you. All right, so we're gonna, speaking of Lancome, we're gonna be using the Tinty Doll foundation. I am the shade 225N. We're just gonna give that a little bit of a shake there. I'm gonna grab my already dampened beauty blender. We're gonna use the wide end here. I'm just gonna give that one pump. There we go. We'll tap it out. We're just gonna blend it right up into, so with that one pump, I'm doing like my eyes down. We're just gonna blend that into that concealer. I don't know where that twang just came from. That was weird coming out of my mouth. All right. We're gonna go right into that hairline and then blend it down under the chin so that it's all nice and smooth. Making sure we get around our nostrils. I have like a little, right here in the cubic bone, I have like a little bit of, I don't know, what would you call it? They're not really wrinkles. They're kind of like folds, I guess you'd call it. So when I do my makeup, I have to make sure Gotta really tap in there and catch that right there. We're going around the lips so it's all the way to the edge. When we put our lipstick on, we don't got to worry about that. And once you have blended everything in, it's all nice and comfy cozy. We're going to do just a little bit on here, just a little partial pump. And that's going to do our forehead. So you can use a headband if you want. I just hold my hair up. We're going to get that on there. We're going to work that up to that hairline as well. Right down into that concealer. Because it's a damp sponge, you can just kind of go over your eyebrows. It doesn't really affect anything there. Right on that tip of that nose, making sure we're blending out that redness. Okay. I'm just going to go one last time under the eye just to make sure everything is all nice and smooth. And now we have our foundation on. So you can go ahead and set that aside. I am still loving and using the Good Morning. Got you in here. Good morning. Got a couple of shout outs. So nice to see you with us this morning. We are just getting ready to set our I didn't show you what this is. Hey, there you go. This is the MAC Studio Fix setting powder. We're just going to grab that, open that lid. I've got the puff that comes in it already. You just press that bad boy in. It puts that powder on there for you. We're going to go under the eye first. There you go. You just tapping that in. And then pressing that down. And I know I've talked about this before, but this does come in, while this is a translucent and kind of a clearish white color, they do have different tones of this. So, find the one that matches you, get to your nearest Ulta, Sephora. I don't know if actually Sephora carries this, but, or MAC counter. And you can try that out, see which one works best for you, for your skin tone, for the pigment that God blessed you with. All right. So once we've got that all tapping it there around the lips, let me just go under here one more time. There we go. Okay, now we are all set. We are ready to do some contouring. So we're going to play with this palette here. This is the You Can Be, and this one literally unfolds into a vast array of colors. So in this center right here, we've got the top and the bottom has our contouring. So today we're going to be living in the top ones here. So I am going to grab my It Cosmetics. This is a dual-ended foundation brush. We're going to go into this one right here, just right there on the side. Swipe that a couple times. We're going to go from the ear in a curved motion to about the corner of the eye, staying above the hollow of the cheek. Ooh, I like. It is called, great question. So the question is, the name, the brand, and it is called You Can Be. I'll put a link to that in the show notes so that you can get directly to the product. Actually, it's on, I'm pretty sure I posted it last night on the website already. So if you go to, you can either do Makeup and Jesus or a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Either one of those will get you to the same place. It should be right there on that homepage, and that'll be a link for you so you can get straight to it. Okay, so we're going to keep on this. We're just going to use that side one more time. And we're going to go right up here against that hairline. So I know better than to use new palettes on air, but guess what? That's what we're doing. So things I like about this is it's not chalky. It's not creamy. It's just kind of a nice, pleasant powder. So I appreciate that. I'm just going to go in this one right here with the tip of that. And I'm just going to catch that outside right there just a little bit. That's a nice color. Okay, so then I am going here. Let me, if I can get my brush in there. There we go. I'm going to grab a blush brush and we're going to go in this one right here. I don't really know what to expect, so I'm just going to give it 2 swipes until I'm familiar with how pigmented it is. We're going to go right on the top, kind of overlapping. Woo, yeah, that's some good pigment. Right there on that top, overlapping with that bronzer. And then right there in the middle. I'm just going to do 1 swipe, kind of a partial swipe. Let's go up here, just give a little color right here, right here. Okay, yeah, okay. That was a little bit. Okay, now we're going to go into this one right here. This is our highlighter. It's got like a little tinge of a shimmer in it. I'm using my Anastasia highlighter brush. We're just going to give it a couple of swipes there. We're going to go right on the top of that cheek. Oh, yeah, that's nice. And then right beside that eye socket. Oh, yeah. Can you see that shimmer? It's like a little bit, but not too much. It's very pleasant. So this one you could use, I feel it's a good day or night. We're just going to go right up the center there, hitting that ball. Right here, hitting that Cupid's bow. Ooh, nice. I am digging that. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Boop, boop. Let's go right here. I got all excited about the about the new palette. There we go. Yeah, I've used a couple. So the brand You Can Be, I've used a couple of other palettes that they had when we did the green one. I don't know, 2 months ago or something. We did another palette by them, and everything that I have used so far wears really well. So we're going to set that up for just a minute. And let's get our lips going. Hold on, let me scroll down on this. Actually, before we do that, we're going to say our verse together. Okay, so it is scrolling around on the bottom of the screen. Let's wait till it comes back around. Okay, there's the tail end of it. So I'll wait till it gets to the middle so we're all in the same place at the same time. Here we go. Okay, my friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? James 3:10-12. And so I think, I look forward to, we shift gears a little bit next week and we go more towards, rather than, think about this, about the tongue, we switch to, okay, now we know this. Now we know we don't have control of it. What do you do now? So that's what we're going to be next week. Some practical advice, some wisdom of what to do now that you know your tongue is a problem. Okay, so lips. We're going to be using the NYX retractable lip liner. And this is in, I think it's in hot pink. Yeah, hot pink. So we're going to do that one. We're going to be a little gentle with the lining today. We do want it to give us a little bit of an outline, but we're going to not make it be like a liney line. We just want it sort of a little invisible because we're using a matte color that's a little bit more pale. Okay, so going to start out in that Cupid's bow. There you go. And then we're going to round that out to the outside edge, staying just on the outside of that lip. So your sense of feel should be saying, hey, you're coloring on the outside just a little bit. Then you know you're in the right space. Okay, let's do the other side. There you go. Now we're going to do the bottom, start in that bottom center. And then round that out to the outside edge. Again, you're staying just to the outside on both the top and the bottom. Now I want to make sure that I don't get like a liney line. So I'm going to go back with that pencil and just feather it a little to the inside of those lines. There you go. Now we can set that aside and let's grab our MAC. This is our, what is this called? Amplified Creme lipstick. And this is Saint Germain. And Saint Germain is just a nice, you're going to get a little bit of a glossy look on this. It's a little more pale than what you get with the Candy Yum Yum. Not so much pop to it. But it's going to really play well with the eyeshadows we're doing today. So we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. There you go. You can see that's just a nice pink. And let's do the bottom now. All right. And then because this is part of their creme line, I don't know that you actually need to roll the R, but that was fun. It's not going to really give you an all-day wear. I mean, it'll kind of hang tight, but this isn't going to be like if you wear one of their matte lipsticks. So wherever you go, you're going to want to take one with you so that you can touch up when you eat, or if you're a talker after you've talked for a little bit of time. Okay, so we already have our eyes prepped and primed and ready to go. So let's grab that pretty all set too. On Amazon, it calls it B, just so you know. Follow the link though, it'll get you to the right place. So here's where we're gonna be today. So we already used these right up here. So we're gonna be in this right here. I'm just gonna use a basic light, let's do this one right here. So that's just going to be up on the top of the brow. So pick something kind of fleshy color for whatever your color of skin is. Lots of choices here in the fleshy colors. So we're going to do that just on the very top. That'll give us something to blend into. And then we're going to be hanging out. Let me actually open this up. Then we're going to be hanging out over here. So we're pretty much going to use almost everything in this. Oh, there we go. Almost everything in this yellow column right here we'll be using. And then we're going to take a little dip into this right here. So this is our pink. That is what we're going to be playing in. So pink, a little bit of the yellows, and then that accent color right there. So that is going to play nicely with the liner that we're going to be using right here from NYX as well. So let us just grab a fluffy brush. That's going to be this one right here. This is a Morphe M433. We're just going to go in this non-color color right here. Just get it right on the tip. And that's going to go right up here on the top of your eye right there. Right underneath, nestle it right up underneath your brow. That's just going to give you something to blend into. And so whatever your skin color is, you're going to find something about that color. What is that little stray over there? There we go. Okay, now I'm going to grab let's do... Hold on just a minute. Let me get that chat turned back on. There you go. Okay. I'm going to start out with this right here. This bad guy. This is a Morphe M321. Just kind of a fluffy blender. So this will work nice with the pink that we're going to be using today. So we're actually going to lay the pink down first. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to get that tip right in here. Just going to get it right on the very tip of that. We're going to go on the inside of the eye. On the outside of the eye, we're going to leave that center empty. And then we're going to take that brush right there on the tip, and just under where you can feel your socket bone, you're going to connect this side to that side. Just right there. And again, we're just leaving that middle part open. You don't need to worry about blending or doing anything just yet. So one thing is that I mentioned these are pigmented, so you do not want to overload your brush. You are going to be better off putting little amounts and repeating than you are trying to overload and try to get a whole bunch done at one time. That's not going to turn out so well for you. Okay. There we go. Now we look a little crazy, but that's okay. We've been here. We know how this works. So that's going to set down our pink color that we're going to have for today. Now I'm going to grab I think let's do just a nice angle brush. I know I was talking to Rachel, who's on here with us, talking yesterday about how we love these angle brushes. So we're going to play with that angle brush a little. We're going to take it, we're going to go in this orange right here first. Just get it on the face of that brush. And just like one little, we don't want like a whole bunch. We just want like a little bit. Right where right over the edge of where that pink is meeting that fleshy color, you're just going to kind of put that there and go back and forth just a smidge. Oh, I just did that in the wrong color. Let's try to stay with the palette, Wendy. There we go. Just right here where the pink. We're just going to put that color there where those two meet. And then I'm turning that brush sideways and I'm just going back and forth over that right there. And that's just going to soften that edge. And I'm just going to stay in that same color. I'm just going to dust it off a little bit. I'm going to go in this yellow right here. We're going to get it just on the face of that. And let's go right up here. Right where that orange meets that fleshy color. And we're just going to do that same blending technique right up here. Right where those two colors meet, just back and forth. That's going to give you a nice little graduation. If you feel like you need to step in that... Wesley has a toy back here. If you are hearing that, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to do that. There we go. I'm going to grab the fluffy brush where I started. And I'm just going to make sure that the top up here is nice and clean. So I'm just going to dip it in there. There we go. I'm going to take my fluffy. Any fallout, just get rid of that. Now I'm going to take let's just do, this one is a blender, a smudger, but it's a little taller than the one that we used under the eye. This one is a Morphe M213. So you can see it's a little bit taller than the other one. We're going to go in that same yellow that we just used. We're only going to get it on one side of that brush. And we're going to fill that void right here. Just get it in the middle. Don't worry about blending or anything just yet. Just put it there. And now that you've got that there and it's all nice and clean, now we're going to take that same brush and we're just going to go where the pink, you might need to dip into the pink a little bit, but where that pink meets that yellow, you're just going to go over that spot and blend that out nicely. So we're just going to put a little bit of blend here. You need to go back into the yellow, go back into the yellow, and you're just going to go back and forth on the edges to get a nice blend. There we go. Now we're going to do a little something in just a minute. There we go. Let's just get that. There we go. It's going to give us a little bit of pop right there on that yellow spot, but we need that nice and clean and yellow first. There we go. So there's what you got so far, and that's working with just what we've got on the top. So now let's do something on the bottom, and then we'll come back and do that little bit of touch. So I'm going to grab a smudger. This is the one I was mentioning was a little bit shorter. This one is the Morphe M, oh my word, I think it's 508. And we're going to go in this accent color right here. This one right here. you're just going to get it on the tip of that brush, and we're going to go under the eye with that. So it's going to go from one side to the other. Same thing on the other side. Okay, so I want to give a little blend out. So now I'm going to get it on the side of that brush, and we're going to just cover over that area a little bit. You're just going to go back and forth on there a little bit. And that's going to give it a nice blend out. Now I want to make sure that this is going all the way up into my lashes because of what we're getting ready to do on that waterline. So just make sure you've got that shadow all the way up into those lashes. It'll blend out a little bit, but we just want to make sure that we're covered good. Okay, so now that we've got that, we are going to grab from last week. Let me close this palette up. I'm going to grab that Super Shock that we used. I think it was last week. It might have been a week before. This is ColourPop Super Shock Shadow, and this is Tankini. If you haven't used this before, these are super fun. They're really better for pops of color than they are for like a whole shadow kind of thing, but you can use it for a whole shadow. Okay, I'm going to go back to that Morphe M213 we were using. I'm just going to dust it off a little bit because it had yellow on it anyways. We're going to take that Super Shock. We're going to get it just on one side. And we're going to go right here on the inside corner with that. Okay, maybe that will work. There we go. Maybe my Super Shock is a little outdated. There we go. And we're just going to give that Super Shock right there in the inside. And then I'm going to take it, get it on that side there, and I'm going to bring it up just a little bit right here. Just like a little teeny, like it's going up to that upper yellow we blended. And then I'm going to use my finger for this. I'm going to put my finger, get it on the tip, and just put it right there on that. We just want like a little bit of shimmer right there. Not too much, just a smidge. Okay, now I promised we were going to do something with that beautiful aqua green is the call of it. Some of you might call it turquoise. But this is a NYX retractable liner, and this is in the shade of aqua green. So we're going to take this, and we're going to go in our waterline right here with that. Oh, contact right out. Okay. And this is why I said that we needed that shadow going all the way up to that lash line. Okay, I think I can't see. Let me grab my mirror. I was trying to do it without the magnifier. Okay, there we go. And we're just getting it on that waterline all the way from the one side to the other side. Okay, let me get any of this. So here's what we've got. We've got a little shimmer. We got a nice color. We got some yellow on the inside. We've got that beautiful aqua on the bottom. Let us go ahead and do our liner on the top. Actually, let's go ahead and do the, we're going to do the water line up on the top. Here we go. And now we're going to do the liner. We're going to use that Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid eyeliner. We're just going to give a nice, clean, smooth line up there on that top edge. So we're going to go from one side all the way to the other. Just a nice, clean line. Same thing on the other side. All right. Make sure that goes all the way down to the lashes. I got that one little, there we go. I had one little spot that was not cooperating. Okay. So now we have a nice clean line for our lashes to go on. We're going to, I don't know why the line always seems, you know what? It looks like, it looks like it's a little thicker on that side. I feel like this is one of those bad TikTok shows where the girl tries to do a winged liner and then it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And next thing you know, she's got a wing going all the way up to her forehead. Okay, so we're going to do our brows now. So whatever your brow product of choice is, today I'm using the Lime Crime Bushy Brow, and this is the shade. I did it again. This is the shade Anime. You know, I got a 50-50 shot of getting the right end when I pop the cap off, and I don't think I've gotten the right end yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and do your brow product. I'm just going to give some light flicks here. Give it a little bit of a tail. I'm going to go over that just a little bit so that I have, you know, a little extra brow, a little brow at all. There we go. And I'm going to bring it over a little bit because my brows are kind of far apart. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to do that same thing theoretically on the other side. Here we go. We're just going to follow that brow around. There we go. I'm going to bring it in just a little bit. Wesley, what have you got for goodness sake? I think he's brought in his big, what is that? What is that? Sock puppet. That sock puppet. Oh my gosh. From channel 13, the what do you call public television? Angie? No. You know, I can't think of his name. Lamb Chop. That's it. I think he's got his giant lamb chop behind me. Okay, now I'm gonna grab this side and we're just gonna fluff out those brows, kind of soften the lines that we did a little bit. If you're going to use a brow setter, then you'll want to go ahead and do that here. You can probably do that and bypass this step altogether because most of the times the brow setters are applied with a brush kind of thing. I'm going to grab my little fluffy brush, just make sure nothing decided to try to set up house while we were doing that. There we go. And we're trying a new mascara. Well, I've actually been using it for about a week. And so I've really enjoyed this. This is the Fenty Hella Thick. And this is, I think the color is called Cause I'm Black. So that's the mascara that we're using. And honestly, this is such a nice volumizing mascara. You can probably get away with not even doing false lashes as long as your lashes are not like too ridiculously short. But this is, I mean, it's just a beautiful volumizing mascara. I've been super excited. So I'm going to grab my Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. And we're going to get ready to, wow, that came out nice, didn't it? Good pink. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to set up for our lash curling. So that's going to go right here with your lashes between those two things. You're gonna crimp. You're gonna push down. When you do, you want to make sure you're not getting any pinching on your eyelid. If you feel any pinching at all, then release it and pull it out just a little bit. And we're gonna use our Bible verse as a timer for our lash curling today. So we're gonna wait till it kind of rolls around to the beginning. There we go. And we're talking about water, so literally it's like rolling down the river. Okay, just kidding. Here we go. Okay, so find your sweet spot. There we go. My friends, you can't go on. Let's see. This can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? And that's James chapter 3, 10 through 12. Here we go. Same thing on the other side while we're in timing with that verse scrolling across. Here we go. Okay, my friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? And that's James 3, 10 to 12. And the answer is no, you're not. Now, in different versions of that verse, you'll see different fruits listed. There's some fig references and things like that. We don't really have figs over here. So when he did the message, he put it into, fruits that we would be familiar with. So that is part of what the message was about, was doing a paraphrase, putting things into common terms now times. So we're just going to give one coat of this. There you go. Same thing on the other side. We're going to make sure we're going all the way from one side to the other with this. Just use that tip of that mascara wand to get all in there. And this is just going to help our lashes to blend in better with those false lashes, which are usually just such a beautiful dark black color. I have seen a couple of brown ones here lately, but by and large, that's not the normal what you're going to be finding. What you're going to be finding is going to be black lashes. So that will help them to blend in. Now, our bottom lashes are not getting falsies, so we're going to want to do those just like regular, just like you would like normal. So we're going to go from root to tip here. And we do have that nice aqua green on our water line. So just make sure you don't do anything messy up in there. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. You see that yellow right there on the inside of that eye? There you go. Okay. Same thing on the other side. And I have found this to be a beautiful water resistant formula. I have cried in it and nothing interesting happened. I have accidentally rubbed my eye because I'm an eye rubber and nothing happened. I mean, don't push it, but I have been pleasantly surprised with how this mascara wears. It's kind of I think the premise behind this one is going to be not one stroke does it all for you. It is going to be like eyeshadow. Multiple strokes get you to the volume that you want. So you're gonna need to do like 2, maybe 3 coats of mascara, which, I mean, it only takes a second, but then you get a nice, clean, smooth eyelash from that. Most of the ones where you're gonna do like a 1 coat and then you're done is kind of goopy. So yeah, that's the technical term, goopy. So you're gonna do that same thing with this. So with that in mind, I'm gonna go ahead and do those bottom lashes one more time with that Fenty mascara. Just because I like them to balance nicely with the volume that's on the top. And then let's go ahead and do the other side as well. Make sure you go all the way from one side to the other. And I see a little. There you go. A little gold right there. So today we are going to be wearing the Juvia's Place. This is the Zaria. This is a flared lash. Last week I showed how to do, oh, it's kind of falling. This is a flared lash. I showed last week how to do a trim and put those on. So go catch episode 26 if you want to know how to do a fresh new lash installation application. Okay, there you go. So we're going to grab that lash from the outside edge there. Just get that off that tray, set it down in front of you. Same thing. Start out with the wide edge. Well, there we go. There we go. Don't tug too hard. You don't want to ruin your lashes now. Okay, I am just going to hold that lash in my hand. I'm going to grab my lash adhesive, which is this right here, which is the Kiss Strip Lash Adhesive. Has aloe in it. I don't know that I'd call them sensitive eyes, but they're probably sensitive compared to some. And I love that this particular adhesive, I haven't had any kind of anything to it. No reaction, no itching, no nothing. So I'm going to grab my lash. Doesn't matter which one. Just remember which one went first. I'm going to grab that right there in the center. We're going to give that adhesive a little shake because it feels like the thing to do. And we're going to put it on the top of that band right here. You'll see when it goes on, it's white and shiny. And then when it sets up, it's going to get a little less shiny and it'll start to get a little bit clear. So we're going to make sure we pay special attention to those outside corners. So just give you an extra little bubble right there. And then we're going to set that down in front of us. We're going to grab the other lash that we have. Oops. Hold on, just kidding. I got a little adhesive on the lash tool itself. Okay, so we're going to go in, get that lash adhesive right there on the top of that band. And we're going to get it right on that back side of that band. We're going to make sure that we pay special attention to those outside corners so they definitely have coverage. And that's what's going to, those are like the anchors for keeping that lash on all day. Because once I put them on, man, I don't want to mess with my lash during the course of the day. You want it to just go on and be there and just stay, and you don't got to think about it. You just look beautiful all day long. So that is how we're going to do that. So usually it takes about 30 seconds for that lash adhesive to dry down just enough for you to be able to use it. If you put the lash on and it feels kind of cold and wet, then you probably didn't wait long enough. Not really a big deal, but sometimes it can keep it from getting put there and then staying there. Sometimes you got to play with it just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the lash that I did the adhesive on first. And then grab that right in the middle. You can see this is the shorter end, so that's going to go on the inside here. We're going to put it right on that eyeliner line that we did, right up against my lashes. And then we're going to put the inside edge right on that eyeliner line, outside edge. Guess what? Right on that eyeliner line. There we go. We're just going to make sure. Kind of pressing it down right above where the lash is meeting that liner. And this one's getting a little on there. There we go. I need you to be right there. Okay. So you can see the difference between the two sides with the lash, without the lash. Without the lash, you can see a couple of things. First thing is, it sort of takes away from the intensity of the eyeshadow just a little bit because the lash is like blocking your view to it. So that's kind of nice. You can be a little more bold with your shadow if you're wearing tall lashes. The other thing is it just really opens up that eye compared to the other side. So a few things that they do for you. So I'm going to set that one down right here, right on that liner line. I'm going to put the inside corner down. There we go. Outside corner. Gonna make sure everybody is in the right piece. Just pressing down, make sure everybody's being nice. I'm not sure what that little thing is. I don't think I like that. So I'm going to grab my little smudger and that color pop thing. I don't know if I got a little adhesive there or what, but we're just going to, whoops, that's the wrong one. Here we go. We're just going to fix that little color dodge right there. I think I got a little adhesive on it and it transferred the color of that gold color. Okay, there we go. So now we have our lashes on, we have our makeup done, and we want this to stay all day, right? We don't want to play with this. So we're going to take our Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. We're going to give it a shake. We're going to spray it down. And now you are good to go for the rest of the day. So we're just going to let that setting spray do its thing while we review our Bible verses. We're just going to do chapter 3 this week. So let me get over to that. Okay, there we go. So, there we go. So, chapter 3, James, chapter 3, verse 1 and 2. Don't be any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are highly responsible work. Oh, teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth. If you find a person whose speech is true, you have... Oh gosh, I'm going to get the words mixed up. If you have found someone whose speech is true, you have found a perfect person in perfect control of their life. I think that's how it went. Okay. All right. Yes, Anthea, so true, so true. Lashes really do make a difference. So we'll talk about that in just a minute, though. Let's finish with our verses, and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so this song was called Bit and Rudder. I like this one. Bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain helps, captain sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. Okay, there we go. It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony into chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke, and go up in smoke with it. Right from smoke, right from the pit of hell. And then last week's verse, this is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we bless God, our Father. With the same tongues, we curse the very men and women that he made in his image. Curses and blessings come out of the same mouth. And then the verse that we have for today. My friends, oh, hold on. I'm not going to know this one as well. Hold on. My friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? And that concludes where we are with the first part of chapter 3. So again, all of these are coming from Color Me James. You can see what we've got right there. And actually this week we have a crossword puzzle just like that. So you got a crossword puzzle and then a coloring page in addition to all the journaling things. Now, if you really want to stay on top of this and be on the game or get the ebook for free, you can do the Beauty and Grace Insider. So we got 3 different levels for that. There's loyalty badges. If you're on YouTube and you've seen any of those funky emojis, those are the Beauty and Grace Insiders. And so they get a special set of custom emojis. And then every, milestone that you hit, whether it be time, whether it be how many likes or how many comments, you get special emojis opened up for you just because of that. So, and then there's also some free coloring pages, phone wallpapers, all this kind of good fun stuff. All right. So and I forgot to say, the Cherish Queen level comes with the ebook for free. So you can get in there and do that. And I really appreciate your supporting this ministry and this, gosh, I want to say fun time, because it is fun. Talking about Jesus, talking about Bible verses, and getting to play with makeup. What better thing could there be? Okay, so let me send you out with a blessing this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these women that have hung out here live with me, and the ones that will watch this later on in a recording, or I think there's also some audio versions hanging out there. So I just pray that you would bless them this week, that you would help us to take all these words of James into our heart, that we would not just hear them and let them go in one ear and out the other, as he talks about in chapter 2, but that we would actually take them, we would listen to them, we would mull them over, we would see where we fall into this imagery that you have given us, and then what are we going to do about it? Now we know that the mouth is a wanton killer. Now we know that taming the tiger is easier than taming the tongue. So now what are we going to do about it? Show us what we're going to do about it. Show us how we can apply these words in our life, and give us grace and peace as we do that. Father, again, I just send them out with a blessing this week, and thank you so much for this time together with these beautiful women. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you here this week. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media. I look forward to hearing about your crossword puzzle and your coloring pages. Better yet, shoot me a comment, show me a picture. I would love to see it. And what palette did you use? How did your look come out today? Shoot me a picture of that too. I would love to celebrate that with you. If you're a little bit shy, you can shoot me a DM. No matter what platform you're on, they just about all have a DM option. And so go ahead and do that. I think Instagram's probably the easiest. But, wherever you are, do that there. On YouTube, you can leave lots of comments, but just yet you can't leave any photo comments. So, but we will enjoy that platform, because it's definitely one of the best for viewing the podcast and going back. Oh, also tip, I wanted to tell you. So I know that our videos are like an hour 15 minutes long. So if you're doing your makeup and you just want to, kind of go through and not spend an hour doing that, you can on YouTube put it on a faster replay. Like most of the time when I'm watching a training tutorial video thing about anything, I play it at like 1.25, 1.5. So if you want to do that, my words aren't particularly important. You're just watching the motions, speed it up a little bit. And that way you can still get all the information, but not have to maybe like hear my voice as much. Okay, so it has been a delightful time with you. I look forward again seeing you throughout the week on social media. Mwah! I love you. Have a blessed week this week.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. We are going to be doing some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. We're going to do a full face makeup tutorial, and then we're going to memorize the Bible verse in the process of it and have all week long to work on that together. So my name is Wendy, and we are continuing on with our theme of October Breast Cancer Awareness, using a whole lot of pink. So remember that while we are live with the podcast, you can ask any question, whether it be something about the Bible verse or something about the makeup, and I will do my best to get that asked and answered while we are live today. So what is our easy makeup theme for today? I'm so glad you asked. So how to add just enough glitter to shine gracefully after 40. All right, so grab your lashes, grab your palette, grab your brushes, and get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole.
Oh, that was interesting. that was our intro video that was cut a little short by some sort of technological glitch. So let's take a look at our Bible verse. This is our foundation verse for the podcast. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And that is Psalm 119, verse 11. Now, we are working through the book of James. We're in chapter 3 right now. And all of those verses are coming from the book Color Me James. You can get that at colormejamesbook.com. That is available in, we got a PDF or a, oh gosh, what is the word I'm looking for? Anyways, there's a PDF version so you can use that on your iPad or your phone and write and color right into it. Then there's a paperback version that's going to come from Amazon, and the spiral bound, which is my favorite because it lays out flat while you're writing or coloring the page or doing the word search or crossword puzzles or whatever. So that is available from the website colormejamesbook.com. Make sure you get connected to that email list as well, because that is going to have everything lined up for you and just put all your ducks in a row from continuing from the beginning of the book all the way through, or you can just jump in where we are now. All right. So our verse that we worked on last week was chapter 3, verse 10 to 12. And so if I can get over to it, let's go ahead and give a, well, actually, the song is not ready to go. So maybe we'll get to play that before the end, but we're just experiencing all kinds of technological glitches today. So isn't that just a fun world we live in? Technology is fantastic when it works the way that it's supposed to. So let's just look at that verse together. We're going to say it together. Confession. I do not have this memorized. Have the gist of it, but not the word for word. So I'm going to be reading it off that screen just like you are till I get that bad boy nailed down. So let's look at that together. My friends, this can't go. Oh, actually, I can't read it from there because there's a little too many words. Hold on. Let me. Okay, here we go. Oh, ready? Okay, you got it on the screen. I got it in front of me now. My friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? All right, so that's what we were working on last week. I love that song, but alas, it's having a difficulty. So let's move on to our verse for this week, which is equally as long as the one from last week. But this one's really a lot of storytelling, so really like this one. The song for this is just about ready to go, so we should, it'll probably honestly be Friday before it gets released, but be looking out for it. So any of the Sailor Soul songs for Color Me James you can find on your favorite music streaming platform. Apple Music is always dragging a little bit in the rear. YouTube has it out very quickly, and then Spotify has it, usually trailing just a couple hours behind YouTube. So make sure to check that out. Let me grab my little cheat sheet here because I don't have this one memorized at all yet. Okay, so this week we're going to be in verse 13 through 16. Do you want to be counted as wise, to build a reputation for wisdom? Here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourselves sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you're trying to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at each other's throats. All right, I think we've all probably seen that just a little bit. So the point of James, as we're coming to nearing the finish line of chapter 3, is now we've gone from all these comparisons and metaphors and similes and things, and now we're going to move on to, okay, now that you know all these things, what you going to do about it? So now we're talking a little bit about wisdom, again, continuing on with that vein of thought of it doesn't matter what you say, it matters what's in your heart and what you do. And what's in your heart is going to be what you do. So we'll continue on with that this week. All right. All of the products that I use in the episode are going to be in the show notes of whatever platform that you're on. And then they're also going to be on the website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of jesus.com/shop. Also, when you go to the homepage, all the ones that were specifically listed for this week's episode will be right there on the bottom of the page. So I've tried to make it super simple for you in case you just love something that I've used today. So hope you love this palette though, because today we're going to be playing with the Aflano Rose Curse. So I think this is going to be a little bit of fun. Love the pinks in this. We're only going to be using one of the pinks, but it will be great. Okay, so now we've got that big verses scrolling across the bottom of our screen. I am going to get the chat going here so I can see what you're saying. Go ahead and give me a shout out and let me know where you are. Good morning. Good morning, beautiful. All right, so give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. I can, the way my setup is today, I can see less than normal. So I can't see how many of you are on here with me. I heard you dinging in, but oh, you know what? I can look up and see it. Okay, new setups. All right, so let's go ahead. Give me that shout out. I got that over here. Make sure to ask your questions about the verse, about that, whatever. Just ask your question over in the chat window, and I'll do my best to get that answered. Just know if you are a bot, you are gonna get caught. Ooh, that rhymed. I'm like a rapper this morning. Ooh, if you're a bot, you're gonna get caught. Anybody got some beatboxing? All right, so enough of that. Okay, so we're gonna start with our Benefit Cosmetics Professional Primer. I used to laugh all the time when my husband would do that goofy stuff with the kids. I've lost him. He passed away in November of 21, but I used to laugh when he would do that stuff. And what do I find myself doing this morning? The same dorky stuff. It's like a bad dad joke in makeup form. Okay, so professional primer. We're just gonna give that a little bit of a shake and press on with what we're supposed to be talking about. Okay, here we go. So just a little bit of that. That's gonna go a long way. We're just gonna work it between the tips of our fingers, under the eye, any place where you have fine lines and wrinkles, crow's feet. Right there, right here for me. I'm a combo skin, so I'm gonna get that in my T-zone. Make sure that's gonna help mattify and control that oil there. I'm gonna get it around my lips so that once I do my lip liner or my lipstick, that is gonna stay there and not like creep out into my face, because that will be yucky. All right, now we are gonna be using some super fun colors from that Aflano palette. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime, and that is the eye primer. I am the shade 11-1, and this, I'm just going to give it some pretty good taps, because sometimes this does, if it's set for any kind of a time, it'll separate just a little bit. Just shake it up and it'll be fine. Okay, so we're just going to give a little bit of that right there. Keep it near you, because we're going to use it for a little bit of a cut crease this morning. And then we're going to finish out that cut crease with some sparkle. I told you, just a dash of glitter over 40. Okay, there you go. We're going from that lash line all the way up to that brow there. We're just covering that whole thing. So you're going to look like a crazy person for a minute. Enjoy it. It's just going to be for a second. All right. Excuse me, I got a little bit of a cough this morning. Okay, I am going to be using the Lancome Tint Idole. This is the concealer. What am I? I'm the shade 90. There you go. So this is going to help reduce any redness that we've got, any dark circles, any under eye things, any acne scarring, hyperpigmentation of any kind. So I'm just going to take that doe foot, and we're just going to put that every place we think we need something to not be there. Okay. Going to get it right up in here because I got some darkness going on. This is not a contouring thing. This is a concealing thing, which is why you're not doing the cute little out here, in here. If I get one more comment about that, I'm going to go crazy. This is concealing. Okay, so we're going to take our middle finger, which is going to get a little bit of a softer touch. We're just going to cover that redness there. There we go. I got a couple comments. I'm going to see if I can grab my mouse. That's exactly right. Good morning, Anthea. Good to see you this morning. And then, yes, that is right. You just got to embrace that crazy sometimes. Okay, maybe all the time. Okay. Okay. Go right there in the center. I mean, if not you, then who? Okay, here we go. Might have been a little scary for a Thursday morning. Okay, we're just using that middle finger. We're just going to tap that around, going right up underneath that so that we are removing that redness. We're getting rid of that darkness. There you go. Now our nose is all clear and now we're lightened. But don't worry, we're not going to leave it like that. We're going to go back over with our foundation, blend it in, and that's what's going to help our face to just be one continuous color so we can contour and add the light and the dark where we want it to be. So let's go ahead and grab that Lancome Tinidol. This is our foundation. I have already dampened my beauty blender. We're going to start out with this end here, and we're just going to give it one pump right there on the backside. Just kind of tap it around. You're just going to put it pretty much where you want it, and then we'll blend it out. So here we go. I see that, Rachel. Okay, and then we're just going to blend down. I'm going to pull that hair back there so I don't end up with foundation. I know my hair is getting kind of long, isn't it? And then we're going to take that, using that same end, we're just going to blend that right up into that concealer. There you go. Around the mouth, we're going to make sure we get up just over the edge of that lip line, just a little tiny bit. All around the nose, up on the nose. Hitting right there. Make sure you got that good. And we're going to make sure we blend out nice under the chin. And you can see now you can't see the crazy stuff except on the forehead, which you haven't done yet. Okay, so just going to do a little partial pump here. That is going to do our forehead. Speaking of foreheads. So just kind of tapping it around. And then once you've got it pretty much everywhere you want it, then you're just going to blend it out. Just sort of buff it up into that hairline a little. We don't want it like on the hair, but you want it worked up into it so that you don't have like a line of, here's where the makeup stops. There's where your hair begins. So just sort of flick it up into there and that'll get you pretty good. Which is another reason why it's important that your foundation matches your skin shade so that way everything's just going to blend very seamlessly. I feel very animated today. I don't know what is going on. Okay. There you go. So now we are all blended out. I'm just going to go under the eye once, make sure I got that good. There we go. Ta-da! Let's cap the foundation so I don't do anything disastrous with that. And then we're going to grab our setting powder. For me right now, it is the MAC Studio Fix. And this one is just the translucent that's just like a kind of a white shade. It just kind of melts into your skin. This is available in different stages of translucency. So if you have more pigment to your skin than I do, test out some of those other ones. They do just kind of melt in and become invisible, but it does help to kind of have that base color to be closer to your skin. So this one, you just pop that. Oh, that looked like a science experiment, didn't it? Did you see that? I'm not going to do it twice, but that was crazy. Okay, so we're going to take the puff that comes with it and you just press it in. And then we're going to start out under the eye. I don't know why that powder is being so fluffy today. It literally looks like, oh, what's that guy's name? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Oh, that's reaching back. Okay, we're just going to press that in. And this is just going to set that powder so that our matte will continue all day. And the foundation is just going to stay put. It also helps that when we get ready to do the contouring, that because we're using, or I'm using anyways, a powder contour, it just gives it something to blend into a little bit nicer. And I just like how it finishes off the skin. Also, I cannot stand, as a combo skin, I cannot stand that sort of damp, feel on the face. So this will help with that also. The other thing I love about this particular one is that if you have a little bit of wrinkles or a lot of bit of wrinkles. This one's not going to like seep into the wrinkles and make like that cakey thing. You can use it right up underneath that eye, which is where I have some wrinkles, and it's not going to do anything. So I love this powder for that reason. Very lightweight, milled very fine, very just super nice. So that's the MAC Studio Fix. So enjoy that right there. All right, so now that we're all one color, we are going to add color where we want it. So I'm going to grab my KVD Everlasting Shapeless Light Refillable Contouring Palette, and we are going to start out with our IT Cosmetics Dual Ended Brush. Have used several different ones, just like this one the best. So we're going to use this end for the contouring. Choose the shade that is closest to your skin color, and then we're just going to swipe it in there. We're going to go from the top of the ear in a curved motion right to about the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above the hollow of that cheek there so that we lift up that cheek. And because I do have a little bit longer hair, I'm going to pull that hair back just a smidge. And then we're going to go right beside that hairline. Now, I often get asked, when you do it, your contouring looks a little bit on the dark side. It does in this lighting, but if you're doing it for like taking pictures and all that, it is going to be just a little bit darker. And also because it's a little bit darker, you can see where I'm going. If I do it lighter, then you're going to have a hard time following along. So a bunch of different things why my contouring in the video looks a little bit darker than what you might do in person. Okay, pulling that hair back, going from the top of that ear, staying above that hollow of that cheek, going right to the corner of the eye there, and then right beside that hairline. Also, we all have different looks and ways we want to look. So you do as little or as much as you would like for the look that you want to achieve. And we're going to do it also right along that hairline. And we're gonna get it right along the hairline. Then we're just gonna use a circular motion to buff it out a little bit. That way it gets nice and soft looking. What was that? Bill Nye episodes did a rerun on Thursday. Just say thank you, Rachel. Now I'm gonna use the side of that brush right here. We're just gonna go in the side there like that. I'm gonna go neutral face from under the ear to about the corner of the mouth, just right under that jawline. And that is going to help give a more of a definite stop to that jawline. If you have double chin or triple chin or whatever the case may be, this is definitely going to be your friend because it's going to give you the appearance of more going in underneath that jawline. So make sure you do that. I'm just going to give it a little tap. We're going to go from the inner eye to the end of the nose and then right under that tip. There you go. All right, so that is our low for our contouring. We're just gonna keep working our way up. I'm gonna grab my fluffy MAC brush, and then I'm gonna grab my Juvia's Place Volume 4, which is these beautiful guys. We're gonna have quite a bit of pink happening up here today. So I'm gonna stick with the lighter one just because I don't want it to like conflict. So let's go ahead and grab that. We're just gonna do 2 swipes here. Right on the top of that contour there and right up the center there. 2 swipes right on the top of that, right up the center there. 1 swipe, gonna go right up on that forehead. Just kind of give a little color on top of that bronzer that we did, just to give you a little more flavor all the way around. Right on the tip of that nose, right on that chin. There you go. So now we've got a little bit of color. We have our lows. Now let's go ahead and add some highlights in there. So I'm using today the Benefit Cosmetics. This is Cookie. I'm using the Anastasia highlighter brush. And so any highlighter brush will work though. I just happen to like this one. I like the way the handle feels. I like the little fluffiness of the tip. So find one that works for you. Cookie's got like a little tiny bit of a shimmer, little bit of a pink to it. So I thought it paired well with the eye that we're going to be doing today. So we're just going to swirl that around a couple times, right on the top of that pink and on the top of that cheekbone, and then right beside the eye socket. Go ahead and do that again. Swirl that right here, right here. Then we're going to do it again. We're going to go right down the center of the face and make sure we hit that little tip of that nose right there. And then the Cupid's bow. I'm just going to blend that out just a little bit. There you go. We may come back with a little extra touch up, depending on how much fallout we have from the shadow, just to give us a little sparkle as we finish out our thing today. And I feel a sneeze coming on, so I'm going to apologize in advance for the sneeze that is coming. Excuse me. So let's go ahead and let's say our Bible verse together, which is scrolling across your screen right now. Do you want to be counted wise, to build a reputation for wisdom? Here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourself sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal, cunning, devilish plotting. Sorry, I talk a little bit fast. Whenever you're trying to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at the other's throats. All right, and that's James 3:13 through 16. Let's get on with our lips today. Let me make sure I grab the right thing because I do not want to put lip liner on my eyes. We're going to be using two things for our lips today. First thing that we're going to use is the NYX lip liner, and this is in the shade Blackberry. And then we're going to step into our MAC lipstick using some Candy Yum Yum. So let's start out with that Blackberry NYX lip pencil. We want to make sure we got a nice sharp tip on that, which I don't at the present moment. So we're just going to give that a little bit of a sharp couple. There we go. Just a couple of turns and you should be good to go. We're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. And we're just going to line the outside edge just outside the lips a little bit. Then we're going to come inside, feather it just a little bit. We're going to drag it with our finger. Then we're going to put our lipstick on because this is going to be an ombre from black to light pink. So we want to make sure that ombre is a nice, smooth transition. Okay, so Cupid's bow. And you'll see this one is a black, but not like a totally black. So that blackberry just gives us kind of a nice balance with that little hint of kind of pinky purple to it. Okay, now we're going to go outside that lip line just a little bit and round that out to the outside corner. There you go. Same thing on the other side. Okay, now we're going to go in the bottom and the center. And we're going to round that out just on the outside of that lip line to the outside corner. Now, this is a very bold lip liner, so right now anyways. So we want to make sure that we have our shape good here. So go ahead and check your shape, make sure both sides are even and that you like the way that it's looking. Okay, like that. So now we're going to come to the inside of that line we just did. You're going to use shorter, lighter strokes just inside that line. Don't go too wide, just a little bit. And we're leaving that center nice and clear. So when we put that Candy Yum Yum on right there in the center, it will stay nice and fresh. Okay, so now that we got that there, we're going to take our middle finger and we're going to move it where it's mostly on the inside of your lip, but we're going to drag that feathery line we just did just a little bit. So just start on one end and just drag it a little. And now we're going to do the same thing on the bottom. And that just feathers it out a little bit so we get kind of a nice ombre from that. Now, let's grab our Candy Yum Yum, that delicious delicious, beautiful pinky color. You see, there you go. And we're going to start out where we didn't put the lip liner in the center. Okay, so now it looks a little weird, but don't worry. Hang on. So take the lipstick. Now that you've done the center part, now you're going to go from the outside liner to where you just put it. So just take that, use the edge, the top edge of that on the liner line. Here you go. And you can see now it has blended out nicely. So now let's do the bottom. Okay, so let me get in close. You can see it just gave you a nice little blend there. You can add a lip gloss if you want to. I'm not really a glossy girl, so there's that. Okay, so that is all nice. Got that nice little black going on. It would totally make sense once we get the pink on our eyes. So let's take a look at... Okay, yes, that is true. It's Candy Yum Yum. So check the show notes and you'll find a link that'll take you to that. Almost all the links are going to go to Amazon just to make it easy for you and so that you know you can trust the site where you're getting it from. So today, we are going to be using the Aflano palette. This is also from Amazon, Aflano, and this is called Rose Curse. Kind of hard to read there, so here you go, Rose Curse. And this one has some beautiful colors. So here's where we're going to be living at today. We are going to be in the skeleton, which is this color here. We're going to use that up in the brow bone. Then we're going to be in the curse, this one right here. We're going to dip our toe just a little bit into Satan. Don't try to make too much out of that. That's just the name of the color. And then we're going to be using this color here with a cut crease. And then we're going to do some fun, I promise, glitter. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab a fluffy brush. This is a Morphe M433. And we're just going to get it into this color here, which is skeleton, right there. We just want a little bit of it. You don't want your eye to turn white up here. We're just trying to give something to blend into. So just get that skeleton right up there. It sounds weird when you say it like that. Okay, we're just going to use that skeleton right up on there. There we go. All the way into that brow, just giving us a color to blend into. We may use a touch of that on the inside. Let's just go ahead. Just get a little bit and just go right in here. Not like a whole lot. We're just gonna lighten it a little bit. Okay. And we're gonna set that brush aside and let's use this one right here. This is a Morphe M3, I think it's 21. 3, anyways, it's a kind of a cross between a smudger and a blender, but anyways, you'll use that one. It's an M321. That is what it is. Okay, we're gonna go into this color right here, which is Curse. We're just going to get a little bit on there. And it doesn't really matter if you go too far down because we're going to cut crease, so it's going to get covered over. But you don't want to waste shadow either. So I'm just going to go right on that brow bone where you can feel your bone right there. And we're just going to do that. And then we're going to blend it up just a little. So I'm going to set that down. And then I'm just going to work it up a little bit. Okay, we're going to do that same thing on the other side. We're just going right on that bone right there. And I am going to have it go out a little. So I'm going to bring it out right there. Yeah, I should do that on the other side too. Right there. And now we're going to blend that out. So where the gray meets the white, you're just going back and forth with a little bit of a light touch. Feel like it's got a little light in spots, just tap it. You don't got to do too much. Just go like that. And then I'll just get enough color on there that you will be good. So we're going to do that. Now, if at any point you think, oh my gosh, I blended too far, just grab your fluffy brush and just go back on the top of it like this, and that will minimize what you just did. If you need to dip it in the white a little, do that. No big deal. Okay. I'm going to take that right there. We're going to come down. And we're going to go, I don't know, maybe a quarter of the way right here. There you go. Same thing on the other side. We're just extending that line down. And we're just doing that outside corner. And then I'm going to go ahead and feather that just a little bit right there. So when I add that pink, which is a very much a lighter color, it's already kind of light and ready to go. Now I want to add a little intensity and definition on that outside edge. So I'm going to grab, let's do, oh, there we go. There we go. Let's do this one right here. This is a little bit of a longer smudger. This is a Morphe M124, I think that is. It's a smudger, but it's a little bit long. So you get a little bit more, I don't know, flow with it. So it's easier for blending to me. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to go in that Satan just on the tip of it, like just on the very tip. And we're going to go right here, right on that outside edge. Oh man, did you see that fallout just happen? Look at that. That's okay. We'll get in just a second. You know, as you use different shadow companies, you will find some are worse about fallout than others. And black is always a vicious color for fallout. So we're probably going to have to do some foundation reconnaissance. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab my fluffy brush here. And we're just going to sweep that away and see. Oh, that's actually not too bad. There you go. Usually if you catch it kind of early on, you'll be good, but that was a lot. Okay, so now that we've got that going in, actually, I don't think we need to do the whole cut crease thing because that came out kind of nicely. So I'm just going to leave it like that, and you'll see why in just a second. So let's go ahead and we'll clean up that top line there, but you'll see why I don't think it's really going to matter here in a minute. So I'm going to get just a general shadow brush. This is a MAC something, and we're just going to use that to get this right here, which is, what is this one called? Lolita, right here. We're just going to go in Lolita, and now that I'm scared about fallout, I'm just going to swipe on one side, and we're going to put that Lolita right there in the void that we left. We're going to go to the inside corner. We added that white there, so it should help soften that. There you go. Just right there. Same thing on the other side. Yeah, and you know, I know, right? It's not my first time to use a palette, but I hadn't used that particular color before, so I just didn't know how that was going to be. I love the Urban Decay's Blackout Black. That one's really nice too. It doesn't quite have as much fallout as that one we just used, but I was talking and I think I might have just loaded the brush too much while I was yapping. Okay. Now, just because I can, I'm going to take that same brush and I'm just going to do one little thing here. And I'm just going to put it right there. I just want like a little bit of this. Just right there. Okay. Doop, doop. Just right there. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the brush that we used when we did this one right here, which is the curse. And I'm just going to make sure that that blend right there is nice and kind. There we go. I got a little something happening right here. There we go. We're going to go into that Lolita just a little bit and soften that edge because something funky is going on there. There we go. Okay. So we've actually got kind of a nice cut crease already going on. So I'm just going to take just a small smudger that we're going to use on the underneath of the eye anyways. This one is a Morphe M. Man, I can't read small things today. 508, I believe this one is. So we're going to take that and we're going to go into that curse. And what we're going to do is we're just going to clean up the edge of this like that. So you're not adding anything. You're just cleaning up that edge to be a little crisper and smooth. There we go. And then we don't have to add another product onto our eyelid. Okay. You can see that really cleaned that line up. And now we should be ready to go. Let's go ahead. Let's do the under eye and then we'll do the glitter I spoke about on the top. So same brush that we just used there. Using that same thing we just used, curse. We're going to go under the eye here. And we're just going to hug right against that lash line. Doesn't take a whole lot of that one. I'm just going to clean that brush off, or if you got another one, go ahead and do that. I'm going to go into that Lolita, and we're going to use it right here on the inside just to soften that inside corner a little bit. And on the bottom, I'm not going to use any of that rose, the one that we used on the middle part. Not going to do any of that on the bottom. Going to keep it simple on the bottom. I know, right? Wendy being simple. What? Okay. Same brush. We're going to go just a little doop into the Satan. We're going to put it right here on the outside corner, just barely on that corner so we can blend up into the top. That'd be Wesley talking for you. Okay. Now I do see there's quite a bit of fallout on that bottom. So let me show you with this right here. Wesley, honey. We're just going to add some powder to it. And I'm going to clean up some of that fallout that happened over there. Now, I mentioned earlier that we would probably come back and add some more highlight. And now we're definitely going to need to do that because I'm swiping some of it away. Okay, so that cleans up that. And now we can press on with what we're doing. So we are going to do a little bit of a wing on here, as you can tell by the shape that we have going. So let's go ahead and we're going to do the wing and then we're going to do the glitter because I think it will be easier to do that way. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Egyptian. Oh, I'm not over there yet. The Egyptian, what is it called? Egyptian pencil liner. And this is in the color of Kajal. And we want a nice good tip on that. So again, we're just going to give it like 3 twists in here. And give it a nice little tip. That actually needs to be a little bit better. I'm feeling like it's sticking just a little bit in the pencil sharpener. There we go. So we're going to go from the outside corner. We're just going to go about halfway. There we go. Just gonna do it. Let's go ahead and do it on the bottom. We're gonna go into that water line right here on that outer third. And then we're gonna follow that lash line about halfway. There we go. I want it to end right about where my pupil is. That way my eye will be opened up and not closed down as a result of that. So we're going to grab our liquid liner now. And we're going to do that wing that we talked about. So grabbing that liner, going to go from the inside right along that lash line. And then we're going to take it and bring it in. I'm going to extend it out to where that shadow is. And let's just cross it across and fill it in. There you go. You can see we've got that happening right there. Let's go ahead and do that same thing on the other side now. And we're going to go to the outside edge of that shadow, bring that in. And then we're going to fill it in. You can see what that looks like there from the top. And so now we've got that nice winged liner going on. We're just going to kind of let that dry for just a little bit. Wow, that came out super pretty. I can't wait till you see the last step of this though. So it's not going to touch what we're working on right now. So we're just going to go ahead and do it. So I'm going to grab, this is the Urban Decay. This is the Moondust liquid eyeliner, and this is in the shade Glam Rock. If you don't already own this, you need to own this. So there are so many things that you can do with this. So we're just going to, first off, if you haven't already like shaken it and used it, go ahead and give it a shake. We're going to uncap that. You can see it's got this beautiful eyeliner brush on it. So make sure that you're pulling it in and out of the container nice and smoothly so your brush doesn't fray and stays nice. So be gentle with it. So we're going to uncap that right where the pink and the gray are meeting. You're just going to line that right here. Look at that. And then we're going to bring it out to here. And then down just a little. Oh my gosh, I'm in love with that. I'm going to go over it twice. There you go. Now we're going to do the same thing, same thing on the other side. Okay, here we go. And then we're just going to bring that down. There you go. Okay, now we'll do it the second time. I know I told you, right? Isn't it beautiful? Okay, So if you have hooded eyes like I do, you're definitely going to want to make sure that you're kind of looking down for a second. Let that glitter liner set just a little bit before you go on to your next thing, because you don't want to muss it up. So, oh my goodness, I'm in love with that. Ah! Okay, look at that. I know, right? Oh, look, it already did it. Ah! I looked down too fast. Okay, let me grab a paintbrush so I can fix that before it becomes too much of a thing. Yes, it happens. So I'm just gonna grab that, and let's just fix it. Okay, and now squint, Wendy, squint. Okay. Okay, there we go. So while I'm looking down, we're going to, and I thought it felt like it was dry enough, but yeah, evidently it wasn't dry all the way, or I opened too big. So I'm going to go ahead and not use that. That was my eyeliner. That would be disastrous on my brow. I'm going to grab the Lime Crime. Actually, let's go this way. This is the Lime Crime Bushy Brow. And sorry, I'm trying to get over here. Oh, let me see. Okay, so question about the lip liner. That is not an eyeliner. It is actually a lip liner. That is the NYX lip liner and is in the shade Blackberry. So it's actually a lip liner. If you go to the show notes, it will, sorry, Anthea. If you go to the show notes, you'll see that is in there. It is the NYX lip liner and it is in the shade Blackberry. Okay. Anthea. You know, girl, I feel you on that one, which is why I'm having to like look down for a minute to make sure that liner dries down, because it does because it does take it just a second to dry. And I don't know where I get the idea. Sometimes I see pictures and I just tweak it until I like it. Sometimes you can't even tell what the original picture looked like by the time I'm done with it. But sometimes, God gives me visions in my sleep, and it just like, I don't know. There's a thing. I don't think I've ever, maybe once, in season 2, that I've come with a palette and had no idea what look I was going to do, just like do it on the fly. That has happened before, but it's not usually the norm. Usually I pre-do the look just to make sure I got the blend, the right colors. Sometimes the colors that you think don't actually mix together, or they perform a little differently on your skin versus when they're in the palette. So I don't know. You just kind of play with it and do it. So, okay. So now I'm to the Lime Crime Bushy Brow. So whatever your brow product is, oh my gosh, look, for the first time, I actually opened the right end the first time. Okay. So whatever your brow product is, you can go ahead and use that here. I am using the Bushy Brow because I do have the remnant of anime still on the side. I need to get my hair colored this weekend. And I don't want to add anything else to it because the color I'm going to, it will interfere. And so I don't want it to, the blue, because blue tends to stick really well in my hair. And so if you put it in there and then, try to color or bleach it out, it kind of turns this like funky greeny color. Not attractive. So I'm just sort of waiting it out. So just a little bit of that blue left in there. Okay, so same thing on the other side theoretically. Here we go. We're just going to flick that pomade pencil up. There are lots of different kinds of pomade pencil like this. I know there's one from Benefit Cosmetics. I can't remember the name of it. But they're all kind of the same thing. They're usually a teardrop shape like that. And then I usually put the pointed side up. And then I'm using the bottom, the rounded side, as kind of like the base as I work around. And then you're just sort of flicking it. Now, the good thing about a pomade pencil is that it's soft. and they don't usually like dry down, but unless you're like touching and rubbing and picking at your brow or something, it'll usually stay in place very well. If God gave you a lot of brow hair, Lord help you, how beautiful that must be, because I don't have that. But you may need to use a brow setter like the one from Benefits, just so that everything stays in place. What is that? Oh, it's like a shadow. So that everything stays in place once you get it there. All your hairs stay nicely in there, in place. They don't move. It doesn't, because I am all about, once you do your makeup, man, I don't want to be thinking about it for the rest of the day. So I am going to set and do whatever it takes just to make sure. And, total transparency, it is not out of the question to think about Wendy overspraying her hairspray just to have that hairspray kind of set a little bit on your face. I truly believe, because I've been doing that for years, I truly believe that's where the setting spray idea came from, was people who use their hairspray to set their makeup. Okay, so now I'm going to use that little brush tip. And I'm just going to do that here, because when I first saw setting spray the first time, I was like, that's a beautiful idea. I've been doing that since 9th grade. We're not going to talk about how long ago that was, but that is one of the things that I did as a kid, learning how to do makeup. I always used a little overspray of my hairspray, maybe accidentally, on my face. Whether or not that was a good thing to do, don't know, but it worked. So I'm just going to go under that with the white brush that we had, and we're just going to feather that out. It looks like I didn't get any up here today, so that's a good thing. Here we go. I do see this right here, so we're just going to go over that right there. Soften that just a little smidgy. Okay, so now we've got our glam rock just shimmering nicely and sparkly up there. We got that mop cut crease going on. We got that beautiful pink for our October breast cancer awareness. We are going to go ahead and come back in with a little cookie, since I had to do some extra weapon around up there. So I'm just going to swirl that, go right here. Go right up the side there. You can never have enough. Can you ever have enough glitter? I don't think so. Here we go. So we're just going to add that right there. Now, again, as we talked about, I want to make sure that, well, actually, we're not to that place yet. Wendy, how about if we put our lashes on first? We just started talking about setting spray and I got all confused. So I'm going to grab my lash curler, and don't fear, today we are not going to use that whole verse as our lash curler, because I think our lashes would probably be harmed in protest for how long that verse is. So go ahead and grab your eyelash curler. We're just going to use like 2 sentences at a time to do the timing for our lashes. So grab that eyelash curler, find your sweet spot. Now that everything's dried, the liner is dried, the glam rock is dried, everything is dried, so we can use that the lash curler now without fear, and then put our mascara on. So we're going to crimp that down just a little bit. And we're going to say, let's see what verse we got going in cross of our head. We got, I can't even read what verse. Well, let's just start somewhere. Okay. Twisting the truth to make yourselves sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you're trying to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at the other's throats. And I can't wait till you hear the song that goes with that one. I'll have to see at the end if it's actually working. Okay, here we go. So we're going over this. Oh, let me see what we got. There's infinity 3 seconds side spray. Yes. So, Lord, we got someone else that does the hairspray thing as well. And then evidently, thank you, Anthea, that L'Oreal has an infinity 3 second setting spray. Yes. So, and not all hairsprays are created equal. So you can't just take any old hairspray. Before y'all stop doing that. You can't just take any old hairspray and start spraying your face with that. I am not saying that. Please do not do that. But it's just natural when you spray your hair, there's going to be some overspray on your face. Well, that's all I'm talking about. So don't be Aquanet in your face or Tresemme in your face or whatever. Please don't do that. So we definitely know more now about chemicals and things in different products. So a little light overspray from your hair is one thing. Actually spraying your face with hairspray, totally different thing. So we'll talk about a good setting spray here in just a minute. So back to the lash curling. Here we go. So we're going to do the other side here. Here we go. Don't you want to be counted wise to build a reputation for wisdom? Here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. And then just because I was talking, I'm just going to creep this side for just a little bit of a second there. Okay, mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Okay, that's enough for our curling. So let's go ahead and grab our Fenty Beauty. This is the Hella Thick in, I think it's Cause I'm Black is the name of the color. So we're just going to do a little bit of that because we are definitely wearing false lashes with this glam look today. And I just love all these pink looks that we're doing. We're just going to give a one coat of mascara here, making sure we're wiping back on those tips. We're going all the way from one end to the other so that our lashes are beautifully covered in black so that they match seamlessly with those false lashes. Unless you were just gifted by God with black lashes. And even people who have dark hair usually don't have black hair. So I would still encourage you to do this no matter your hair color. Also, you'll get the extra volume benefit from it if you do that. So we're going to go again all the way from one side to the other. We're just doing one nice light little coat here. And actually, I think because we got so much dark going on, we're going to come back in and tight line just a little bit. So let's go ahead and do the bottom lashes. And we're going to go from root to tip down here. And these do not get false lashes, so make sure you get good coverage on those. Okay, let's do the same thing on the other side. I did not know what that weird music is in the background. They keep changing the song just a little bit. It almost sounds like a marching band kind of thing. I don't know. A little weird, but whatever. There it goes. Okay. Yes, that was the sound of my earpiece coming out, so I couldn't hear you for a moment there. There we go. So now that we got that, let's go ahead and tight line just a little bit to make sure I grab the Juvia's Place and not that lip liner. I'm just going to take that pencil and I'm just going to go on the waterline on the upper. I just think we got so much dark going on here. I feel like it's going to need that. There you go. Do that same thing on the other side. You can see how that looks different from the underside there. It's just the waterline, but up on the top. And then you're just going up into the lashes there. I think in the end, that's going to give us a much smoother look with the lashes. Okay, so speaking of lashes, we are going to be using the Juvia's Place. This is the Nubian lash in Zaria. Love the flared look of this. And guess what I don't have with me today? I don't have my lash tools. So today, we're just going to be using Plano tweezers. I believe these are Revlons. Okay, so we're going to grab that lash just on that outside corner, pull it off that tray gently, set it down in front of you. Same thing on the other side. I'm going to start in the outside corner, well, which is over here. Grab that lash, take it off that tray, set it down in front of you. Just gonna make sure, because I have wore these before, so these have already been trimmed to the size of my lashes. Just make sure everything's all nice and clear and smooth. There we go. If you have, now I do, which is not on the table with me right now, but if you have a lash comb, which I highly recommend, if anything, if anything gets like tangled in your lashes or whatever, then you can have that little comb to just kind of comb it out. Now, I will tell you another tip for lashes and hairspray. So whenever I have my lashes already on and I go, because I fix my hair after I've done my makeup, you want to make sure that you are covering over your lashes when you hairspray, because what will happen now, if you just love buying lashes, you can totally ignore this comment. If you do not cover where your hairspray is going to be falling down, it's going to get on your lashes and they are eventually going to get a hairspray buildup, just like your hair would get. And there's going to be kind of a white casty thing to it. So if you're like me and you fix your hair after you have done all of your makeup, just kind of hold your hand like that a little bit. When you're spraying, it will protect your eyelashes, false lashes, from getting that on there. And then you always get that nice clean black lash, because you won't have hairspray buildup on it. So just that little tip for you. Okay, so yesterday I had an issue with an inside lash on one of these. So we're just going to take that and we're going to get that little extra adhesive off there. There we go. So I'm going to grab that lash. I'm going to grab it right there in the center. We're going to grab our adhesive, which is the Kiss. And this is the strip lash adhesive. It has aloe in it. Love this one. Give it a little bit of a shake. It has a brush on the tip of it, so make sure you're going in and out gently. We're going to get it right there on the top of that band. And I'm going to put it in. I'm going to get it right there on the back of that band. When you first put it on, it's going to be white. No worries, it is not going to stay white. I'm going to make sure that I pay special attention to the outside corners, because that is where you are going to most likely experience lift on your lashes. Then I'm going to set it down in front of me. I'm going to grab the other one. And we're going to do that same thing. We're going to get the top of the band first. And we're going to go back in, and we're going to get the edge of the back side of that. Now I see right here, I got some little something. There we go. Gonna make sure we pay special attention to those outside corners. There we go. Now we're gonna cap the adhesive, because you want to make sure you keep that covered so that it doesn't dry out faster than absolutely necessary. So when the glue goes on, it is white. At least this one is anyways. And it's shiny. All of them will be shiny. Once it starts to dry down a little bit, about 30 seconds or so, as long as we're going to have this conversation, and then it'll start to get a little kind of dull in spots. When that happens, you know that you are in the right place to now pick up your lash and put your lash on. So we should be just about ready now. Again, these are a flare, so you will see that it is shorter here, longer out here. So this is going to be the inside. Now, I guess you could be weird and put it on the other way, but that would be strange. It's Halloween though, so maybe you could do it. We're just going to take that lash. We're going to set it right there in the middle where we put that liner line. We're going to come to the inside corner. I like my lash tool better than tweezers. And we're going to take the outside corner here, and we're going to put it on that liner line right out there. We're just going to make sure everybody's in the right space together, that inside corner is on that liner line. When you put your lash on, if it feels wet, you probably didn't wait quite long enough before you put the lash on. So it should feel a little tiny bit cold, but you shouldn't really feel wetness. Okay, there we go. And you can see that glitter line just peeking over that right there. and that pink with that cut crease going on. You got that wing going on. Wow, 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 wow. I really like this. Okay, so let's grab the lash from the other side. We're going to just grab that right there in the middle. Set it in the middle. Oh, little adhesive there. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're going to put the inside edge down right on that liner line. Grab the outside edge, get it on that liner line. And I'm just going to take the tip of that, make sure my lashes are working in with those lashes. Pressing down just a little bit. Just want to make sure everybody is happy and touching the skin the way they should be. So here's what we've got from the top looking down. You can see that wing liner just going out. And then from the top, you can see how, because we use that tight line there, that just gives us a nice finish on the edge. Even when you look up, all you can see is the darkness up there. So it just kind of intensifies that look. And because these are a flare, it really helps to draw that eye to the outside where we've got that wing and that intensity happening with the colors over there. All right, so now that we have got all that going on, now we can come back to that conversation about setting spray. So I'm going to grab my Ready, Set, Sealed. This is an approved setting spray. Yeah, exactly right. Definitely no Aquanet. That is true. That is true. So we're going to use our Ready, Set, Sealed. We're going to give that a little bit of a shake, and then we're going to spray that down. There you go. This is an approved facial setting spray. It will also help your glitter liner a little bit. And I see I've got right here a little bit of overage. There we go. From the adhesive to the lash. There we go. Okay, so this has been an exciting day. Let's go ahead and we're going to actually, let's see if we can go back up here and if the song is available. There we go. Okay, and here is the song for last week.
You shout hallelujah when the choir's on fire. Then fuss at your sister about her old attire. Praises on your lips, but the heart's gone wrong. Girl, that ain't right. This can't go on, my friend. This can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Yeah. Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? Yeah. You're not going to tend to a polluted mud hole, yeah, and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? You told your kids, be kind, be still, then lost your cool, your tongue can't.
All right, so I will let you finish the. Hold on, now I can't get the other one back on. I'll let you finish listening to that on your favorite streaming platform. But that was our song that we're doing for last week. So let me go ahead and see if I can get down. There we go. Lost myself for a second there. So we are in chapter 3. And we're going to be taking a look at from 3 verse 1 all the way to where we are now. So beginning in chapter 3 verse 1, don't be any rush to become a teacher, my friend. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest of standards. Let's see, held to the strictest of standards. Oh, and none of us are perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth. If you could find someone whose speech was perfectly true, you'd find a perfect person in perfect control of life. And then we moved on to our next verse. A bit in the mouth. I love this song. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder in the hands of a skilled captain sets the course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. And it only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word in the hands... careless and strongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. But by our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony into chaos, throw mud on a reputation, and send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke with it. Oh, right from the pit of hell. This is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we can bless God, our Father. With the same tongues, we can curse the very men and women He made in His image. Curses and blessings out of the same mouth. Okay, and then our verse from last week. My friends, this can't go on. A spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and then brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? You're not going to dip into a polluted mud hole and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? And then our verse for today. Okay, this one I'm not going to know. I'm going to have to grab the sheet for this one. Okay. Do you want to be counted wise? To build a reputation for wisdom, here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourself sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you try to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at the other's throats. All right. So again, all of these verses are coming from Color Me James. You can pick that up at colormejamesbook.com. Now, one thing that particular page does for you is get you connected to the email list. And no matter where you start, that email list is going to guide you from James 1:1 all the way through to now. A week at a time, it will send you the email that'll have the verse flashcards. It'll have, I think the coloring pages are attached. The flip chart for the verses is in there. The videos for each different one are all going to be in there. I mean, it's just all laid out for you. So that will definitely guide you through that. So make sure you go to colormejamesbook.com and get connected there. All right. That is not working. So speaking of getting connected, we've got the Beauty and Grace Insider, 3 different membership levels. The Cherished Queen level. That is the top membership level. That one gets you a free copy of the ebook. That's the word I was looking for earlier, which is the PDF. So you can have that on your tablet or your phone, and you can actually color in the coloring pages, or you can use your pen on the tablet using a different app and write that in. And again, the Cherished Queen, when you join the email list for that, that's going to send you all the directions, get you connected to all the apps that you'll need to maximize that ebook. And that ebook, again, just comes free with that membership level. Also, if you're on YouTube and you've seen any of those fun emojis coming through, then you will notice that those are all from the Beauty and Grace Insider members, because they get all those cute little emojis. I haven't actually been on the YouTube just yet, but they get all of those. They get the. I'm so glad you like that. So I was just looking at Anthea there. She said she likes the song to that one. Yes, that one was hard, super, super hard. Literally, it took more time than some of the others. And the one for this week that we have, equally as difficult and challenging. Some things I love about doing the music for this, as the writer for Selah. I love that it forces me to have to dig into what are those verses, what is before the verses, what is after the verses, and what are the verses talking about. And I love that personally, it causes me to dig deep and think. And sometimes it pulls out of me testimony about the verse, and sometimes it pulls out of me spankings to myself about the verse. So I hope that all of that helps guide you through and helps you memorize. This song for this week, I don't know that it's really going to help you memorize the verse per se, but it definitely is a storytelling that will really help you grasp the concepts of what the verse cluster this week is talking about. So, all right. Let's see. Let's go to next. Let me speak a blessing over you. We are going to pray and then close this out. So here we go. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies, whether they are here live hanging out with me or they are watching this later on recorded, or maybe they're watching this years later. Prayer still stands the same, Father, that you would send a blessing on each one of these women, that you would help us to really have ears to hear and eyes to see what it is that you would show us in these verses that we are working on, that we're using as we go through the Color Me James study, as we do our various projects and listen to the music and all of that, Father, that you would just bless them through these words that you have given in your word. We know that they have been given to us for showing us and giving us instruction in righteousness and how to live our daily life. Father, giving us the tools that we do not possess to live a Christ-like life. I just pray that you would send them out this week celebrating the woman of God that they are, that we would remember as we're playing with these pink colors, those who have gone before us and those who will go after us with regards to breast cancer awareness, breast cancer research, that you would put your hands on all of the doctors and medical teams that are involved in that, and that you would just bring about a healing for this disastrous disease that takes so many people that we love from us, men and women. Father, I just pray all these things in the precious and holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right. Well, this has been a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, and it has been exciting to hang out here with you this morning. I look forward to seeing you throughout this week on social media. Ask me any questions that you got, except not on my Facebook page because I just don't have that back yet. Working on it, not back yet. So make sure, head over to Instagram or YouTube, because those are going to be the best ways to get in touch with me. And I look forward to seeing you, hanging out with you. Let me see your looks. Let me see what palette you used. If you have a certain look or color combination or palette that you would like to use, we can definitely try to make that happen. I know I've got quite a few of you from other countries, so I may or may not be able to get hold of the palette that you suggest, but maybe I could find something that's in those colors and do that same thing. Definitely open. This is a family, a community here, and we're just all here to celebrate being women of the Most High God who get the joy and privilege of finger painting every morning when we get up. So I look forward to seeing you on a little bit of makeup and wholelotofjesus.com. Enjoy your word search and your coloring page this week, and I hope that you are blessed. Mwah! Goodbye, and I love you so much.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to spend about the next 45 minutes together enjoying a full face makeup tutorial and memorizing a Bible verse. Just a little Jesus in beauty this morning. Beauty on the inside and beauty on the outside. So, my name is Wendy, and it is my privilege to get to talk to you this morning and throughout the week and play just a little bit with some Juvia's Place Culture 2 palette. So, I am going to do my best to keep track of that chat this morning. So any questions that you have while we are live, whether it be something about the makeup, something about, maybe you tried something and you have a question about it, or maybe you have a question about the Bible verse. So any way you turn it, whatever platform you're on, just ask that question in the chat. And theoretically, it should come through to me this morning so I can get that answered for you. Okay, so what is our easy makeup theme today, you ask? Wendy, let's see. It is how to apply Juvia's Place Culture 2 eyeshadow for beginners over 40. All right, so grab your lashes, grab your liners, grab your makeup palette, grab your brushes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
All right, so our foundation verse for this podcast, well, it would help if I put it up there for you, is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And everything from season 3 is coming from Color Me James. We are working our way through James. We are today going to be working on the last little section of verses from chapter 3. So we are well more than halfway through. So if you're just jumping in with us now, don't even worry about it. You can go to colormejamesbook.com, pick up your copy of the book. You can do ebook, which is PDF, or the paperbound, which is from Amazon, or the spiral bound, which is direct from my website. Make sure you go to that colormejamesbook.com because that's going to get you the email list that will send you out weekly up-to-date information. It's going to have all the video links in there for you, all the song links in there for you. It is just laid out to make it super easy. So no matter where you jump in, you are all caught up and ready to go. All right. I know, right? Super simple. Okay. So our verse for well, let me first give a shout out. I see a good morning already coming in. So woo-hoo, good morning, Rachel. Nice to have you with us this morning. So the verse that we worked on last week was a little bit of a hump. And so with open transparency here, I do not have that what I would call fully memorized. So I'm going to use a little help this morning to make sure that I get it right because I don't want to say it and have the words be wrong. So here's what we're going to be working on. This is what we did last week. The song for last week was called Wisdom from Above, I think was the name of that one. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute, but let's say it together and then we'll listen to the song. So, do you want to be counted as wise? To build a reputation for wisdom, here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way that you live, not the way that you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourself look better, twisting yourself to make yourself sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal, cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you're trying to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at each other's throats. I think we've all experienced that in the course of our lifetime. So let me get over here. I'm going to play that song for you or through the little bit because this one's kind of divided. You got the first verse is part of it. Then we got the chorus, which is another part of it. And then the second verse kind of rounds it out. Well, actually, that's not true because the last line of it is in the bridge. So anyways, we're going to play through the end of the first verse. So our second verse. Okay, here we go. Here's our song for last week.
To build a reputation for wisdom, here's what you do. Live wise, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Wisdom from above, not from pride. Peace flows where grace abides, not by talking, but by walking true. Lord, make my foolish plotting. Wisdom from above, not from pride. Peace flow.
All right, so I'll let you listen to the rest of that on whatever your favorite streaming platform is. Let's see, we got Apple Music. Well, most of the views I see are coming from Apple Music, and then we've got Spotify, and I think Amazon Music as well. I think playlist-wise, my favorite way to, YouTube as well. YouTube list is super easy to watch. And then the Apple playlist, super easy to watch. Love Spotify, but that throwing in extra songs that you didn't ask for thing kind of gets on my nerves just a little bit. So, what is our verse for this week? This week, we are continuing on, and this is going to be our very last set of verses in chapter 3. So, next week, we'll have a working on the whole chapter of chapter 3. So, anywhere where you've kind of let your guard down just a little bit, you're not going to mess up. This will give you an opportunity to catch up. So, this is our verse card for this week. That'll go out tomorrow. So, real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings, not hot one day and cold the next, not two-faced. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoys its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. And again, this is the message version that all of these are coming from. So we're going to be looking at that and using that as kind of a timer as we go throughout our makeup application this morning. And remember to incorporate that as much as you can into your daily life. So I know for me, I have a sign, a piece of paper with that verse printed out on my shower wall. So while I'm taking a shower and facing that direction, I can see that and just kind of say that verse over and over again in my head. Also, I have the message version of the Bible in audiobook that I got on Audible. That's also on that colormejamesbook.com. So if you want to get connected to that, and I will play that audiobook and say the verse from memory, the verse says from memory right along with that audiobook. I believe I also saw that on some channel on YouTube as well, but the Audible one allows me to bookmark the specific book and of James, and then I can just keep coming back to it and playing it over again. So do whatever works for you, but make it fun, make it a part of your life, and that's how you're gonna get the memorization happening. All right, so all of the makeup that we're going to be using today and every week is coming from, is going to be at the show notes for this podcast. So chances are, wherever you're watching it right now, you're going to see those down below. They're not posted just yet, so hang on. And then the Cultural 2 palette is what we're going to be using today. So when I checked the other day, she had another sale going on. She being Miss Juvia's place. I don't remember I don't remember her name at the moment. Anyways, so those have been, the palettes have been on sale. So maybe you'll be lucky enough to catch that. Now, I believe the links are going to Amazon, but check it out and see if you can find that palette on 40% off, because let me tell you, there are so many looks that are available using all the colors in this palette. It is well worth the tiny amount of money that costs for all of those colors that you get. So be sure to check that out. All right, so now we've got our verse scrolling across the bottom of our screen. Let me get the chat open. Go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from this morning. Y'all are being a little bit quiet today. Okay, let us begin. We are going to be, yes. Did someone say sale? Yes, I did. All right, so the professional primer. I'll see if I can find a link, and I'll post that up later today. But like I said, she had sent out a thing. They were doing this special on the chocolate shop stuff, and so as a result, they had just put like dang near everything on sale. So this is our primer, and we're just going to put that every place that we have got pretty much skin. Fine lines and wrinkles. If you've got any, if you're combo skin, you're definitely going to want to use that down the T-zone. We're going to put that around our lips. Let that do its job and help our lipstick to wear better, especially because we're going to be using some MAC lipsticks today, 2 different ones. And so that is going to be super fun. We're going to want to make sure that that stays. And yes, it is true. My hair is a different color from last week. Okay, I am now going to use the Juvia's Place I Prep I Prime. We're going to be using, I said 4 colors, but honestly, I think it's like 5 or 6. But anyways, we're going to be doing that. We want to make sure that our colors show the best that they can, that our eyeshadows, after we beautifully set them in place, they stay there all day long. So we're just going to use a little bit of that right there, just on those eyelids. And you're just going to go from the top to the bottom. This does not need to be pretty. We're just prepping those eyelids. And then you're going to go back over with the eyeshadow. So, here we go. Now you can see that that is lighter. They do have this in multiple shades. This one is shade 1. So you may find, I think it goes like 4 shades. So find one that's close to your natural skin tone. I will say though, if you're going to use some of the lighter colors, today's not really lighter, but you may want to go with a lighter one than what your skin tone is, just so that you get more true to the color of what it is that you're putting on. So experiment, play with it, see what you like. Most certainly, if you're going to do some kind, if you've got more pigment to your skin than I do, and you're going to do like a chocolate thing, then you would want to use a darker primer, because that'll help you get the best chocolate out of it. So you may find that you need a couple of different shades of primer just to kind of bolster that color and help it to be able to do its best. So now that we've got that, let us move on to our concealer. And this is a Lancome Tinty Doll. I'm the shade, I think it's like 90 Super Pale White. This has a doe foot on it. There you go. And this is what we're going to use to cover these things like the darkness I've got going on in here. We got a little red there. We got a little red there. I'm just going to get it up closer to the eye with that doe foot because it's so soft and gentle. And then I got red right here, so we're just going to pull that out there too. A little darkness in there. Just like a little bit of that. Can I just have the gallon size of that? I just need to like slather that everywhere. Okay. I'm just going to use my middle finger because it's not so strong like the pointer. We're going to let that just blend out everywhere. Making sure I get in the corner of the eye nicely. Going right up to that lash line there and then blending that out. I don't usually use 2 hands at one time. That was a little weird. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so there you go. Now we're going to take our Beauty Blender, which I have already dampened. Last week we had a pretty good conversation about Beauty Blenders, so if you have any question about that, you may want to check out last week's episode, which was 28B. Today I'm using the Juvia's Place. I am Magic Matte Velvety Matte Foundation. So I can't read this morning. I'm so sorry. Yes, there are people who do use concealer as a foundation. And I mean, yes, you can do that. Look at the price of concealer and look at the price of foundation. I don't think that's going to be the best way to go about putting color on your face. But if that makes you happy, knock yourself out. But I think foundation with a little bit of concealer is going to be a better financial way to go. Also, those are really thick, a lot of them. So anyways, we're going to take this. We're just going to get a little bit on the tip of that there. We're just going to kind of blot it and then fill in the blotting. So we're just tapping it around till we get it all where we want it. Making sure I'm working around the nose there. I'm going to get up to my hairline. My hair's gotten a little bit long, so now it's kind of like falling down. We're going to go around our brows, working under the eyes, right up to that concealer. I'm going to blend this side out too. I love how full coverage this Juvia's Place foundation is. And I know I have heard before when I was a GM at Ulta, I heard a lot of people would complain about the Juvia's Place because the foundation was thick. And it is, that's how you get that coverage. But if it feels thick, it's because you put too much on. So it just takes a little bit of this to go a long way. And I am a combo skin. So if there's somebody that's going to, feel like a cakey or whatever, it's a combo or oily skin person. So just try with a damp beauty blender, give it another shot, and I think you will find that it is just excellent coverage. Okay. Just making sure I got that all nice and blended out. There we go. Now that we got, different people, different things. It's makeup. Find the balance of what you like and just do that. It doesn't matter if somebody is telling you, this is absolutely the wrong thing. Girl, if it makes you happy and that's how you want to look, do it. If it makes you happy, don't worry about everybody else. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? I get told, have been told before, you are over 50, you should not wear color. Oh, really? To steal the line from Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. I think you do you. If it's not anything scripturally, against scripture, if it's not anything, if you're married, if it's not anything against what your spouse is saying or believes or likes or whatever, then just do it if it makes you happy. Okay, here we go. We're not talking, well, anyways, I'm just gonna drop that ball. There we go. It's just makeup. And if you don't like what you did today, that's okay. You have tomorrow to do things again. I like to experiment sometimes on Saturday when I know I'm not going anywhere. I will, try out some crazy new eye technique or whatever, because I'm not going anywhere anyways. And that way you get to spend your time. You don't have the pressure of, I'm trying to get in a hurry to go somewhere. So I kind of use that Saturdays for that. So make sure you set aside, if you like playing with your makeup and trying new things, just make sure you give yourself some time and space to be able to do that. Exactly. Rachel's got it. Well. Let me add some more color right here. Oh, it didn't show up. Why did it not show up? Oh, there we go. Well. Let me add some more color right here and here and here and to steal from Aladdin and here. I think he's sitting on the carpet when he says that. Okay, anyways. What is happening? I don't know. I think I've referred to 3 movies already. So, did I even tell you what we're doing? We're setting our foundation. All right. And I do set, we put the concealer and the primer and the foundation all around our lips. So I do set that as well. Just another one of those little insurance things so that when you put your lipstick on, like we'll do here in just a second, it's actually going to stay put and it will minimize its creeping outness, assuming that you're using good products. Okay, so now that we got everything all kind of white and pale, let's go ahead and... Okay, we're gonna go ahead and contour, put those lights and darks where we want them. So I'm gonna use the KVD. This is the shade Light Refillable Contour Palette. And we're going to grab a dual-ended brush from It Cosmetics. We're gonna use this end right here for the low light. And I am gonna be right here. There we go. So we're just gonna use the flat side of that to start with. We're going to go from the top of the ear, just in a curved motion, to about the corner of the eye. And then right up there beside that hairline. We're going to stay above the hollow of that cheek, so we're lifting up. And let's go ahead and do that over here too. Still staying with that flat side. I'm just going to get a little tiny bit and go right up against that hairline right here. Just going to buff it out a little bit using some circular motions. It's just going to help it to blend out. And then we're going to go to the skinny side, just like one swipe there, from the ear, under the jawline, to the corner of the mouth. There you go. They're not actually meeting there in the middle. We're leaving that just kind of open so we don't like close it off. Okay, now we're going to give just a little swipe. We're going to go right beside the nose there. We're going to leave a channel right down that middle so we can put the highlighter there. And then we're going to tip that off right there on that tip. Now I think I want a little bit of something on the outside edge. So I'm just going to tap that right there. I'm just going to get it right on that outside. Just a little bit. All right, and that is our lows for our contouring. Now we're going to add a little bit of coloring because at this point, all we have is brown. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. This is the Blushed Volume 4. And we're going to be in this one right here. Going to take my MAC blush brush, and I'm just going to give it a couple of swipes right here. I'm going to go right on the top, to the top of that. We got right here the bronzer, and then we're going to go right here on the top of that with that nice, beautiful pink color. That's going to give us a little shade in there. I'm going to swipe it twice and go over that bronzer up there just to give it a little hint, little tiny hint of that pink. Whatever's left, you're just going to hit the tip of the nose and the chin. I think I'm going to give a little more right here. One more right here. I don't know why that seems so dark right there. So let's just brush that off because there wasn't anything left on my brush anyways. Now I'm going to use the Benefit Cosmetics cookie highlighter. There is highlighter in the, what did I bring my, yeah, there you go. Anastasia highlighter brush. There is a highlighter in the KVD palettes. It doesn't have shimmer though. And so sometimes that's okay. But for today, I want a little shimmer because we got some shimmers going on in our eye color. So let's take that cookie and we're just going to take that Anastasia brush, work it around a little right on the top of that cheek, right above on the top of that pink blush we put. We're just going to get that, go right beside that brow bone. We're going to swirl it again. We're going to go down the center of the face, hitting the tip of that nose. Right here, hitting that Cupid's bow. I'm just going to blend that out a little. There we go. And that's going to give you a little bit of illumination as we are working on all that today. So now let's go ahead and say our verse together, and we will move on to our, I guess it's really 3 colored lips today because we've got the lip liner, and then we're going to do kind of an ombre, pink on pink with some MAC lipsticks. Okay, so real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings. Okay, I cannot. Mercy and blessings. There we go. Not hot one day and cold the next. Not two-faced. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. James 3:17 and 18. Yes, that is true. There is a brand called Profusion. You can find that. I know I've had a couple of links to some of their things on Amazon, and Profusion has some good shimmer highlighters as well. There's also one that I have talked about before. It's been, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks back. That was by Aflano. That was a blush highlighter palette, and that has some nice kind of shimmer sparkle to it too. So let us get on with what we're going to be playing with today. So like I said, we're going to be using a NYX liner, and then we're going to be playing with some MAC lipsticks. So let's start out with the liner. Oh, looks like it needs a little bit of a twist up. So this is a hot pink liner from NYX. And there we go. Doop. And then we're going to be using, like I said, the 2 MAC things. So let's start out in that Cupid's bow. We're going to set a nice tone. Not that the liner is really adding to the color at all, but it is going to give us a nice clean edge, a nice clean finish for us to put our lipstick in. So this is a color between the lines scenario. We're making the lines right now. So let's start out in that Cupid's bow. And that just gives us a nice V in that Cupid's bow. Now we're going to round that out to the outside edge. You're going to go just outside your lip line a little bit. Okay, and now we're going to line the bottom. We're going to start out in that center. Okay, and we're going to round that out to the outside edge. Okay, take a step back. Take a look at the shape of your lips. Make sure you like everything that you just did and that it's even on one side versus the other. Okay, now you have your color between the lines. So I'm going to start out with the darker of the 2 pinks. This one is going to be MAC's Flat Out Fabulous. And we're going to start out with that on the outside edge. So let me put that down. I don't want that much lipstick hanging out there. So we're going to kind of tip it in just a little bit and use it to line the outside edge over that lip liner that we just did, leaving the inside center empty. Here we go. See that? There you go. Now do the same thing on the bottom. So we're just leaving that middle nice and vacant. All right. Now that we've got that where we want it, we're going to grab that Candy Yum Yum. That nice, beautiful pink, of which I need a new one of. And we're going to fill in the middle where it's blank and then blend it out just a little bit to the outside. And because they're near the same color, it's just going to give you a little bit of fullness and a little bit of ombre going on. So not like a super big deal, but just a little bit. Okay, and these are matte. So when we put our shadows on today, we're going to have the shimmer up here, and then the matte of the lips is going to kind of balance that out. So let us go ahead and put that primer to work that we put in just a minute ago. So here's where we're going to be today. Again, I said we're going to be in the Culture 2 palette. So this is where we're going to be at. We're going to start out in Palm Kennel up here. Then we're going to come in just a little bit of Soweto right here. Then we're going to add a little bit of Jollof, starting on the inside, a little bit of Jollof. Then we're going to have some Bantu. Then we're going to do a tiny bit of Joss, I believe this is called. Then we're going to add a little bit of Delta, just because I don't like the blue so much of this one right here. So we're going to bolster it up just a little bit with Delta. And on the top of that, we're going to add some Lagos right here. And that's going to give us that shimmer with that beautiful blue color that we're looking for. And then that will be the end of our look. So we're just going to have all kinds of fun today. So let's start out with a fluffy brush. This is a, what do we got? Morphe M433. We're going to go right here in this Palm Kennel. And we're just going to get a little bit, just swirl it around. And we're going to go right here on the top of that brow bone. Just a little light coverage. Now that is a nice fluffy brush, so we want to kind of pull it back just a little and use a little bit less fluffy of a brush. So I'm going to grab, this is a Morphe M321. So we're going to take that and we're going to go into the Soweto, or It's vowel, consonant, vowel. So I guess it's Sweeto. So this right here, we're just going to get it on the tip. And right where you can feel your bone, you're just going to put that right there. Right on that eye socket bone. And then just blend it up a little bit. So you don't need to add more shadow to it. You're just going to blend it up. So just go back and forth a little bit until you get about halfway between that socket bone and the brow. Okay, so when you're looking forward, for those of you that have hooded eyes, when you're looking forward, you should see that brown or that kind of beigey color peeking up above. Looks like I need a little right. Yeah, there you go. You should see that peeking up above the fold of your eye. We want that just a little bit peeking up above. Okay, so now that we got that, let's have a little fun. I'm going to grab a couple of just general eyeshadow brushes. These are MAC ones. I'm sorry, the number has wore off. I have no idea what number they are. These are just general colors. We're going to start out with a color on each side. We're going to swipe the colors in place. So there's 4 of them. We're going to swipe the colors in place, and then we're going to come back and blend them out. So let's start out first with the Jollof right here. Just on one side. We're going to put that on the inside corner right here. So we're going to go all the way up and covering over just a little bit of that Sweeto that we put down there. And we're going a quarter of the way in. And let's do that same thing on the other side. And like, again, this is just foundational, so you don't need to worry about like blending out in perfection right now. We're just getting the color where we want it. Okay, so now we're going to use the other side of the brush that we used, and we're going to go into this Bantu right here. So just get that Bantu, and you're just going to put that Bantu right there. We're just going to draw a straight line right there. At this point, you should be about halfway across your lid. And we're just going straight down, overlapping just a little bit on that Sweeto that we put up there. Now I want to make sure I get all the way down to the lash line. There you go. Okay. Now we're going to grab another brush just because I don't want to mix too many of these colors together. This again is just another general purpose eyeshadow brush. And we're going to go up here, and this is in the Joss. So we're just going to get it on one side of that brush. That one's a little softer because it's a lot of shimmer. So don't do what I just did. Okay, so now we're going to go right here. This other corner right here, we're just going to put that Joss. There we go. Joss is just going to go right here. And again, we're overlapping just a little bit into that Sweeto. And you're just doing a brush width wide. Again, not worrying about the blending at this point. Okay, now the blues are a little bit crazy today, so I am going to grab a third brush because I need one side for the Delta and another side for the Lagos. So let's go ahead and start out with the Delta. We're just going to swipe that right here. Swipe that right here. Okay. Now, because this is already so blue, I think you're okay to you can just use that side because you've already used everything that's on there. Let's just go ahead and go in that Lagos right here. Got that right there. And let's just go over that right there. That's going to give us the shimmer that we want. Okay. Any fallout that you're seeing right now, which is probably from Delta, you can go ahead and blend that away. And now we're going to go back through and we're going to blend it out. So I'm going to grab my 3 brushes. I'm going to go back to the very first brush that I used, which was this one here. It had the Bantu and the Jollof on it. I'm just going to go in here. We're just going to clean that up a little bit. I want to make sure that the Bantu is properly represented because it is a lighter color. So we're just going to go a little bit over into where we put that, what was that called again? Jollof. Here we go. And just a little bit over into the, what was it called? Joss. Okay, we're going to tap it into that Joss just a smidge. We're just going to go over where those are touching each other. Blend that out just a little bit. And now for the blue, I'm actually going to do kind of a hybrid between the two things. I'm going to take it and I'm going to do a tap in there and a tap in there. We're going to mix them together and let's get this outside going. And we're just going to go into that Joss a little bit. There you go. And I'm just going to bring it up and over a smidge right here. Okay. Any fallout that you got, you can go ahead, blend that out. We want to make sure we get under the eye nice and good. So I'm going to grab a little smudger. This one is a Morphe M508, I think it is. So we're going to do the same colors, but going to work from the outside back in. So I'm going to grab that Delta and Lagos right there. We're going to go right under the eye. And I'm going to come around the corner with that so it blends in what we've got on the top of the eye. There we go. And we're coming about a quarter of the way in there on the bottom. And now we're going to dip in that Joss right here. Bring that in just a little bit. Overlapping a tiny, tiny bit in the blues that we just did. That is such a beautiful green. Okay, now we're going to take that, and I'm actually going to go into the Jollof first, and I'm going to hit the inside right here because it's a little bit darker. And now that that brush is cleaned off, I'm going to go into the Bantu right here. And let's put that right between those there. We want it to lift that area right there just a little bit. Okay. Any fallout, go ahead and grab your brush. You can see that the top is pretty much lined up with the bottom. If they're off a little bit, don't even worry about it. It's not a big deal. Okay, who would have thought that that could have been so easy? Now, I do want to do one thing. Let's go ahead and do our liner, and then we're going to add one more thing to this here. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Egyptian, what is this called? The Egyptian pencil liner, and this is in Kajal. Okay, so we're going to make sure that tip needs to be a little bit sharper than that. Oh, that is not good. Okay. Well, it happens. You see what happened? The tip got all kind of walker jawed. Wait, is it walker jawed? Does any other part of the world use that word, or is it just Texas? I do not know. Anybody else say whopper jawed? Okay, let's line here from the top edge. We're gonna go just past where the green is, just past it into the pink, just a little smidge. While we're here, let's go ahead. Well, actually, let's do the bottom and then we'll do that top part. So we're going to go from the outside edge here, right in that lash line. You're just going to line it a little tiny. Going about the same distance in that we did on the top. Now we're going to line that top line up here. Okay, same thing on the other side. I do not know why my left eye blinks so much more than my right one does, but there you go. Okay, so we got that top line lined there. So now let's come back. I told you we were going to do something on the inside edge. So I'm going to grab just a little tiny, I think this is called a fine liner or something like that. This is from It Cosmetics. We're going to take the cookie that we used for our highlighter, and we're just on one side of this. You're just going to get a little tiny bit on one side, and we're just going to put that on that inside corner right there. And the answer is yes. You could have done this with an eyeshadow color. There just wasn't a light one in the palette that I liked to be able to do this with, so we're just going to do it with our highlighter. And that's just going to lift that area a tiny bit. Okay. I love this kind of, I guess it would sort of be like a muted rainbow is what you would call it. So we're going to take our liquid eyeliner now. This is our Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid eyeliner. Store that down. Give you your best tip and, oh gosh, the word moist. But anyways, moist probabilities. We're going to go from the outside edge. We're going to line a thin line right on that lash line. Just nice and thin there. Do that same thing on the other side. In between, I'm just kind of giving it a little bit of a shake to get that color down. Kind of like how you would do with a paint pen if you were using a paint pen. And you don't need to be too freaky about how thin and perfect and all that, because you're fixing to put false lashes on, and anything you do is sort of going to be covered a little bit up by the false lashes. We're just giving a nice clean finish line to there, so when you put those lashes on, it's all just going to blend in seamlessly together. So whatever your brow product is, you're going to go ahead and grab that. Now I am using the Bad Gal Bang in Wild Plum, because it kind of matches the hair color that I have on right now. So you're going to use your brow product of choice right now. I am just going to use this mascara to gently color in those brows. So I'm just kind of hovering over those hairs, letting it touch so gently. The cool thing about using a mascara is that it also sets your brows at the same time. So once you put it there, like all day long, it's just going to stay. So it's a brow setter and a fashion color hair thing all at the same time. Okay, same thing on the other side. Again, we're just hovering above that skin there, just getting those hairs. Hopefully you have more brow hairs than I do, because I don't have very many. But that's okay. I read the other day on Google, thin brows are coming back. So I am ahead of my time. I'm in style, baby. Okay, now this week we're going to remember to put our mascara on. So now that we've got our brows done, we've got our liner on, it's all dried off. I'm going to grab my Great Grip Onyx eyelash curler, and we're going to curl, and then we're going to do our lashes with some Fenty Beauty. This is hella thick, and this is in the shade I Am Black. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to use our verse as our timer. So we're just going to do about 2 sentences of that, because it's a little bit of a long verse today, and the lashes might curl up to the heavens. So here we go. We're just going to set that there. Make sure when you're crimping that, you are not feeling any pinching. If you're feeling pinching at all, then just release it and, try it again. No pinching, no pinching. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to do that. We're going to find that sweet spot. We're going to crimp that down, and let's just start here with this next sentence. What do we got? Well, that's the end of it. So here we go. Let's start at the beginning. Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others, excuse me. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings, not hot one day and cold the next, not two-faced. We'll go ahead and release that and go to the other eye. Find that sweet spot. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. James 13:17-18. And because we're doing false lashes, that's probably good for that. So I'm going to grab my hella thick mascara from Fenty. I'm going to grab my magnifying mirror, and we're just going to do a thin coat of mascara on the top. There we go. We want to make sure we go all the way from one side to the other side, and we're sweeping back on those tips so everything is nice and beautifully covered. Even if you have black lashes, you're going to want to make sure that you do this. Because it is going to give you a little bit extra volume and help your lashes to blend in better with the false lashes that you're about ready to put on. If you're not doing false lashes, then of course you're going to want to do this like you normally would. Okay. And I will tell you, this mascara does give a great false lash effect, even if you just wear this. It's just a very beautiful mascara. Again, going all the way from the right to the left. I'm sweeping back on those tips to make sure everything is covered. Here we go. Now we got the top lashes done so that they can blend in, we're going to do the bottom lashes. So the bottom lashes, obviously, they're not getting any kind of false lashes, although I did see a funny TikTok the other day about that, but don't do that. All right, and we're going to go all the way from one side to the other side with that mascara. And we're sweeping under the tips of those bottom lashes as well. Just want to make sure they are nice and covered. All right, so let's do the other side. I always squint because it kind of lifts up my bottom lashes, and so that when they dry, they don't touch your cheek. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to go to the other side. You're going to do the same thing over here. You're going to go all the way from the right side to the left side. You're going to sweep under those tips. And we're going all the way from the root to the tip. Okay, there we go. So now our lashes are pleasantly covered with mascara. So let's go ahead and talk about our false lashes. Well, I am still using and loving the Juvia's Place Lash. This is the Zaria. And those are a flare. So skinnier on the inside, wider on the outside. Oh. These have already been trimmed. So if you need to trim a brand new pair of lashes, you're going to do that from the outside. Just take your, lash tool, which I did not bring with me. You're going to use your lash tool to just get that lash off the tray. Let's see if I can do it with this one. It's being a little stubborn. Here we go. So you're going to take your lash off your tray. Your lash tool can go in the center. You're just going to set it, kind of get a feel for how long it is compared to how long your eyelid is. And then you will trim, like I said, from the outside edge. I do not know what is happening with this pair of lashes. I think my glue got a little crazy last time. Okay. So let's get these two lashes off the tray. I'm just going to set them down in front of me. If this is a new set of lashes, you can also take the outside edges and just give it a little bit of a roll like this for a few seconds. And that is going to flex that band just a little bit so that it is not quite so stiff when you put it on. It won't help 100%, but it will help a little bit better. I will tell you, if you feel any poking on the inside or the outside of that lash, you've probably not trimmed it enough. They also do make, there's a few brands, like I think Blink is one of them, and maybe Glamnetics is another one, that makes like a 3/4 lash. So if you find that you have maybe smaller eyes and you're always having to trim like a huge piece of it off, you may try just a 3/4 lash. They're also very natural. So if you don't normally wear lashes and like you're doing a wedding or something and you just want to wear lashes for the one time, so you don't want to look like, boom, I got caterpillars on my eyelids, then a 3/4 lash might be a nice way to go because they are a little more natural because they're not quite so full. So that's just an option open for you. Also, if you're not used to doing it, either have a professional put them on for you, or you could maybe try magnetics. They're usually good for about maybe 6 hours. And then the magnet on the lash, in my opinion, starts to kind of wane a little bit. And then now you got, a lash that's kind of coming off. So I am going to be using the Kiss Lash Glue. This is the strip lash adhesive. It does have aloe in it, so very gentle. I'm going to take my lash here. We're going to take the brush that's on this. We're going to get that right on the top of that band there. And then once that's coated, we're going to go ahead and turn that band just a little bit, and we're going to get it on the flat side of that band. I also think that, in my opinion, the bands that are the clear have a tendency to be a little pokier than the ones that are black like this. So if you're finding your lash is maybe a little bit too pokey and it's not comfortable for you, and you're using a clear one, you may try switching to a black band because they are just a little bit softer, in my opinion. Okay, so we're going to take this one here. We're going to do that same thing right on the top of that band. And then we're going to do it right on the back side of that band. I knew I was forgetting something this morning. And there's a little straggler, so we're not going to let him come along with us. There we go. So when you first put the adhesive on, if you're using a clear, it's going to go on white. And then as it sets, it's going to start to turn a little bit clear. Also, no matter if it's black or if it's white or clear adhesive, it's going to be shiny when you first swipe it on there. So once it starts to set, it's going to lose its shininess just a little teeny bit. And that's when you know that your lash adhesive is ready to get put on. It takes about maybe 30 seconds or so. So don't like walk away and go do something, but you got a second to, clean a brush or something like that. So I'm going to grab that lash right in that center. And I'm going to put it right on that lash liner line that we made. And we're just going to walk that lash around onto our eyeliner. And then we get it over here on the outside edge, putting it right on that liner line. Get our lashes blended in there with that. When you get used to a certain tool doing this, it makes it hard. It's like when you go somewhere to a hotel or something and you use their hair dryer, and it's like, wait, what? It's still a hair dryer, but it's not my hair dryer. I'm not used to it. Here we go. Okay. So you can see between the two sides how the lashes really reduce the impact of the color. You can't see it quite as much. So it tends to bring it down just a little bit. And also you can see how much it opens up the eye. So even if you're using just like a wispy or something, the lashes really do help with the appearance of the eye. So now we're going to grab the other lash. Right there in the center. I'm going to put it on the eyeliner line on the other side. I'm going to walk that around onto the liner. Get that inside corner down. So you can see from the top how using that liner line has just made that like even and seamless across. And then because we did that upper water line, that just makes everything blend in. Even if you look up, you can't see that there is a, my fleshy skin color underneath there. So it just kind of helps everything to blend together nicely. I'm just gently pressing down just to make sure I've got good contact between the lash and my eyelid. All right, so you can see our beautiful colors we've got there. I guess it'd be kind of like a jewel tone rainbow going on up there. And I know we just finished all of our pink that we were doing with the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but I just loved the green and the pink that were in here. That Joss is just an amazing, beautiful green color. I think a couple of times I've actually done just a lower green lid of that just because it's so spectacular. And the iridescent of that, when you do the whole lower lid in that, it's just beautiful. All right, so now that we've got all that going on, we want to say our verse together, and then we're going to set all of this so that it stays all day long. Our verse is scrolling across the bottom of our screen now. Here we go. It is around to the front. Let's say that together. Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings. Not hot one day and cold the next. Not two-faced. Sorry. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other. treating each other with dignity and honor. And that is coming from James chapter 3, verse 17 through 18. So I look forward to working this week through with you with that. The song for this week is super nice. I can't wait for you to hear it. It's got a little bit of an African beat to it. A little kind of a hint of maybe some sort of behind the scene beatboxing and some hand drums. So just a beautiful way to celebrate this song and to help you memorize that. So let's take a look at our verses so far for chapter 3. If I can get my mouse. There we go. Here we go. Oh, wait. I'm just kidding. We didn't set our makeup. Okay, so Juvia's Place. Ready, set, seal. This is our setting spray. I'm going to pull my hair back just a little bit. All right. And we're going to let that just set that makeup all day long. You will not have to touch it or do anything with it. It is going to stay beautiful. And I love this. Doesn't really have, I would just call this a satin finish. It's not going to help mattify. It's not going to give you a glow. It's whatever you put on there is what you're going to get. Okay, all day long. So here we go. This is the verses that we have been working on with James chapter 3. So let's begin with James chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. Don't be in any rush to be a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest of standards. And none of us is perfectly qualified. Yes, we get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth. If you find someone whose speech is perfectly true, you'd have a perfect person and perfect control of life. There you go. Okay. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder in the hands of a skilled a small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain. There you go. Sets a course in the face of the strongest winds. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything, or destroy it. All right, it only takes a spark. Oh, well, let me let it catch up over here. It's still loading. Okay, it only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech, we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, and send the whole world up in smoke, and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. Yes, that was the song I was hearing in my head. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let me get this little dude out of here. There we go. Okay, so then we were in James chapter 3, verse 7 to 10. This is scary. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It has never been done. The tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. With our tongues, we bless God our Father, and with the same tongues, we curse the very men and women that he made in his image. Curses and blessings out of the same mouth. Oop. There we go. I think I got that. There you go. And then we're up to our verse from last week. Do you want to be counted as wise? To build a reputation for wisdom. Here's what you do. Live wisely, live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Oh, twisting the truth to make yourselves sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal, cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you're trying to look better than others or get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone ends up at each other's throats. And then we're to our verse for this week that we're going to be working on. Real wisdom. Okay, I'm going to need the sheet. I'm not going to remember that one. Here we go. Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings, not hot one day and cold the next, not two-faced, You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. And so today's verse, we're looking at chapter 3, verse 17 to 18. And again, all of this is coming from Color Me James. This week, you're going to enjoy a word scramble and the coloring page. So enjoy that. I like the coloring page this week. It's a beautiful girl standing in front of like a church or a temple or a steeple, and it's super pretty. So just want to make sure you get connected in every way possible. So take advantage of the Beauty and Grace Insider. That's on YouTube. Add Little Makeup Lot of Jesus and then /join. That will get you there. And so that is the Cherished Queen level. On that 3 different levels, Cherished Queen level gets you the ebook for free. So when you join that, follow the messages that it will send you, and then get yourself on that email list, because that is how it is going to deliver that free ebook to you. And that is the whole thing. That is all Color Me James ebook from chapter 1 all the way through the end of chapter 5. All right. Let me see where I got us here. So you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite podcasting platform. Just enjoy that. My favorite thing that was on YouTube, it's just so easy. There's a playlist on my channel that has it all there lined out for you. You can look at the playlist that has the whole series of the podcast. You can look at the playlist that has just the Color Me James, just season 2, just season 1, whatever the case may be. Season 1 and season 2 were kind of popcorn verses. So if that's what you like to do, you may enjoy season 1 and season 2. So let me send you out with a blessing this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, I am so thankful for each one of these women that has hung out with me here live, and then also the ones who have watched this later on. Father, I just thank you for bringing them to this space. I pray that you would help these words of encouragement and wisdom from the book of James to just infiltrate their life and to be ready and available for them as they need it. Father, I pray that you would help us to remember that it is all about you, that we're here to enjoy, to celebrate, and to worship and to glorify you. I just pray that as you send us out this week, you would help us to be diligent in our memorization of studies, and where we might have let down our guard just a little bit, pointing at myself here, I pray that you would give us grace and give us memory beyond what we think we are capable of. I just pray that you would bless each of these women, that you would help us to remember that we are created in your image. We are women of the Most High God, Father. Help us to just celebrate that every day as we come to the table to play with colors as we put on our makeup. So I just pray a blessing again on these women, and that you would send us out until we meet again next time. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to chatting with you throughout the week, or on social media, or maybe it's on YouTube. Drop me a comment. Give me a picture of how your look turned out today, whether you used another palette or not. If you have a palette suggestion that you would like to use to figure out what kind of looks you could do from it, shoot me a link. Let me know what you got. It needs to be something I can get in the United States, unless you're going to send it to me. So I pray that you have a blessed week, and I love you. Mwah. Enjoy the rest of your week and the end of James chapter 3. Well, this is the point where the video is actually supposed to start. So let me try that again.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Good morning, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Oh, I just realized I have got to click this over here. Let's see if I can get this going. There we go. Okay. I was trying to get it working with Instagram this morning for those of you who are following along there. It's had a little bit of difficulty the last little while, so now we should be good to go there. So let's do a do-over. Good morning and welcome to A Little Bit of Makeup and a Whole Lot of Jesus. My name is Wendy. And today we're going to get ready to elevate a fall look with a step-by-step makeup tutorial. This is going to be full face from top to bottom. So again, my name is Wendy. Get ready to elevate that everyday look. We're going to make a look that is going to start out where you can wear it in the day and then transition to a little bit of something just by adding one thing to making that an evening look. So we're going to be playing with the Nubian 2 palette today. So remember, while we are live, you can ask any question on whatever platform you're on. It's going to come through to me, and I will do my best to get that asked and answered while we are here live. So whether that's a question about makeup or maybe you have a question about actually, this week is going to be chapter that we are working on. Do your best to get that asked and answered in there. Okay, so today, our easy makeup tutorial theme is easy everyday fall eyeshadow look with the Juvia's Place Nubian 2 palette. Can it be done? So join me as I challenge myself to create an easy everyday fall look using that Nubian 2 palette from Juvia's Place. So go ahead and grab your palette, grab your lashes, grab your brushes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right. So, gosh, I just love that theme so much. It's so fun and it makes me smile. So our Bible verse as a theme for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And we're in the middle of season 3 right now. All of our season 3 verses are coming from the book Color Me James. You can pick that up on my website for the spiral version, Amazon for the paperback version, and then the ebook, which is a PDF file, so that you can, play with that and color in it and answer all the things using whatever your smart tablet device phone thing that you're on. All right, so that can be found, all those different versions at colormejamesbook.com. That will get you there and get you connected. And later on, we're going to talk about a way that you can get this book for free. All right, so the verse that we were working on last week is this right here, James 3, verse 17 to 18. And so this week, because we have now finished chapter 3, verse 18 is the last one in chapter 3, this week you get an opportunity to catch up on anything that you didn't get so polished. And for me, that's going to be this verse right here. The song has been extremely helpful, but I would definitely not call that verse memorized just yet. So let's look at that verse and we'll say that together. Actually, let's not do that. Let's listen to the song as it's playing. I think it's on right now. Here, let's see if I can get it over. Okay, here we go.
Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life, and is characterized by getting along with others. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. It is gentle and
All right, I'm going to let you listen to the rest of that. It's actually going to be looping while we're doing our makeup this morning, but I'll let you listen to that on your favorite streaming platform. That is from an artist, C'est Le Soul, and you can find that Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube. It's like all over the place. So enjoy that. All the music is designed, has a scripture directly quoted in it, and it is designed to help you to memorize and potentially kind of understand the verse a little bit better. So back to today. What are we doing? we are going to be playing with that Nubian 2 palette, like I said. And so that's an image of it there. All the products that I'm using today can be found on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com or in the show notes of the platform that you're on. May not be there yet. I don't know if they posted, but you can definitely get them there. That way, you like the eyeliner, boom, got a link for you. You like the lashes, because I'm using some different ones today, then yay, I got a link for you. Okay, so we're going to have the verse from last week scrolling across the bottom of your screen. And let me get over here. Oh, I forgot. So, no, we'll get to that in just a second. Okay, so let us get going with what we're going to be doing today. We're going to start out with that full face makeup tutorial. I'm dropping things all over the place over here. We're going to start out with that Professional primer. And that is going to get our face ready to go and primed for our makeup application today. Okay, let me get the chat. Actually, let me turn this up just a little because I feel like it's very quiet. Okay, there we go. Chat. Good morning. That's right. I forgot to ask you to give me a shout out. Where are you coming from? And let's see. We got a good morning with 3 coffee cups so far. So tell me what you got. How is your morning going on? Okay. All right. So we're going to give ourselves just a little bit of that primer between the tips of the fingers. Any place that you are experiencing foundation separation, maybe it just doesn't stick like it should. Maybe you get those little bitty, teeny little things. That's foundation separation. If you have fine lines and wrinkles, you can just dab that in there. And that is just going to help everything do its job a little bit better and help you to get that nice, pleasant, soft, matte kind of finish. Especially if you are a combo oily skin like me, it is definitely going to help you out there. So we are going to be using some nice colors today. Although it is an everyday look, we're still got some good colors and we want them to look like what we want them to look like. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. This is the Eye Prime Eye Primer. This is the shade 1. Just like the regular primer, I'm going to give that just a little bit of a shake there. We're just going to take a little bit of that. It really only takes a little bit. And that's going to go on our eyelids. And this is just going to help your shadow to be more crease resistant, if not completely crease proof. It is going to help your shadows to be more true to their color. Just does a really good job. I have, in addition to my combo skin, I have slightly, I would call them oily eyelids. Not like super bad, but a little bit. And that will definitely help with that. So you make sure you get that Eye Prime eye primer because that's just amazing. Okay, now we're going to move on to our concealer. Let's get everything all even color, get rid of the redness so that when we put our foundation on and the rest of everything else, it's going to look exactly the way we want. So I am using the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is the concealer. Love the doe foot on this. What shade? That's a good question. I am shade 090 Pasty White. Here we go. Love the doe foot. Got a little bit of shape to it. Any place that you have coloring that you don't want, whether it be redness, hyperpigmentation, acne scarring, anything like that, you are just going to use this bad boy to cover that up. So just slap it on there. This is not contouring. This is just concealing. We're going to take our middle fingers and we're just going to blend that out. I've got darkness on the inside of my eyes right here. So I'm just going to blend that out. I got a little darkness happening under the eyes. So we're going to blend that out. I got redness right here. So we're just going to erase that. My nose is red for whatever reason. Maybe Rudolph is actually a relative of mine. I don't know. So we're going to get that red on there. I mean, no, not the red. We're going to get that concealer on there to get rid of the red on there. There you go. And then we're just going to tap that out. Top of the cheek. And that's just going to, now you can tell we're all just kind of an even color. A lot of the redness is gone. And yes, that is true in extreme redness situations or a lot of redness situations. Green concealer does counteract this. And I actually have a fun palette on its way that we'll be playing with next week that has a couple of those different concealers in there. And so we're going to kind of play with that and take a look at what those different concealer colors actually do and how to use them. In fact, our next week's episode may completely and exclusively be dedicated to colored concealers. So we'll see how that goes. All right, if I remember this whole conversation. So now we're gonna move to our foundation. I got the Juvia's Place I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation. I'm 710, I think it is Maracau. So we're gonna use this one. I have already dampened my beauty blender, so we are good to go. That is under a faucet. Squish it until it runs dry, and then it's all puffed up and it's good to go. So this foundation, it does not take much. That is literally your whole face and a bag of chips. Where'd that expression come from? I don't know. Maybe it's a Texas thing. We're going to call it a Texas thing. Okay. We're going to dab that. I'm going to get it up here. I told you that little tiny bit does the whole thing. That is why that little tube will last you a year. Okay. So we're just going to dab. I'm using that wide end. If I can. Words are hard this morning. We're just going to tap that out. I'm going to go just below that jawline a little bit so that it blends out nicely to the color of our neck. Going around the edge of the lips. That's going to help your lipstick and lip liner to stay exactly where you want them. You know, as you get older, the lips start to kind of fade around, and sometimes things bleed out a little bit as you get some wrinkles going on in there. So that is going to help with that. And you don't necessarily have to be, you know, a whole lot older for that to happen. As soon as you lose your young skin, this will begin happening. So if you are mid-20s, creeping on in the 30s, this could still apply to you. And if you just get used to this habit early on, then you will be set up pretty for when you get older like me. Okay. There we go. Making sure to get in. I got like cracks and wrinkles right there in the middle of my cupid's bow. So I'm making sure to get those really good. Okay. Now, we have been setting our foundation lately with the MAC Studio Fix, and I've been using the puff that comes inside of here. But I want to show you a little something different. I don't usually use a brush because it kind of flicks everything everywhere, and then you end up with expensive dust in your house. So we're going to start out with the puff just around the eye area. So we're just going to pop open that lid. You just press that in there. And then that's going to go under the eye. Let's just go ahead and set the eye around the eye area with this. And this is going to just give you a nice finish, help everything to stay put. But past the eye area, I'm going to switch to a powder brush, a fluffy brush. And you still have this little thing here. You're just going to press that right into it. And you can see on the inside, when you press, that little screen is going down into the powder. So that's going to get that on that tip. So even with this kind of a thingy, we can still use a brush. I know I've talked about it a few times, but I don't think I've actually done it. Getting right under that chin. Let's get that forehead set. Especially combo oily girls, you want to make sure you do that. That's going to help you to stay less slick looking all day long, unless slick looking is what you want. Okay, I'm just going to shut this back up. Let's put that little puff back on there. All right, so now we are devoid of shape and contour. All we have is a single colored foundation face. So let us put all of our shading back in where we want it and how we want it. So I'm going to grab my It Cosmetics. It's a foundation brush, but I love this end for the low light. So I'm going to go ahead and get my KVD shade. What is this called? Shade Plus Light Refillable Contour Palette. We're going to pop that open. I'm going to be in this one right here today because this one's empty. Hence the needing to order another one. Okay, so we're going to do this here. I can't wait to show you the palette that I've got. It's got the Lowe's in like 6 different color technique in 6 different color theories. Then we've got the blush, and then it has highlighters. highlighters in a matte version and highlighters in a sparkly version. So I super like this. I am hoping that this palette completely lives up to everything that I have heard about it, and I can't wait to share it with you. Okay, so we're going to start out with the flat side of this brush. We're just going to get a little bit on there. We're going to go from the top of the ear to about the end of the eye in a circular motion, staying above the hollow of that cheek there so we can lift up that cheek. There we go. And then right beside the temple next to the hairline. And then we're just going to blend that out a little bit to soften instead of it like, we're going to just blend that out into a nice curve. Okay, we're going to take that same flat side, just a little bit on it. We're going to go right up against that hairline and just use circular motion to blend that out and give ourselves a little bit of shape up here. Now we're going to switch to the thin side. We're going to go from the ear to the corner of the mouth, just under the jawline. Keep a neutral face so you're truly hugging along that jawline. That is going to give you more of an end to your jawline and also help minimize any extra chin baggage you may have there. I'm going to do that same thing right there on that side, just a little bit. We're going to go the inside, down the sides of the nose, right under that tip. Now, I'm going to take this and just go toop, toop, right in that darkest one. And we're just going to get it right there on the outside corner. All right, and that concludes our lows. Now we're going to grab our blush brush. Here we go. And we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. This is going to be our blushes. This is volume 4. Love these colors. For today, we're going to be living in this one here. The colors that we're going to be using are a little more on the neutral side, so we don't really want to harshen that up with that. If you have a little more tan and darker skin tone, you could completely do this with some more neutral nudes. That would be beautiful as well. So just use whatever goes well with your skin tone, and then, you know, kind of what lipstick you choose to. I'll show you what I'm going to use here in just a second. So we're going to go like this. Just on one side right here. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Go ahead and give me a shout out now that we've already worked through that part. What is your favorite foundation? What is your go-to for foundation? Are you a cream girl, a liquid girl? You like powder foundation? Give me a shout out. What's your favorite? You have a favorite brand? Whatever they do, you're just going to be all about it. Okay, I got cream. I've tried a few creams. I haven't had one that I've completely loved yet. I'm going to grab my Anastasia. This is my highlighter. Okay, there we go. We got a vote for liquid foundation. Thank you, Janet. Here we go. We're going to swirl there. Right on the top of that cheek. Right there. Another couple votes for liquid foundation. Great question, Priscilla. No, there is not. There's no wrong answer here. I was just asking a curious question to see, what are your favorites? What do you like? Maybe you have a brand that I haven't heard of and I need to try. Maybe you have a specific, maybe more of you are using powder foundations than I'm aware of. And one day I might do a powder foundation tutorial. So just asking, just curious questions. So just give me a shout out. What's your favorite, kind or type or brand or whatever. Okay, so now we have got all of our contouring done. Let us go ahead and say our verse together. It is almost scrolled around to the front of the screen. Okay, we got it while we're waiting on the verse. At the moment, my favorite is Tarte Double Duty Beauty Face Tape Foundation. Okay, nice. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, here we go. Here is our verse. So let's go ahead and say it. It's on the bottom of your screen. We'll say it together. Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings. Not hot one day and cold the next. Not two-faced. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoys its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. There we go. James, that's the last section of verses we did in James chapter 3, verse 17 and 18. So James 3, 17 and 18. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on with our lip. Now, I'm excited about today's lip. I don't normally do this kind of color, but I think it's super pretty. So we're going to use 2 different MAC products. We're going to start out here with the MAC lip pencil in chestnut, and then we're going to feather that out a little bit and add the other lipstick in. So we're going to start out with a nice tip on that. We're going to get in that Cupid's bow. Give yourself a nice V so you got something to work off of, and then we're going to round that out to the outside edge on the top, staying just outside our lip line a little bit. I usually describe the feeling as inside your head is probably going, what? You're coloring outside the line. If that is what you're hearing inside your head, then you're in the right space. Here we go. Let's do the other side. And I'm using about a medium pressure. So because I have more fair skin, I don't want like a harsh dark line. This pencil is beautiful. If you use a little more pressure and you have darker skin, then you get a little bit darker line and that chestnut will really reveal itself. So use a pressure according to your skin tone. For me, it was about a medium pressure. Let's do the bottom now. Okay, now I don't want to have like that indie line thing. So I'm going to come back just to the inside of the line we just did and use a feathering light pressure motion just to kind of blend that out a little bit.
Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others.
Kind of using the side of the pencil. There you go. That keeps the outside of our line nice and clean. Now make sure you like the shape of what you did. Check both sides. Are they even? All right. Now we're going to move on to the lipstick. So this is a MAC. And this is called, what was the name of it? It's called New York Apple, and this is a frost. Look at that. Can you see that little bit of shimmer we got going on? Okay, I don't use a whole lot of MAC frosts, but I really like this one. So let's try this one. We're going to use it just as is. Starting out with that top. Right over that liner. Yes, that's what I was hoping for. Just kind of a little bit of a winey burgundy frosty color. You can really see it there on that bottom. Nice. Oh yeah, that came out nice. It's almost, it doesn't have quite as much pink in it, but it's almost the color of my hair. That was an accident. Okay, so as promised, now that our lips are done, we're going to be playing with the Nubian 2 palette from Juvia's Place. And we are going to be living in just one of these rows. Shoop, right across there. So we're going to have a little Jezebel, we're going to have a little Zuri, we're going to play with some Cleopatra, and then we're going to have some Nefertiti. So right in here is where we are going to be at today. Okay. Ooh. Nice question. Okay, so we're going to start out here in the Zuri. I'm just going to grab a fluffy brush right here. This is the Morphe M433, and we're going to go in the Nefertiti. We're going to go in the Zuri right here. So just swirl that around a little. We're just going to get that on the tip there. We're going to work that up onto that upper brow bone. And then we're going to use that, and we're going to get it right here on the inside. I'm going to go about halfway. And then same thing on the other side. Right from that inside corner to halfway. All right, I'm going to set that brush aside because, we're probably going to come back to it. And then I'm going to grab this right here, a little bit of a blender, kind of a fluffy blender. This is a Morphe M. Oh my goodness, my eyes are not working. An M321 maybe? Okay, so now we're going to go into this one right here. This one is Jezebel. We're going to get it on the tip of that, just on the tip. Right on that bone, on your socket bone right here. We're just going to go right on that bone from one side all the way to the other side. And then we're going to come in just a little bit right down here. And this is a darker color, so don't load your brush too much. Better to be going over it a couple times than to overload it. Okay. You don't need to be too picky with it. If it looks a little messy right now, totally fine. As we add each color and we build on it, we will clean it up. Okay, so again, we are on that socket bone right here. Especially if you have hooded eyes, you're going to want to make sure you are straddled on that. And we're just kind of going back and forth. And we're going to go from the outside right to here. We're just leaving a nice little V cavity there. Okay. That's just about where we want it. We are going to take another, let's do this fluffy right here. We're going to use, this one is a Morphe. Wow, I really cannot see things today. M506 or 586. And this one is going to go into Nefertiti. Sorry, I was dusting it off on my lap. So we're going to Nefertiti right here. Be light with this. We just want like a little tiny hint of this color. So we're just going to swirl it in there just a little bit. That is going to go right where you see that line from the Jezebel and the Zuri. Right on that line of those two colors. You're just going to put that Nefertiti right where those two colors are. And just go back and forth a little bit. That's going to blend those out. Going to do that same thing on the other side. You can see it softened that up. Now that Jezebel isn't so, that's the technical term. Okay, here we go. All right, and that just blends that out nice. So we got a little bit of those fall kind of colors going on there. All right. I'm going to grab a smudger. This is this is one of those MAC ones. I have no idea what its number is. Okay, how about if we don't do that then? Let's grab this right here. just because I don't know what that number is. This is a Morphe 174, maybe? Not reading today. It's not working in my favor. Okay, so we're going to do this one right here. And now we're going to use that last color that we have. We're going to go into the Cleopatra right here. And you're just going to get that on one side. Cleopatra, just one side. And we're going to fill in the void that we made right here. We're going to fill that in with Cleopatra. So we're going to go a little more than halfway across with this one. And again, this is a dark color, so better to give yourself a couple of times with a little light shadow than to overpack it, and then you end up with a lot of fallout. Okay. Do that same thing on the other side. If you see any fallout at this point, just take that fluffy brush that you did your powder with and whisk that away. Now we're going to do the under part of the eye, and then we're going to add a little more definition up on the top. So I'm going to grab the smudger. This is a Morphe. Oh my gosh, these are so hard to read today. M something something. It's the little short smudger. Actually, let's do the shorter one. This one here. I like how the bristles are a little bit more firm. I still can't read it. Okay, so we're going to take this one. We're going to go into the Jezebel right here. And we're going to go right on the bottom of that lid. And we're just going to intensify that color a little bit right down here. And we're going to bring it under the eye. We're going to go about halfway across with that. And then we're going to come around the corner so we can make sure that that outside corner is nice and defined. I'm just using the front edge of that and just walking it up. Any fallout? Now we're going to continue on with this, and I'm going to increase that color right here. Right where the blue is. We're just going to go add that with that defining smudger. There you go. I'm just going to dust that off, use that same one. I'm going to take the blue Cleopatra. I'm going to do that same thing right up here. Okay, now I'm going to come back with that fluffy brush, and I'm just going to soften that edge right there. Okay, now while we got the blue on here, or the Cleopatra, we're just going to take that right here. We stopped the Jezebel right about in the middle. So we're going to pick up that Cleopatra and go from the inside to the Cleopatra. There we go. And I just want to touch right there a little bit. There we go. Okay, now we want on the inside of the eye just a little tiny bit of that Zuri. So I'm just going to grab, that actually looks a little, let's do this one here. This one is a Morphe. Oh gosh, I can't read it. These will all be in the show notes. This right here, we're just going to grab that, get a little bit in Zuri, just right there on the tip. We're going to go right here on the inside of the eye and just brighten that inside. Any fallout? Okay, so as a hooded eye girl, you can see when I look forward, you can see those two colors, the Jezebel and the Nefertiti, peeking just above the crease of my eye. And when I close my eyes, you can see all that fall color goodness that we have going on. So let's go ahead and add a little liner. We're going to add a little definition. So I'm going to grab this is the Juvia's Egyptian liner in Kajal. Let me get a little bit better point on this here. There you go. We're just going to go with this one. We're just going to go from the outside edge to about halfway. Same thing on the other eye. And then we're going to do just in the lash line on the bottom. Let's just give it a little bit of color there. Just right in that lash line. Just gives you a nice soft, but you can tell it adds a little bit of definition. And then we're going to do the top line. And that's going to help that blend with our lashes. Let's do that top line over here. All right. Now I want a nice clean line for when we put the lashes on. So let me minimize this. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to take the Too Faced Better Than Sex liner. We're going to use that one. While we are doing that, give me a shout out and let me know, what is your favorite eyeshadow palette? One of the things that I try to make sure to do is that we make the most of the palettes that we already have. And so I do a lot of different looks from the same different eyeshadow palettes so that you can maximize, your money. You use the palette. I think that with this many colors, like we're looking at here on this Nubian palette, with this many colors, you should be able to get easy 25 looks out of that. So that is one of my goals, is to help us to, make the most out of each palette so that, if you're traveling and you only have a carry-on suitcase, you don't need to take an entire cosmetic store with you. You can just grab a couple of things and be able to do 7 different looks from one eyeshadow palette for the 7 days that you're going to be on vacation. All right. So I'm going to grab that liner. We're just going to go a thin, nice line from one side to the other. That is going to give us a nice runway for the lashes that we're going to be putting on. I'm actually going to flick it up just a little bit on that outside corner. All right, let me see if I can get this side in. I got a microphone in my way here. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to flick up that corner just a little bit. All right. Okay. I like for that to dry down just a little bit before I go doing the mascara and everything. So I always save my brow for after that, just to make sure that all the liners are dried down and set and behaving themselves before I go putting a lash curler up in there and smudging everything. So whatever your brow product of choice is, mine is going to be the Bad Gal Bang, and this is a mascara. Yes, I know that, but it's about the same color as my hair, so I am going to be using that as my brow product. So we're just going to undo that. For those of you with fashion colored hair, this is a pretty easy way to get some brows that match your hair color. So you're just going to hover over your skin. Actually, let me get a little close-up mirror because I don't know what's happening with my eyes today. So we're just going to hover over the brow hairs just a little bit. And you're just going to cover your brow hairs with that mascara. Now, a few things. First thing is, it is going to set your brows, so wherever you put them, that's where they're going to be for the whole day. So the beautiful thing is, you don't got to worry about it. So especially if this is a new tube of mascara, you may have to use a little more gentle of a touch. But if this guy's been around for a little bit, you should be totally fine. I just ordered one from L'Oreal, a raspberry, I think it's called, that they've got. So we'll see how that one comes out. It's not new or anything. I just haven't used it on my brows. Okay, let me get my hair out the way there. There we go. And again, we're just hovering gently. You're just kind of using that tip to work over those brow hairs. Now, if you've got some sparse spots, you may need to touch your skin just a little bit. So try to use kind of the tip side of that where it's got those little bristles, because that will help you get kind of that individual hair look while you're doing this. Okay. Take a step back. Make sure your brows are even. Make sure you like them. There you go. If you need help with your brows at all, make sure that you get over to Ulta, to the Benefit Brow Bar. That is what they do. They will shape, they will tweeze, they will wax, they will dye, they will thread, they will whatever. And definitely help you with any products. If you're not sure what products you need to get the look that you want, I'm no longer employed by Ulta, thank the Lord, but they can definitely help you out with that, and they are the best in the business. So take advantage of that they have there available for you. Okay, so now that we got all this, we are ready to put on our mascara and our brows. And we're going to be using a lash that it was one of my favorites for the longest time. I don't know why I kind of walked away, but I think you're going to like the look of these and how they curl. I love the curl in them. All right, so I'm going to start out with my Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip, all the things lash curler. We're going to get that right on those lashes. And make sure when you crimp that down that you don't feel any pinching. No pinching. So if you do, just release it, pull it back, and then try it again. So we're just going to go here. Find your sweet spot. There you go. And let's say a bit of that burst together. It is coming around to the beginning. And actually, I can't read it because my eyes are not working today. So real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessings. Not hot one day and cold the next. All right. We're going to go over here to the other side. Get that thing ready to go. Find your sweet spot. There we go. Let's see. Okay, we don't have the beginning of a sentence yet. Okay, there we go. And now it should be around. Okay, real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. All right, so that'll be good because we waited just a minute. Okay, so we're just going to give ourselves one coat of mascara. That's going to help our lashes to blend in seamlessly with the false lashes that we're going to be putting on. Okay. I'm just going to give one coat. I'm just sweeping back on those tips, going from all the way on the right to all the way on the left. And then let's do that same thing on the other side. Okay. Now I noticed something you probably noticed also as we were zoomed in a little bit. The liner on my right eye has bled out just a tiny, tiny bit. So how do you get rid of that? I'm going to take the brush that we used and I'm just going to erase it. So no need to worry about it. Easy to fix. Now let me get the mascara on these bottom lashes here. Now, because we don't use false lashes on the bottom, we're going to make sure we do like the normal 2-coat coverage that you do on the bottom one, because there's not going to be anything else to make those a little more bold. Okay, so there's one. Now let's do the ones on the other side. Okay. Hope I wasn't holding that mirror in front of you there. There we go. Now we got a pretty good even coverage on both sides there. Now let's go ahead and check out the lashes. I told you we were going to be playing with some today. That's been a minute since I've used these. This is the Kiss Lash Couture Luxe Extensions. And this is the Royal Silk is the name of this one. And I just love the curl on this one. So let me actually hold one of these sideways so that you can see what this looks like here. So I've already trimmed these. You're going to just grab the lash from the outside corner and pull it off the tray. But look at this. Can you see the curl that this has on it? These are just beautiful. They're not too full, so you get a pretty natural looking lash with them. Let me get set down in front of me. There we go. You get a pretty nice, the curl is beautiful. They're a little bit thick, but they're kind of like wispy plus. So that is one of the things I like about them. I'm going to be using the strip lash adhesive. It's got a little aloe in there for you. I'm just going to give it a little shake up so it is good and mixed up and ready to go. Like I said, these have already been trimmed. You can see that's got a clear filament, so very soft, very comfortable. Clear so you can't see it. Yet another reason why I like including a little bit of liner on there. That way you don't get that sort of clear linery thing that you can see sometimes. Okay, so we're going to grab that lash right there in the center. I'm going to use that lash adhesive right there on the top of that band. And then I'm going to flip it and just get a little bit on the back side of that band as well. So this is a clear adhesive. You can use, also make sure that I pay special attention to the ends there, because nothing is worse than ends that lift up halfway through the day. So frustrating. Okay. There we go. Let me grab the other one. Here we go. So, okay, so back to the conversation about the adhesive. So this is a clear adhesive. There are black adhesives if you like those. I will caution you for one thing. If you have eye sensitivity, make sure that you're checking that black adhesive because a lot of them have latex in them. So make sure that if you have a black one that you're getting the latex-free version of that. So again, we're just getting that adhesive right there along the top. And then I'm going to turn it over and just get a little bit on the back, not on the lashes, just on the back of that little band thing. It's just going to give you a little extra insurance for it staying put all day long. So the lash is going to take, the adhesive is going to take about maybe 30 seconds to set. So, you know, set a timer if you need to, or count to 30 in your head, or, you know, have some sort of ritual. Maybe you say the Bible verse that lasts about 30 seconds. And then that'll be ready to go. The other thing, especially with these clear monofilament bands, sometimes they can be a little bit stiff. So just grab your lash on either end and just make sure that you roll that. That's going to soften that band up just a little bit. When your adhesive goes from being super shiny and very white to a little bit clear in a couple of spots and maybe not so shiny, you know that your lash adhesive is ready to go. So this is just about ready to go now. We're going to take that in the middle. We're going to set it right on the liner line that we made. I'm going to put it down on the inside. I'm going to walk it around and get the outside. And it's just going to go right on that liner line on your skin, right where your lashes are. So it's going right nestled down with your lashes. If you want to, you can come back in with your lash tool and just make sure that they're all in that same space together. And then I'm going to use the tip of that tool. Let me see if I can get this one. There you go. I'm going to take that tip of that tool and kind of work my lashes into it just a little bit. And you can see how that looks between the two eyes with the lash, without the lash. Very different. Okay, now let me grab this one. We're going to do the same thing, setting it down right there in that center, right on that eyeliner line. Okay. Oh, I think I just checked my doop doop. There we go. Well, that's fun. I don't know what color thing we're on now. Checking the inside corner, just making sure it's going to stay. Okay. I like to just give a little kind of a press onto the lash, make sure that everything has stayed down, touching the skin the way that it should. Okay, so now you have your lashes on. We have got our eyeliner, we have got mascara, we have got everything the way we need to be. And I see that this satin lipstick, look at that. Now I am talking a bit, but lipstick bled out just a little bit. Don't like that too much. The rest of it we want to stay exactly as it is for the whole rest of the day. Oh, I did promise you. So if you wanted to take this look and go from here to an evening look, I failed to actually grab it, but you could take a glitter in a gold kind of color, and right where the blue and that Zuri, right where Cleopatra and Zuri are touching, just give yourself a little touch of glitter right there. Totally elevates that look for an evening look. So you don't really have to change anything. Do this before you go to work, and then a little glitter, and boom, you are ready to go for the rest of the day or the evening. Okay, so I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Seal. Let's give that a shake. Here we go. And that is going to set that makeup for the rest of the day, the night. You are good to go until you decide to take it off. So love that Ready, Set, Sealed. Okay, well, let's take a look at our Bible verses because, like I said, we are wrapping up chapter 3. So this is your week to review everything. So let us get over here and take a look at all of our verses now. Because I cannot see, let me grab this over here. I do not know what is happening. Something with my contacts, I'm assuming. All right, so here we go. This was chapter 3, verses 1 to 2. Don't be in a rush. You know what? Let's do this with no, I don't know if we have the time to do that. We'll start the song. Here we go. Let's see. This one was called, let's see, 3. Here we go.
Some chase the pulpit, craving the mic, but words can cut deep or bring forth life. If your heart ain't right, better hush that tone. A holy tongue can't ride alone. Don't be in any rush to become a teacher, my friends. Teaching is highly responsible work. Teachers are held to the strictest standards, and none of us is perfectly qualified. We get it wrong nearly every time we open our mouth.
All right, let's take a look at the next verse that we have. We were in James 3, 3 to 5. This is my mom's favorite.
Out on the trail with the morning sun, she holds the reins, her ride's begun. A gentle pull, the bit obeys. That wild horse walks the narrow way. A bit in the mouth of a horse controls the whole horse. A small rudder on a huge ship in the hands of a skilled captain sets a course in the face of the strongest wind. A word out of your mouth may seem of no account, but it can accomplish nearly anything or destroy it. It only takes a spark, remember, to set off a forest fire. A careless or wrongly placed word out of your mouth can do that. By our speech we can ruin the world, turn harmony to chaos, throw mud on a reputation, send the whole world up in smoke and go up in smoke with it. Smoke right from the pit of hell. I'll let watch that tongue now, 'cause even a tiger can be tamed before the tongue. This is scary, you can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. It's never been done, the tongue runs wild, a wanton killer. Wanton killer. Tame the tongue, oh, can you do it? Words got power, don't misuse it. Bless or curse what's in your song. Speak with love, don't get it wrong. With our tongues we bless God our Father. same tongues we curse the very men and women he made in his image. Tame the tongue, oh, can you do it? Words got power, don't misuse it. Bless or curse what's in your song. Speak with love, don't get it wrong. Curses and blessings out the same mouth. Yeah. Curses and blessings out the same mouth. Whoa. Curses and blessings out the same mouth. Whoa.
Okay, I let that one play longer because that's one of my favorites.
You shout hallelujah when the choir's on fire. Then fuss at your sister about her old attire. Praises on your lips, but the heart's gone wrong. Girl, that ain't right. This can't go on. My friend, this can't go on. The spring doesn't gush fresh water one day and brackish the next, does it? Apple trees don't bear strawberries, do they? Yeah. Raspberry bushes don't bear apples, do they? Yeah. You're not going to tend to a polluted mud hole, yeah, and get a cup of clear, cool water, are you? You told your kids, be kind, be still. Then lost your cool, your tongue can kill. Love can.
Okay, and I just realized I don't have this song in here, so we're going to need to say this one together. So this is 13 to 16. So this is James chapter 3, verse 13 to 16. Right? 13 to 16. Yes, that is correct. So, do you want to be counted wise, to build a reputation for wisdom? Here's what you do. Live well, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way that you live, not the way that you talk, that counts. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourself sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. Okay, I'm going to need a little help here. Furthest thing from wisdom. Oh, it's animal cunning, devilish plotting. Whenever you try to look better than others to get the better of others, things fall apart and everyone's ends up at each other's throats. And then we have our song from this week. Well, really last week.
To be counted wise, to build a reputation for wisdom. Here's what you do: live wise, live wisely, live humbly. It's the way you live, not the way you talk, that counts. Wisdom from above, not from pride. Peace flows where grace abides, not by talking, but by walking true. Lord, make my life show you. Mean-spirited ambition isn't wisdom. Boasting that you are wise isn't wisdom. Twisting the truth to make yourself sound wise isn't wisdom. It's the furthest thing from wisdom. It's animal cunning, devilish plotting. Wisdom from above.
All right. So the rest of those songs and all the songs beginning chapter 1, verse 1, you can find on your favorite music streaming platform. And all of this is coming from Color Me James. Again, we are having a wrap-up week, so great time to catch up if you've gotten a little behind on any of your crossword puzzles or anything like that. So colormejamesbook.com is where you can find all of that. And then just a reminder, I told you I was going to give you opportunity to get that ebook for free. So Beauty and Grace Insider lives on YouTube. And when you join the Cherish Queen level, you get the ebook for free with that membership level. Just follow through with that email series because that's how that's going to get delivered to you. So the prompts will lead you along the way, but just make sure that you follow that so that you can get that ebook. And that's at youtube.com at a little makeup lot of Jesus and then /join. I think there's now a join button on that menu, so they've made it a little bit easier for us. Okay, so let me go ahead and send us out for this week with a blessing. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine, the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. And that is from Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 through 26. So, Heavenly Father, what a joy it has been to hang out with each one of these ladies, Father, all the different countries and nationalities and skin tones and everything that has hung out here today. What a joy it is to get to just celebrate being women of daughters of the Most High God together. I pray that you would send us out this week as we review chapter 3 in James, that we would be diligent to get all that memorizing really under wraps. And I pray that you would help us to enjoy our time in our study this week. And I pray that for those who are just now coming in and kicking in with us, that you would join them along that journey, walk alongside them and guide them and help them to know that they are loved and that they are seen and they are heard during this whole thing. And I thank you so much for the delivery of all the things that put this together. And I just pray that you would bless us this week in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, it has been a joy to hang out here with you this week. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media. Y'all were really kind of quiet today in the chat. So go ahead and give a comment, whatever platform you're on. What is your favorite fall look that you have ever done? Give me a picture of it. Shoot me a video. Let me see what you got. And then I look forward to seeing you next week as we do a little bit more fall kind of stuff, playing with a few more different palettes. And I told you one palette already that we're going to be doing. So this week, I hope you enjoy playing with your 10-minute gratitude in our week of study and then the coloring page that comes with this week. So I cannot wait to see and hear how your week went and how things are going for you and see the look that you created with the palette that you have available to you. So until next Thursday, like and subscribe, and I will see you on social media. I love you. Mwah.